Happy Saturday! You're most welcome to joining the Jcsa Racing's YouTube broadcast of racing here in Saudi Arabia. We are in Riyadh, we are at King Abdulaziz racetrack for the third and final day of racing this week. Obviously it continues all the way through until the Saudi Cup and beyond into March. 12 fantastic races to look forward to today with some really nice horses like Derivo, Scotland Yard, who had run previously in the Saudi Cup, as well as Tabar Fail. And I won't be doing it all myself in the studio. I'll be joined by a man who was in hot form yesterday with your tips, Mr. Rory Delaghi.
Good afternoon, Tom. Yeah, it's a tremendous card to look forward to. Just going through the names as you're doing the form, seeing all those familiar names popping out. So obviously we got some high-class cup racing later on, but the open races we have on the card are terrific. Started off with a couple of maidens, but it soon picks up. And we got not necessarily big fields later on, but a good field for the Asia Cup. But those open races are really mouth-watering for those of us who are sort of fans of the international aspect of the game as well, and the imported horses.
Exactly, and the road to the Saudi Cup already begins, despite being just in the second week of the Riyadh season right now, because Scotland Yard could be heading back to the Saudi Cup at the end of the campaign, providing he goes well today and in his future preparation races.
Yeah, nice to see him out this early. I think I got the impression last season was a little bit rushed for him, wasn't it? He wasn't at his absolute best in the campaign, was beaten in the two races he won here the previous season, but hopefully we see him back to his best today, and he's got a class edge on his rivals in that contest.
Absolutely. If you are watching us on YouTube, which I'm sure you are, please get in touch in the comments section. Any horses you like today, how you think Scotland Yard's going to get on, or just to let us know that you are watching. Please write it in English if you possibly can, so then we can interact and get back to you live on air. Callum is our third member of the team. How are you doing? Are you down in the paddock?
Cheers, Tom. Yes, a tough draw for her, but if she can do it from stall 17 here and win today, she will be right up there to be running on big Saudi Cup day. Now, we do have to focus on our first race of the card, and the man to take us through all the action today is Mr. Gareth Topham.
Hi Callum, hi everybody, and yeah, great to be back here to look forward to the racing here at Riyadh. We've got a locally bred horses at maiden to get the 12 race card underway. It's over 1400 metres. Number 1, Abin Alasay, the mount of Alexis Marino. Number 2 is a Kramer with Al Faradi taking the ride. Number 3 is Alab Tay with Abdullah Al Khamis. Number 4, Barik Al Saif with Nawaf Al Mudiani on board. Number 5 is Kayat Al Mazaib with Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Number 6 is Mota Kamil with Rayan Al Torsh on board. Over the page to find number 7, Naim Alanea. Naim Alanea, the mount of Abdullah Al Firuz. Number 8 is a non-runner, so that takes us on to 9, Robot, Mohammed Al Ubail. 10 is Saham Al Batin with Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Next, number 11, Shadow, Khalid Al Mamoni. 12, Showcab with Berto Ramos. 13 is Super Hattrick, the mount of Thab Al Timyat. Number 14 is Tawal Al Tabshir with Rakan Al Obeid. 15 is Yazbik with Azil Al Zahani riding. 16, Yawedni with Abdullah Al Muhid. With 17, Faya Mohammed Al Habib. Number 18 is Frank Clare, now the mount of Al Nevsi with number 19, a non-runner. That takes us on to 20, Tarmin Abdullah Al Credis. And there are a couple more. 21, Yakteza with Fahed Al Faradi. 22, a non-runner. 23, Durbar with Amin Badroun on board. And there's no 24 either. So a few non-runners, but still a massive field to contest our opening contest. And it's back to Callum in the paddock.
Thanks very much, Gareth. It's really nice to hear from you and give us the runners and riders for this contest. This is tricky. I'm still having a chance to look at a few of these, but the one that immediately caught my eye was horse number 10 in this field. That's Sam Altbatine here. Probably one of the more racy types in this parade ring, because look, there's a lot of good-looking individuals here. The white-stabled runner, Mottak Mill, is a gorgeous looker, but for me, probably isn't quite sharp enough to be doing it first time up here in Saudi Arabia. I'll be looking at some of the other rivals that look a bit racier. There's a few of these that have really caught my eye. Let's get a really close look at horse number 10. He's going to come round. Follow me. We're going to have a good look at horse number 10 as he comes round to us, because I'm going to explain to you what I mean by a slightly more racy type. First off, we'll look at horse number 6. This is the white stable runner that I mentioned earlier. Lovely looking individual, but not quite racy type. I'd imagine this horse will be better next season. But if we go back a couple of horses more to this horse in the black and blue colours, black and turquoise, this is what I mean by racy type. Horse number 10 on your card, Salam Albertine. absolutely ready and raring to go here. Short coupled, short back, powerful individual. We can see it fit and ready. Certainly the racy type that we like in these 2-year-old contests. Lots of these will take plenty of time to get going. Horse number 10 is not one of them.
Thank you, Callum. Interesting words there. Obviously, he was giving a positive for horse number 10, Saham Albertine. So we should probably start by talking about this horse. Had the 2 outings so far. Obviously, a colt in here, as the majority or all of these are. Finished 4th last time. It was a better effort. I just don't really know whether this horse is going to take another step forward. And even if he does, will it be good enough to beat these first-time starters?
I thought he would. There's an interesting thing here because unusually, what Callum has said in the parade ring has tallied with something I've written down here. So we're actually going together here. I've written down he improved from finishing 4th of 17 to Gawak Allah last time out over 7 furlongs, and I've written still not fully fit.
Okay.
I was convinced he wasn't quite at race fitness, and Callum's making the point now of saying this horse is the beau ideal of a race fit colt. So I might just have to go for him now that
Wow.
Callum has tipped me up on his fitness in the paddock, because I think he will improve again. He needs to improve again to win a decent. I don't know how good this maiden is. It's a really difficult one to call because there's so many unraced horses, and because they're local bred, it's difficult to be able to make judgments on pedigrees with a lot of them as well.
Yeah. Firstly, if you've never watched us before, where have you been? But more so, Rory never gives selections until about a minute before the off. Usually because he hasn't actually decided, and then goes with a last-minute pick. To say a horse could be your selection this early is unlike you. And secondly, you were talking about how this race is difficult to assess. In the international market, Saham Albertine is 6-1, but the only other 3 horses who are under 10-1 in the international market are all first-time starters. So there is a lot of guesswork involved here.
Yeah, and two of those first-time starters are drawn very wide as well.
Yeah.
Number 1, Albin Alisay, and the other horse that Callum was talking about in the paddock, Motta Camille, he's drawn in stall 18. Now, if Callum is right that that's a little bit, it's lacking sharpness first time up, then that draw is going to be very hard to overcome. So yeah, it's beginning to sort of funnel towards that as a likely selection. But yeah, this I wouldn't like to have to be the guy who did the prices for this race, because it looks really difficult. So many question marks. Very limited information on most of the runners as well.
2 points about the prices, and not to get too bogged down by this, but Saham Albertine is the horse with experience we've talked about. Looks like the standard setter of those that have run before. 6-1 is a very fair each way price in a race like this, because you're not guaranteed, but you're more likely to see this horse run his race, and therefore, given what we've already seen, it's likely that he'll finish in the top 3. I'll come back to you with an answer on that one. The other thing is, why is Shokab, the red stable horse number 12, 7-4, whereas Motta Camille is 5-1?
But I thought, we would have expected this time last year that white stable debutants would be much stronger in the market than red stable debutants. Things seem to have changed a little bit this season with the 2-year-olds. The red stable 2-year-olds are unusually forward. They used to be very backward for their debuts, and the white stable runners are not quite as geared up as they would have been last year. And there's been a change of personnel there as well.
Callum, have you got any more pointers for us?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thank you, team. The horse number 16 had really caught my eye. This is your Wedney. This is a horse that will come on for this run. Not today, but keep this horse in your notebooks, because your Wedney is absolutely drop-dead gorgeous. Really lovely type. But again, you'll see, completely different to the horse that was my paddock selection, horse number 10. But we cannot ignore horse number 16 as one for the future, because this is a lovely, lovely moving type. Beautiful, big, strong type as well. But there's no doubt that this horse is going to come on more age 3 and 4 than he is as a 2-year-old. This is a very early start for him, maybe one for the future.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, good look there at horse number 16, Uwedney, currently 20-1 in the international market. Not a horse I thought would have a chance in this race, and judged by what he looks like in the paddock right now, I'd suggest he would definitely come on. I would agree with Callum.
It does look to be fairly scopy, but yeah, clearly not fully muscled up and carrying condition. Would be surprised if he's able to do himself justice first time, but as Callum says, he might be one to keep an eye on further down the line.
As the bell rings for the jockeys to get on board for the first race today, the 1400-metre local bred horses maiden. We've briefly touched on some of the first-time starters. Should we go into a little bit more detail? Motta Camille's been given a negative by both yourself and more so Callum in terms of how he looks. I thought he was an interesting horse. Obviously, the White Stable generally good first time up. This year, not so much. The draw is an issue. He'll have to break well. He'll have to show some early speed. But if he does so, he could get into a nice prominent position with lots of other inexperienced horses drawn inside.
Yeah, it's a possibility. The question mark is if you are. He looks quite laid back, but the problem with that is if you're laid back when the stall's open. You might not get away particularly well, and even if you do, if you're breaking ahead of those inexperienced horses and you can come across them very easily, then that's fine.
Yep.
If you're lagging behind with them, then they're getting in your way as well. Listen, he's got a good pedigree. This is for local bred horses, but you've got two different kinds essentially. You've got horses who are out of locally bred mares, who have got pure Saudi Arabian breeding. And then you've got a couple of these who are by imported mares, but they count as they're locally bred because they've been imported here and they're brood mares in Saudi Arabia. So you get the likes of a number 2 is out of an imported mare. Mota Camille is as well. Swiftly Classic, the dam. She produced the Arlington Oaks winner, Sky Mom. Mm-hmm. So that's, there's loads of winners in that pedigree in the US. There's also US pedigree with Name Alanea, number 7, and Shadow is out of a mare called Queen's College, and I think unraced mare, but she's produced multiple winners in the US. I mean, tons of winners, 7 of them, of loads of races and an awful lot of money. Her offspring have won about $7 or $8 million. So those are quite interesting to look at. Whereas I think those who are purely locally bred, out of mares who raced here, mm-hmm. And whose dams were local as well, they tend to be at a disadvantage against these local bred horses who are out of mares who may have raced in the US or the UK.
One horse who is out of a locally bred and locally raced mare is the favourite in here, Shock horse number 12, 7-4 in the international market. However, obviously the sire side of this pedigree being by Mucho Gusto, who won the 2020 Pegasus World Cup and actually finished 3rd in the 2020 Saudi Cup here. That gives some confidence that Shock may have some talent. Sami Al-Harabi, Red Stable with Berto Ramos. I can certainly see why this horse is towards the top of the market, but I do think 7-4 is a little bit short, even when you look at the draw in still one.
Yeah, the Dame Ménage was actually a very useful race mare here as well. She won a cup race in her time. So if you start looking through the pedigrees and looking at the race records of some of these mares, most of them didn't see the triangle. If they did, they were maidens or maybe won one race. So to find a brood mare here who's won a cup race locally in Saudi Arabia is a big plus as well. So I thought Showcap was very interesting on paper. Whether 7-4 is too short in a race like this, he's very well drawn in stall 1, assuming he gets out.
Callum, you've got something else for us, have you?
Yes, team. Showcab for me, big negative. Didn't look fit at all. I know it's hard to tell with these dapple greys, but didn't look red hot fit to go. Big positive for the White Stable runner, horse number 6. Very, very mature going down to post. Went down nice and easy. But yes, if you're on the favourite, I'd have slight concerns that this horse isn't red hot and fit, ready to go. If this horse was to win, carrying the condition that he's carrying, that's a big positive for me.
Thank you. Let's watch Shockhab in this race then coming up, and we can really decide whether he's a horse to follow in the future. Maybe he wins first time up and he's got a big future, or he could run an eye-catching race, maybe 1-4 next time. If we talk about a couple of others at bigger prices, maybe those with form. Horse number 2, Akorama, here son of Palace Malice, currently 10-1 in the international market. Took a backward step from the debut.
Yeah, the positive, I suppose, with him is the second race wasn't in a maiden race. It was in the in that Jcsa auction event, which can be quite hot. It's a race last year where there were 2 or 3 very good horses towards the front, and some horses who were making their debuts in the race who weren't particularly warm. But obviously a lot of money on offer for that race, so it can be competitive, and you can forgive that as a one-off given the nature of the event. But it's a bit disappointing that he wasn't able even to match the debut form, and he is stuck out in stall 20, which is clearly not ideal. But he's got the experience at least to get past some of the wide-drawn first-time starters.
And a couple of the fillies towards the bottom of the race card. Horse number 17, Fire, and horse number 20, Tameen. Both have had previous outings, both of whom didn't show much last time, but there was a little bit of promise on the debut. Yeah,
Fire showed promise over 7 furlongs on debut, and then dropped back to 6. It was outpaced, finishing 13th. So again, it's disappointing when a horse shows something on debut and doesn't back it up immediately. But at least there's a half excuse there with the shorter trip probably not suiting.
And the final horse to talk about is horse number 7, unless you have another one for us after. But Naim Alanaya. These connections do really well with their 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds, particularly, especially those who are progeny of Commend. Taraganaya, the breeder, maybe overlooked in the market at 20-1?
20-1 seems big. Obviously, we saw Sakar Alanaya finishing second for the same connections the other day. This is really well bred by Commend out of Merkel Nijinsky's Princess, making him a half-brother to 8 winners in the US, who've won 21 races between them, and possibly more than that. Given the database I'm using is not necessarily updated to the minute. But yeah, that's a prolific family. They often need the first run, but this is a horse who I would say was sure to be winning races this season.
Okay, we've covered the majority of horses in race number 1. We're 7 apiece so far this week, 7 winners apiece. It's going to be an interesting side battle today. Where are you going to look in this first race?
Well, with Callum giving negatives for a couple of those at shorter prices, and a positive for Saham Albertine, who was one that I was quite interested in anyway, I'm going to go for that one from stall 5. That's number 10, Saham Albertine.
Same as Callum then. Horse number 10, Saham Albertine for both Callum and Rory. I'm going to be with horse number 6, the White Stable firster, Motta Camil. I just think 5-1's a fair price considering what we saw last year with the White Stable horses. Maybe he'll need the run, but maybe he won't. Let's see. Gareth, it's over to you for race number 1. Welcome to the channel.
Thank you, Tom. Glad you're not asking me for a selection, because, yeah, this is not necessarily an easy starting point, is it? The vast majority of the field, including this fella in shot, they're newcomers, and the varying degrees of experience among the field, but only a small handful of runners have actually seen the racetrack before. So obviously not a lot of form to go on. They're about to head on into the stall. Some interesting bits from the paddock as well there with Callum a few moments ago regarding one or two of those perhaps more fancy contenders and whether or not they're going to be fit enough to really do themselves justice on their racecourse introductions today. But all will be revealed over the course of the next couple of minutes or so as runners head into the stalls. And as they slot forward, we're just waiting on probably about half the field. Rinya Wedney just slotting forward into stall 11. We'll be right down the centre. There's the 12, Showcab. Interesting to hear what Callum had to say about that one, on Wigberto Ramos taking the ride. 15 horse Yazbek heading forward, an orange coloured jacket. Azil Al-Zahadi taking the ride on another of the newcomers. And Faya, that jacket a bit more red than what was printed in the race cards. It looked a bit more maroon in the race cards, but looks more red than maroon to me. Showcab is in red if you're on that one, and we're waiting now for the final few to head into line. 21 horse out of shot, or out of line here. Jcsa about to head on in. Fahed Al Faredi, busy day for that man, is in the saddle. The start of the race over at the entrance to the back straight. Race is on the dirt track here, and this to be run over 1,400 metres. And we're just waiting on Faya. As we say, that looks pretty red, doesn't it, that jacket? And about to go forward with Mohammed Al Habib into stall number 9, and then we'll be set to go. 20 of them then for this opening contest. Looks like there's one more out of line as well. Look like Motta Camil into a wide stall of 18. Will do well to overcome that, but we shall see. They've got a good 3 furlong run before the bend comes up at the end of the far straight, so plenty of time to tack across from a wide draw if necessary. So the starter holding the field, just about ready to go for the opening contest here. This locally bred horse is maiden, and final checks just being made. 1 or 2 needing assistance in the stalls just to keep nice and calm here. The starter's happy now, and he lets them go. They're off and racing. And Jcsa just being chased along a little bit, is at the back end of the field after a less than ideal start. Robot, the horse with the white face to the inside, has got away well, leads Showcab, who's against the rails. Yazbek in orange is also racing handily, and Chaos Al-Mazir is a little wider out. And also Akramar in a yellow coloured jacket on the left of shot is not too far off the pace. A leading line of about 6 of them heading into the bend. They're being followed through by Durbar, who's not a million miles away, as they now now make the left-handed turn and on towards home in their final 3 furlongs. Faya now moving up right in the middle of horses here, the white cap, with up towards the outside Yazbek and more towards the inside, looking threatening as well now, Saham Albertine, well fancied of course beforehand, and it's this one who's going to bring them in line for the judge together, with Yazbek on the outer as they turn their heads for home, with now Abin Alassi on the outside finishing off well. Spot the red number cloth and they're down the home straight. Abin Alassi away to the left, over towards the inside is Saham Albertine. They are the first two. They now press on ahead of Yazbek, who's 1 pace back in third. Shokab is in fourth and is running on, goes into third place, but will do well to threaten the leading pair, and into the final 75 yards they go. Saham Albertine along the inside is trying hard to fend off Shokab, who is finishing with a real flourish down the outside. Not quite enough, however. Saham Albertine holds on to win. Saham Albertine is the winner. Shokab back in second, and in the end Shokab's late run has really got to go down, I think, with an awful lot of credit. Just got a little bit outpaced at the halfway stage, but has run home strongly to press Saham Albertine, but it's the latter who holds on for the win, and they were followed a couple of lengths away by Abin Albertine back in third, who ran well. Saham Albertine scoring in a time of 1 minute 29.07 seconds, wins by a neck to Shokab, who's run really well on his racecourse introduction back in second. Abin Alassil was best of the rest in third. But as we see them across the line, all out to hang on, but hanging on, Saham Albertine, the winner of the opener.
Saham Albertine has won our opener, and experience has been the order of the day. Looked red hot fit in the parade ring and used every ounce of that experience to get to the rail from stall 5 and dictate proceedings once able to get his head in front. There were a few scary moments, most notably in the first sort of 50 metres, and then later on in the final strides where the international favourite came absolutely flying home late to challenge but couldn't get there, and Abdullah Al Hussein, who claims 2 kilos, had ridden this horse to victory for a very young trainer as well. So hopefully we can see more of this horse and trainer in the future. Getting the red band on, that just means this is going to be tested for substances. There's no concerns there. But this is a very good looking individual. We mentioned in the parade ring just how red hot fit this colt by Patriot Act is, and he really did show that in the course today. Look, do I think he's the best horse in this race? Absolutely not. I think the runner-up is definitely the one we want to keep in all our notebooks, but today was the day. Third time lucky, and a very, very good performance. Hopefully when the tack comes off, we'll get a good chance to have a look at him, because he really is a good looking son of Patriot Act, this youngster. Really strong in behind, like we mentioned, but I want to see the middle. I want to see his top line. That's the thing I'm most interested in. And he's not got the best of top lines, as you can see. He's still got a little bit of growing to do into that frame, but not too much. He's all power. He's all about speed. And I imagine dropping him back to 1,200 metres would work as well. You're just seeing young Abdullah Al Hussein as well, who's had the winning ride here. 2 kilo claimer, and these 2 kilo apprentices are always lethal to follow. Oh, we'll wait till he gets his hat and give him a good old well done. Well done, Abdullah. Congratulations. Well done.
ثانك يو very much. الحمد لله هذا توفيق من الله ثم دعاء الوالدين وثانك يو بالسم موسى.
Thank you. And we'll talk to our Musa as well. Very good trainer, very good ride. Well done.
Thank you very much. A winner on the board already for Rory and Callum. Very good selection there, Rory. Obviously you as well, Callum, if you can hear me. Was part of the pace in the early part of the race. There was 6 or 7 a breadth going into the turn. Briefly looked like he was going to get kind of shut off on the rail. Managed to get back in front, and in the home straight was very game and gutsy.
Yeah, he was, because there were about 6 of them who wanted to go into the first bend abreast, and although he had a good position on the inside, if you're on the rail and you're half a length behind a group battling for the lead, you can get chopped off very easily. But he's kept going into the bridle. He's been brave to hold his position then, and when he's come into the straight, he's been able to rally. And he was joined by the third and found a bit more to go on again. And then, because he's had to make an effort twice in the race, he's got a little bit tired late on and allowed the favourite to run him down late. But he was holding on all the way to the line. A little bit of a concern in the last 100 yards for me, but I think this was a nice performance.
He broke in midfield. It wasn't like he burst out the stalls. He obviously showed good gate speed to get out, but he didn't have that initial early speed. Abdul Al Hussein then decided to put him up in between horses and found himself in this spot right now, right up against the rail. Some horses, especially 2-year-olds, wouldn't like that, but Saham Albertine has shown good courage to hold his position at this point. You can just see at the bottom of your shot the eventual runner-up in the red stable silks.
There's just a little bit of bumping there, and he's just had to ride it. And it's one of those things you can. I thought he was clever enough that he didn't try to push the horse through the gap and ask for a big effort there to make sure that he wasn't in trouble, because I think that would have been going for home too soon. He's just trying to sort of squeeze him into the bridle and make sure that he didn't lose the position without asking too much. And it's only once he gets clear that he kicks for home. He's tackled here, as we see, by Albin Alassay, and goes half a length down, but he gathers himself up and finds a bit extra to get back to the front. And then you see the strong late run from Shokab, which takes him within 3 parts of a length of the line. But yeah, a likeable performance. And again, it's nice to see a horse, getting the experience to find out how to race and gathering fitness at the same time, and then able to show what he can do with the benefit of that. I think sometimes horses who win well on debut, win easily on debut, don't learn an awful lot from it, and they're immediately into tougher races. But horses who learn in defeat a couple of times before getting their heads in front, it's often easier to find a spot for them. And the handicapper doesn't go overboard because you've got that previous form to go on as well. Yeah, exactly. I thought it was a very game and gutsy display. Obviously, hood on, noseband, so there are certain appliances there to the horse, but I mean, there's nothing wrong with the characteristics. And I'd be happy to see him without a hood reasonably soon, because it's not like he's going freely through his race here, so he may have needed it early on. But I like a trainer to look at a horse and see if the hood is still required. And I've heard some jockeys say the one problem with a horse with a hood is that you don't have quite the same connection, because it's there to kind of insulate them from everything that's going on. And with a really competitive horse, they actually want to know what's going on, and they want to feel other horses coming at them, and it just gives them a more competitive edge. Whereas obviously if they're a bit nervy, then the hood takes that away.
He's on the wrong lead throughout the whole stretch run here. You can see his front right legs coming down first instead of his front left, which suggests there was still more to give if he was a little bit more professional and switched onto the right lead. It was kind of a similar It was a similar point made for Shockab, who was also on the wrong lead turning in, but Wigberto managed to switch that, which is probably why he ran home strongly. He's the horse to take out of it, I think, the 12.
He is, yeah, because his draw wasn't much good to him in the first place, really, was it? And he's had to come wide, despite the fact that he was quite well positioned in the first place. And yeah, that was a likeable performance. Callum suggested he needed it beforehand as well. So yeah, you definitely be positive about Shockab.
He seemed to lose a length just coming around the home turn as well when Fire, who was up there with the speed in the red and white silks, dropped back. And Wigberto Ramos kind of had to go around him, extricate the horse out into space, and maybe he lost a bit of momentum. He lost a length in that process, and that could have been the deciding factor.
It could have been the difference, yeah. But obviously, you know, if in that situation where if a horse like him had a reasonably clear run and came through late to win, I still tend to mark the second up a little bit, because they tend to, the horses who get themselves in positions to win tend to have to work hard to do that. And often a horse coming from the back can be a little bit flattered, unless it's run into trouble itself, which was the case here with Shockab.
Exactly that. One maiden down, second maiden coming up. Over to you, Gareth.
Thank you, Tom. Race 2 then, a maiden, 1400 metres once again. Number 1 is Al Clay Krabi, the mount of Amin Badru. Number 2 is an on-runner. 3 is El Jabati with Abdullah Alofi. Number 4, AP Spirit, Rakan Al Abeid, with number 5, Bark Al Fahad, Abdulaziz Al Faradi on board. Number 6 is Bashar, Mohammed Al Ubail. Number 7 is Burq Al Tawi, the mount of Abdullah Al Credis. Over the page, at number 8, Dr. Nicholas, the mount of Naif Al Nazi. Scratch the 9. Number 10 is Golden Solo, Abdullah Al Saidi on board. Number 11, Majestic Champ, Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Number 12 is Mutahalif with Rayan Altuish taking the ride. 13 is Por Suerte, Alexis Marino on board. Number 14, Riyadh Angel, the mount of Fawaz Wanas. Over the page to number 15, Safia Jean, Fahed Al Faradi. 16 is Taj Al Faisal, Azil Al Zahani on board. Scratch the 17, scratch the 18, 19 Ritaj, Mohammed Saeed taking the ride. And then we've got to look all the way down the card to number 24, Hillman, the mount of Khalid Al Mamoni. So plenty of non-runners here, with 20, 22 and 23 also out. But again, a big field for this second race on the card. And here's Callum with more.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, let's talk about horse number 14, Riyadh Angel. I was surprised in this race. We've got plenty of imported runners, not many of them catching my eye. This youngster did, though. Riyadh Angel here, Fawaz Wanas in the saddle, not a bad jockey to have. Jumps out of stall 11, but what took me about this horse was the fact that there is some muscle definition here. This horse does look a little bit fit. Now, there's no doubt about it. Still quite long, still got plenty of growing to do, but for me, one of the more positive runners in this field. I do also want to talk about the horse right at the back, the reserve that sneaks in, Hillman. Horse number 24, right at the back of the group, sneaks in, has had a run and caught the eye on debut, but it's well worth noting, as we see him, he's a very, very light individual here. This colt by Loban, a stallion I don't particularly know too much about, but a very, very light type. It's not, he clearly doesn't take a lot of racing because he's not particularly strong and muscular. He's a bony, leggy type. Certainly one that will do better in the future. But if you were expecting a red-hot, rip-roaring, fit beast in the shape of Hillman, you have not got that. You've got a leggy, babyish, sort of, I call him an adolescent. He looks like a teenage boy, still growing into himself. So looking forward to see him in the future. But he does have a run under his belt, and that is worth noting. But for me, my paddock pick is Riyadh Angel.
Thank you very much, Callum. He's put up horse number 14, Riyadh Angel, as a selection here. Where did you stand on the 14? And also, isn't it surprising he didn't put up the 12?
I'm so disappointed in Callum. Really expected him to put the 12 up. He's the world's biggest time test fan. And number 10, Mutahathif, is a time test son of out of Summer's Eve, who I thought Callum was sure to mention. But Riyadh Angel is definitely interesting. 12 to 1 shot in the international market this morning by Dark Angel out of a mare called Myth Creation, who I think was tried at pattern level for Joseph O'Brien. She won a 7-furlong Ferry House maiden in the mud. So it's more of a soft ground turf pedigree than it is a dirt pedigree. But you don't rule the horses out here for that reason. The imported horses, a lot of them, even if they're not bred for the dirt, take to the surface very well. And it's a very fair surface. That's a big deal about it here. I think US dirt would be a shock for a lot of turf-bred horses in the UK, but they seem to take to the surface here much more easily. So Riyadh Angel's interesting on paper. Stall 11's not too bad. But yeah, the one we didn't talk about, Mutahalif, is one we have to, because
Yes.
Stall 1, White Stable, time test. It's an unusual sire for the White Stable to
Definitely.
use.
Yeah.
I'm not absolutely convinced by time test to know that
Callum's not gonna be
Callum
happy.
is his biggest fan. But obviously it's a very good family. But I thought time test might do a little bit better as a sire than he has thus far. But he's still got time, I suppose.
Yeah,
particularly here.
Mutahalif was a £13,500 purchase and then went unsold for 29,000 guineas when went back to the sales. So interesting that the White Stable have a son of time test here. I think it's the first one I've seen. They usually go for US sires or
Yep.
the likes of Tajweed, etc. So yeah, interesting horse, Mutahalif, and we've touched on Riyadh Angel. Let's talk about a couple of the others towards the top of the market, towards the top of the race card too. Horse number 3, El Jabarti, currently 4-1 in the international market. Abdullah Al-Alfi takes the ride, the son of Gayat.
Yeah, and obviously Guy's quite an interesting sire because he was an absolutely top-notch performer in the UK. This is an interesting pedigree. El Jabarti would be a half-brother to a horse who's shown ability in the UK called 20 Ball, but still hasn't won a race. But the dam's a half-sister to, speaking of which, who's a high-class performer, won the Monmouth Stakes. And if he takes after that side of the family, you know, you'd like to think there's a bit of ability there. I was slightly disappointed that the half-brother hadn't achieved a huge amount in the UK, but it's still quite an interesting pedigree.
Yeah, El Jabarti, that is the horse we're talking about, cost 45,000 euros from Goffs. Horse number 5, Bark Al Fahad, Del Alfredi gets on board, so this horse is always going to be well found in the market. 6-1 currently, had the one start and finished 5th.
Yeah, beaten 15.5 lengths in 5th of 18, but started very, very slowly that day, Bark Al Fahad, and had to make up an awful lot of ground. So although he ended up being quite well beaten, I thought he did a lot of late work from a bad break and a bad early position. That was a race won by Sheikh at Taif in July. I can see that improving a fair bit. Bark Al Fahad needs to get away from the stalls better, but usually the benefit of one run is all you need for that.
So I watched that replay as well, of course, doing the study for this. Did you think he was actually closing late, or did you think he was just a plodder who was passing tired horses?
Not late in the day. He made a massive mid-race move to get into contention and then couldn't really maintain his progress. But I thought the fact that I genuinely thought, well, first of all, I was looking for him.
Yeah.
I know he finishes 5th, and I'm sort of looking for him among the first 7 or 8 going into the bend, and I realised that he's actually right at the back of the field and almost tailed off. So I think he did well just to get into contention, and I wouldn't knock him too much for not being able to go on at the finish that day.
Thank you very much for everyone putting comments in the YouTube box right now. George Lazaridis, please tell us who you like in this race. We weren't able to read out your selection in the first, but hopefully we can do so for the rest of the card if you stick with us. Horse number 13 then, Por Suerte, Alex Moreno's selection. Had the 4 runs, more experienced than most, but we saw in the first race today the experienced horse in the maiden came out on top. 8-1 on the international market. It's too big, isn't it?
I think it's too big. I mean, you can look at him and say he's a little bit exposed, but I'm not sure that's necessarily the case. He was ahead of Dr. Nicholas when third to Born a King 2 starts back. He then ran 4th to Mohali last time out over 6 furlongs, and you could mark that down on paper as being disappointing because it wasn't a step forward. But he got outpaced there and stayed on late on the card, and I had him down as a horse who he didn't get a great start that day either, so he got himself in a poor position and just couldn't go the pace before staying on late in the day. I think he needs 7 furlongs, so the step up in trip will help him today, and I think what he's shown to date suggests that he's the best horse in the race. Obviously, he doesn't set a massively high standard, but he probably should be shorter than 8-1 on what he's actually shown.
Oh, I completely agree with everything you said there, especially the fact that he needs to step up in trip, and which he's getting today, the 1400. I think that'll see him in much better light. The draw is the only question mark there in stall 17. My selection is going to be Por Suerte, horse number 13 at 8-1. Where are you going?
I'm going to go Por Suerte as well. I don't want people thinking I'm just copying your selections at this stage, Tom, to stay ahead of you in the theoretical competition. The other one we should have mentioned probably is the bottom one, Hillman, who's obviously got in here as I think he was 4th reserve in the first place, but 2 of the reserves came out before at declarations time. So he ran a very promising race, first time out to finish 3rd to Jadak Al Gaith at the end of September in a 7 furlong maiden. I liked that run. He was very close to being my selection. He needed rousting along early, just looked a little bit clueless, but nicely built. I liked the way he finished his race off. He was swamped late by the winner that day, but I still like the way he went through the race, and he looks a danger to me.
Yeah, that's horse number 24, Hillman. He's a danger, but we're both going for horse number 13, Port Suerte. Callum, who are you going for?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, sticking with Riyadh Angel in this, I thought it's well worth mentioning a horse called Bashar here. Horse number 6 in the colours of some owners who do very well with imported 2-year-olds. I'm going to really frustrate myself. I cannot remember the absolute superstar they had last year who turned out to be my favourite horse in training, who won a few very, very good 2-year-old races and ended up running in the Type Derby. I just cannot remember the name of it, but I'm pretty sure it's the exact same owners of Bashar and a very similar profile, bought from a low-grade sale in the UK for not too expensive, but has then gone on and done really. Al Motterhead is the horse, and that was my absolute love of my life here in Saudi Arabia. Same colours as Al Motterhead, similar sort of pedigree, the European-based pedigree, similar buying structure as well, bought at a UK sale for not very much money, looking for a quick return on investment. Do not be surprised if Bashar runs a good race. I'm sticking with horse number 14, will be my selection, and Gareth Topham, you can call them home.
Thank you, Callum. Runners heading into the stalls then for our second race on the card. This is Ali Krabi heading forward. Amin Badroun taking the ride on the one horse here. Will be coming out of stall 9. You can see the wind just picking up a little bit here in Riyadh ahead of this second race on the card. The trees blowing well there, but the final half the field about to head into the stalls. The horses that need a little bit of assistance down at the start, they're taken into the middle of that circle. That's something that we're used to seeing. This is Ritage in shot. Mohammed Saeed taking the ride on Ritage, is one of the slightly bigger priced runners here, 40-1 on the international markets. We've got joint favourites at the moment, Hillman and El Jabati. They're both in at around about 100-30. They're the rough odds on the international market, and we see Hillman going forward. Hillman, one of the reserves who has managed to get a run here, and well fancied as well. Mutahalif, who's likely to be one of Hillman's biggest dangers here, that one is still out of line, and El Jabati as well is still to go forward as well, another likely key player. Majestic Champ is slotting forward along with Riyadh Angel in a light blue coloured jacket. Barker Al-Fahad is out of line as well. The 5 horse there with Abdulaziz Al Faradi taking the ride. They're in the red colours. That is El Jabati, who is a likely candidate here. Abdullah Alofi taking the ride. There aren't too many more to head on in now, so this is the second race on the card. Looks like Mutahalif from that inside stall. Stall 1 is the last to head in. Just about ready then for race 2. And they stand well. 1,400 metres in front of the field. They're off and racing. Not a great start from Bashar. Their stall 20 swerved badly out to the right. But in contrast, Mutahalif along the inside in the green cap has broken well. Dr. Nicholas is practically upsides though, and Golden Solo crossing over from a little wider out to also be an early leader. And they're being chased a couple of lengths back by Riyadh Angel in the light blue colours, and that one racing at this stage in advance of Hillman, who's parked a little bit wider out as they now make a left-handed turn on towards home, and already making the best of his way home here. Rayan Al-Tuaish on Mutahalif, and leads by around about a length and a half, with Golden Solo up towards the outside, still in close proximity as they're making the journey back on into the home straight. And with these as well, Dr. Nicholas in that green jacket. Dr. Nicholas now a close second, as for the first time Mutahalif comes under a little bit of pressure on swinging in. Less than 400 metres to go, and Dr. Nicholas now moving through to take over. Here down the outside, Riyadh Angel is looking very threatening and is now launching an attack back for the lead, and Riyadh Angel going on as they make the run inside the final furlong and kicks away. Riyadh Angel now by 2 lengths over in second position. Dr. Nicholas, they're chased a few lengths back by Porsuete. Hillman over towards the inside, running on late, but up towards the line they head. Riyadh Angel will be a winner in Riyadh in the hands of Fawaz Wanas, did it kindly. Second position, that's going to go the way of Dr. Nicholas, and Hillman, some late gains, stayed on to grab a minor honour in behind, possibly third. Looks like Callum's on another here. Riyadh Angel, who was given certainly paddock positives beforehand, has run out a clear-cut winner. Fawaz Wanas on board Riyadh Angel, who was never too far away, drawn down the centre and broke well, and really has powered clear in the closing stages to score in a time of 1 minute 27.7 seconds. Comes home a comfortable winner of our second race. Has won by 4 lengths. Dr. Nicholas has run well, that one back in second without being ultimately any match for the winner, and Hillman stayed on strongly to grab the third. Sat in midfield for the early stages of the race, picked up well in the latter stages, but it's a clear-cut winner of race 2, and it's another for Callum. It's Riyadh Angel who strikes.
There are 3 certainties in life: death, taxes, and Dark Angel siring winners. He's done it again. What a superstar sire he is, and he has sired this absolute superstar looker in Riyadh Angel, who looks like a fairly exciting horse. When we talk about horses winning well, absolutely cantered into this race. This really exciting progeny of Dark Angel, I must admit. Really impressed and taken by the performance. Looking forward to seeing what this horse does in the future. Fawaz Wanas was cool as you like in the saddle. Absolutely no issues at all. Came from a wide enough draw, but tucked in behind the early pace setter, that sort of time test, and was easily able to get through there and do the victory. So a very good performance by the winning horse, and a horse certainly should go in all the notebooks, and a very good ride by the winning jockey, who we will grab a word with afterwards as soon as he weighs in, and we will make sure he weighs in first. Don't want to get in trouble again. I'm barely got away last time. I got in so much trouble, so we'll make sure Fawaz weighs in correctly, and we'll grab a quick word with him regarding this really nice horse. Just got to make sure he weighs in properly again. Because we don't want any inconsistencies here. Make sure he's the right way, otherwise it's going to be a really awkward interview. Well done, Fawaz. Very, very nice horse.
Yeah, thank you, God. First thing, and thanks Abdulhamid and Honor, very good team, you know. I ran him before 1 week inside the work. He did a great job inside the work, you know. And I have confidence with him, and he great job, you know.
Yeah, he seemed to travel really well today. You weren't on the speed, but you were just on the heels, and he looked very comfortable.
Yeah, I want to tell you something. He's champion horse. He first time running here, and he's win, you know. Tough horse, and first time running 1,400. I think he's go 1,600. He go better, inshallah.
If he was a 1,600 horse, the Saudi Derby might be an option for him.
I hope so. That's my dream, and every honor the dream, you know. Yeah, thank you.
Well done. Congratulations.
Welcome. Thank you.
Big words there from Fawaz Wanas, the winning rider of Riyadh Angel. I mean, the horse has done nothing wrong at all. Was very impressive throughout the race and put the race to bed well in the latter stages. But a future champion, maybe?
Well, it'd be nice to see, but obviously the standard needed to win this race was just something in the high 60s beforehand. Has probably run beyond that to have won fairly handsomely. I think the runner-up was rated 59.
Yeah.
So it didn't take a superstar to win this race, but clearly they have belief in this colt. I think it can go on. The dam was fairly useful as a winner in Ireland for Joseph O'Brien, so she could do well. We saw the horse breaking from stall 20 there, ducking out badly to the right, and that was race over, I'm afraid. But the rest of them got away on reasonably good terms.
Yeah, Bashar was the horse in the orange and black silks who didn't jump in a straight line. Quite a few were already trailing at this point in the race. I thought El Jabarti, the representative for the red stable, looked completely clueless in the early stages. Just see at the top of that second
dropping out of
group.
the picture at the moment.
Yeah.
Nice break from stall 1 from Muta Halif, who got the perfect position towards the head of the market, but the understanding of commentary now is that these white stable runners might not be absolutely wind up on debut. You know, normally if you see a white stable runner get to the front in a race like this, they would just clear away. So that was happening last season, but that will come on for a run. We knew that Dr. Nicholas had decent form. This was his fourth start, and you know, he was in the Type Sprint Cup last time by a race he couldn't possibly win. So he's again run a solid race. Maybe come forward a little bit from what he'd done before. And here you see the winner on the outside, coming with a very strong, sustained run to go to the front and win the race in good style. Dr. Nicholas tries to rally in second, but is never going to get back. And it's quite an impressive performance, but you've got to put it in the context of the quality of the race that it was. But this was a first-time start, which is bred to be quite good at up to a mile, and they will hope that he can go from strength to strength in the coming weeks and months.
Yeah, he travelled through the race like a dream. He was in that perfect vanguard spot, just in behind the three duelling leaders, tipped out into the home straight when one of the front runners, which was Golden Solo, went backwards through the field. And he lengthens in the latter part of the race. Fawaz said there 1,600 metres would be no problem for him, and he hit the line powerfully, so I don't see a reason to disagree. So we could have a bright future for Riyadh Angel. Mentioned a couple of others who were in behind. I thought Hillman ran pretty well, making up ground late. Our selection, Paul Suerte, looked like he could come with a charge, turning for home, but just flattened out a touch.
Yeah, he's got outpaced again, and then stayed on into contention, but then couldn't maintain the run. I think he's going to be a difficult one to place because he doesn't have particular mid-race pace, and that means he's always going to. He doesn't have the speed to lead in a good contest, and he doesn't have the mid-race pace to make a move without coming off the bridle. So he's not going to be an easy one to place. Handicaps might give him a chance. I think he's probably going to be suited by races where they go hard, and he can sit well off the pace and come through late on, but not the easiest ride in a race like this, and he's missed the mark here.
Yeah, he has. I think he finished 5th or 4th, something like that in the latter stages. So it wasn't a terrible run, but he kind of ran to what we...
He looked like he was going to finish closer off the bend.
Yeah.
You know, he started coming with a run, much like he did last time out, but it wasn't... you know, it would catch your eye again here, but given it caught the eye last time and he didn't build on it, you're starting to get a little bit frustrated with him.
Yeah, so overall analysis taken from this race, Riyadh Angel's open to plenty of improvement. I'd give Hillman another chance.
I'd definitely give Hillman another chance. He's a good looker. He's probably going to want another furlong as well. Certainly shapes like on both his starts like He's got some untapped stamina there. He again looked like he was going to finish a little bit closer, and then looked like he was going to back out of it a little bit before staying on in the last 150 yards to grab third place. And I think he's going to do better stepping up to a mile. He does seem to be a little bit of a slow learner.
Yeah, he needs to show a little bit more tactical speed in the early stages so he doesn't take up so much dirt in the middle part of the race. But he at least ran home well. And we've seen in recent days that it's very difficult to make up any ground as a closer. Unless you do make that one sustained run, it's hard to make up ground on this course, especially in sprints. 2 maidens done. On to race 3 now. It's a 0 to 85 handicap over the 1400 metres. Over to you, Gareth.
And a full field of 20 this time, just going out going without the reserves. Easy for me to say. Number 1 is Wakood, Nawaf Al-Mudiani on board. Number 2, Atomic Impact, Alexis Marino. Number 3, Tudor, Abdul Ella Al Hussein looks for a double. Number 4, Chipotle, Abdullah Al Credis. Number 5 is Golden Line, Eddie Castro takes the ride. 6 is Imperial Ace, Abdullah Alofi in the saddle. Over the page to number 7, Yardar with Mohammed Aldaham. Number 8 is Murbik, Fahid Al Faradi. Number 9, Alice Teethney with Abdullah Al Otaibi. Number 10 is Indication Call, Mohammed Al Obail on board. 11, Marjour with Abdullah Al Ajmi. Number 12, National Gallery, Azil Al Zahani. Over the page to 13, Jamran with Osama Al-Sharani on board. 14 is Junior Audible, Naif Al-Anazi. Fawaz Wanas, who's just won our previous race, this time partners number 15, Muafak, with 16, Shawash Yusuf Al-Husin. 17 is Givon with Abdullah Al-Khamis. Number 18, Hadba with Abdullah Al-Fayruz. 19 is Tello Ahmed Al-Shra, and 20, Summer on Seven Hills with Khalid Al-Mamoni taking the ride. A full field then for our 4:20 race local time. Back to Callum in the paddock with more.
Thank you, Gareth. Let's have a look at a few of these in the parade ring because there are some big names on show. The first horse we'll look at is horse number 2. This caught my eye immediately. Atomic Impact, fit, well, strong. Remember, these horses are all 3-year-olds. They've just come off the back of their 2-year-old career, and you can see the difference in shape to some of them. This is Atomic Impact, a good-looking individual nonetheless, and looks strong enough. I've got plenty to view here, so we'll move on very quickly to horse number 4. We have a Royal Ascot winner amongst us here. Chipotle is running as horse number 4 here. Ex-Eve Johnson Horton train with a very, very good 2-year-old. Hasn't quite kicked on this stage now, but still worth a look now in handicap company. I wanted to look at him because he's lost a lot of that muscle and size that he had when he was a 2-year-old. Unfortunate enough to be at the Horses in Training sales where he was sold, and had a good look at him with Alex Elliott and a couple of other bloodstock agents, and he just looks a completely different horse now. This to me would be a paddock negative. He's not the same Chipotle that I remember as a 2-year-old. He seems to have lost a lot of condition. His coat has come really loose as well, and I'm not quite sure whether he's the same horse now in Saudi Arabia as he was in the UK. Now we're going to make a big swing, and we're going to go right back to horse number 14, who is my paddock eye catcher. This is Junior Audible, the horse that will be partnered by Naif Al-Anazi, an absolute superstar here in Saudi Arabia. And the reason why I picked Junior Audible is because he is definitely the fittest looking individual in this field. An absolute red hot ball of muscle, no condition whatsoever. Look how tucked up he is. He is carrying no condition. He's like a greyhound. He is absolutely red, raw fit. Junior Audible is a paddock pick for me in this wide open 0 to 85 handicap.
Thank you very much, Callum. Red, raw, fit.
I'm not sure I want to be on Callum's fitness regime, to be perfectly honest. It sounds too much for me.
Yeah, absolutely. The good news is that Junior Audible looks well. He's 25 to 1 in the international market. Naif Al-Anazi rides. We've had one interview from Naif, but it wasn't after a winner. It was a pre-race. So it would be nice to see Naif have a winner this week.
It would, yeah. And Junior Audible, I have to say, certainly did look lean and well there, and he has shown promise here before. It's just his form sort of dropped off a cliff a little bit, but he was a winner of a mile open last December, so if he's back to that sort of form, he's interesting here. Still 20, won't be easy to overcome, but I think he's one to keep an eye on to see if he's sort of recapturing a bit of form here.
Yeah, I really liked him last year when I was here in the studio. I think I put him up for a couple of races, one of them being that victory. But he's a horse that doesn't necessarily want to be gun to the front, but he wants to be prominent. Nath Alanazi is the right guy for a horse that wants to be forwardly placed.
Yes, because Nath naturally wants to. He's a go-forward jockey. And we see this this time last year, we saw the jockeys from those so high draws not having to barrel towards the bend. They were able to stick wide in the track, make their ground early, use their stride and their class to get to a forward position and then ease across. And that seemed to work quite well in a lot of races. And indeed, where you had congestion in those fields, the horses drawn wide often had an advantage of taking that wide route. But it hasn't worked so far this season. Be interesting to see if the track begins to bed down a little bit in the coming weeks, or whether it's going to ride slightly differently this time around, because obviously a lot of work has been done to the track since we last were here, and it will ride slightly differently to it did last season.
Absolutely. There is Summit on Seven Hills just getting jocked up with Khalid Al-Mamoni on board. He's a big price, around 20 to 1 in the international market right now. Let's focus on horses towards the top of the betting though. Horse number 1, Wakood, 9 to 2, lukewarm favourite for Jimmy Jerkins. Hopefully we can hear from Jimmy again today, because his interview yesterday was fantastic. Draws are positive. Just 3 from 23 in his career though. This is a drop in class.
It is a drop in class. He is fundamentally a disappointing horse. He promised a lot in his early days. He was placed in group races. He was bought for a lot of money to come out here to join a different stable, and he hasn't really achieved what he might. He was with Dermot Weld back in the day. All his wins have been at a mile. I think this trip is a little bit sharp for him, the 1400 metres. He does have a class edge. It may well be the drop in class will see him bounce back to form. It should see him back to some sort of form, and he is well drawn and stole too. But whether he's got the early tool to make use of that drawn stall too, I don't know. So I'm not mad keen to get involved with him at a short price, admitting that he could easily bounce back. Be interested to hear what his trainer says, because he's always very straight with his answers, this Jimmy.
Yeah, I completely agree with everything you said there. Wakood is not for me either. One horse who will be suited by the trip is Atomic Impact, horse number 2 for Alex Moreno. Just the one victory from 26 starts, so isn't obviously the most prolific. 8 to 1 in the international market right now. I didn't think he stayed 1600 metres last time.
He just about gets 1600 metres. His one win actually came in a 1 mile maiden, but I think he's shown in recent times his very best form at 6 and 7 furlongs, and he's been runner-up in 6 furlong and 7 furlong handicaps at Taif this season. So I think the trip here will be ideal for Atomic Impact. He's got plenty in his favour. He's got a lovely pedigree as well by his dandy man out of America called Maid's Causeway, who was a high-class mare for Barry Hills. He's not quite up to that at the moment, Atomic Impact, but he's a talented performer, and these are his conditions. So a drawn stall 9 is not too bad, and he should play a part in the race.
You mentioned Taif there when it comes to Atomic Impact. What about Taif for Tudor? He seems to absolutely love the place. He has 2 victories there this year. His Riyadh form in the past just hasn't been as good. No,
that's the question. He beat Atomic Impact in a not to 86 handicap at Taif over this 7 furlong trip, and then finished a good third to Elzam Blue last time out with Alula splitting the pair. That's good form, but as you said, he does seem to be suited by the tight Taif circuit.
We're going to see Tudor in action in Taif earlier this season. As we pick it up here, he's on the outside in the black and white silks.
Yeah, he's travelled pretty wide through this race, Tudor. He was coming off a win. I think he's probably wasted a little bit of ground going wide, and you see he looks like he might come with a winning run here, but the horse on the inside ends up proving a little bit too strong for him, and we'll see him just plugging on at one pace. He gets fairly well beaten here, and I suppose you could ask yourself the question, given the form that he was in, has the handicapper just got a grip on him now, because he's been openly campaigned this season. He's been gradually rising in the weights. I
would agree with that. This is Golden Line, the big grey horse in the, would you say gold? Black and white silks on the outside.
You could say gold, you could say beige.
Yes, for Shala Aladiani. Eddie Castro rides today. I believe it was... I couldn't even tell you who the jockey was. Maybe Alex Moreno this day, or Luis Morales. One of the two. This horse is 8 to 1 in the international market. Breaks from still 11 today. I think he's got a good chance, you know.
I think he does have a decent chance on paper. The question is whether he's run since then. This was a non-winner of 2 that he won. And it says on my card that he's won again since, but he hasn't run at Taif and he hasn't run at Riyadh. So If he has run, it's at one of the other tracks where the form doesn't appear in our form books. But if he has had a recent run and he's put his head in front there, that would be a big positive to his chances. He was certainly going the right way towards the end of last season. And again, these are maybe a mile would suit him ideally better than 7 furlongs, but I think he's pretty adaptable. I don't think there's too much in it. So yeah, he has to be a player here.
Golden Lion has bumped into some really nice horses in the past. He's run against Scotland Yard, who runs later on the card today, so stick with us for that. Commissioner King, Final Destination, like he's competed with some really nice horses. So he's now back with his friends, as we say in the racing industry.
Indeed, yeah.
Okay then, we've talked about a few of these. I'll briefly mention Chipotle, who used to be a good 2-year-old in England. Imperial Ace, another interesting runner, was rated 88 for his previous connections over in England as well. Where are you looking here? It's a very tricky race.
It is a very tricky race. Imperial Ace was ex-Hugo Palmer, wasn't
yes,
it? Is
yeah.
Right? Yeah, he's a player here. He caught the eye last time. Stall 17 put me off a little bit. I'm going to take a little bit of a flyer going down the bottom of the card. Number 17, Guy who was out of form for a while but bounced back when finishing third to Uncle over this course and distance last week. He's become really well handicapped on his old form, and this is his track. So I thought if he could escape from stall 14, he had a better chance than the form figures would suggest.
You're a very wise man, Rory Delagi, but I will say this horse has been the bane of me at the moment. He seems to stay on and scream, I'm going to win next time, and then always finishes third, fourth in that kind of position. If you've caught him right today, then fair play, I'll give you extra credit. You are leading the current race in the studios, tipping ranks. I thought this was super tough. I've actually got arrows next to 2 horses, which you're not allowed, albeit I did do it yesterday. I will side with Atomic Impact for Alex Moreno. I think this trip is going to be absolutely perfect for him. Last time I didn't think he stayed the mile. He may have just clambered home, but I think 7 furlongs, the 1,400 metres is his trip. I don't like the strike rate of 1 from 26, but I will take Atomic Impact. So number 2 for me, Atomic Impact. Number 17 for Rory Guiwant. Over to you, Callum. Who do you like?
Yeah, great selections from both of you there. I thought Atomic Impact looked remarkable in the parade ring, looked very, very well, and not well as in carrying condition. Tubby just shining in his coat. Completely the opposite to Chipotle, who was really the big paddock negative for me, a horse who I just adored as a 2-year-old and has not kicked on at all, really. It's a real shame with him. Just nice to see him try and run a big race today. I'm going to stick with my selection of Junior Audible in this contest. I thought it's well worth mentioning horse number 9, Alestinai, who looks like an absolute tank, but certainly carrying far too much condition for today. Gareth, it's over to you. I'm a big fan of horse number 14, Junior Audible.
Junior Audible then for Callum. Yeah, it's an open contest, isn't it? 9-2 the field on the international markets, and it's Wakud who heads that, with Nawaf Al-Mudiani on board in the famous Prince Faisal colours. Runners then continuing to head on into the starting stalls with next in indication Call. Just in front of that one, in fact, Imperial Ace, another who will be a familiar name to British viewers from a couple of years ago. So 3-year-olds and upwards here for this 1,400 metre handicap event. Ales Tidnai heading forward into stall 3, so over towards the inside. Atomic Impact there down the middle in stall 9 we've just seen slotting in, but there aren't too many more. Sotelo gone forward as well. Looks like Wakud will be one of the last. Murbik is out of line as well, number 8, and also Golden Line, who's a grey horse, number 5, with Eddie Castro on board. Final couple then for race 3 at Riyadh. We're just about set to go. Last in is Golden Line. 20 of them, a full field, spread out all over the track here. Start to the race, as you can see, at the entrance to the back straight. And once again, a fairly long hold here. Looks like they're all in. 2 of them just needing a wee bit of assistance. Golden Line in stall 11. That stall's handler just making sure everything is all right for the fairest start possible. But yeah, at the moment, he's just holding us up a fraction here and backed out here, Golden Line. So Golden Line has been taken back out of the stalls, and so has Murbik, who's come out of stall 4. So a couple of them just been backed out of the stalls here, and all of the others standing patiently, standing well. But at the moment, Golden Lion and Merbik are not with them. Hopefully they'll be reloaded shortly. Once again, they're heading towards their starting stalls. Merbik due to head into stall 4, and Golden Line out wide are in 11. So they're back in now, and this time the starter seems a bit happier and lets them go. Off and racing. Alice Tithnay missed the break quite considerably and is well back, trailing the other runners. Wakud in the red jacket over towards the inside is away fairly well. And also racing prominently is Jamran up towards the outside in the cheek pieces and noseband, with not too far off the Merbik. And we've got a tumbler there further back in the field. It might well have been National Gallery, who may have, it might have been a different one actually. We'll try and pick it up, maybe Yardar. They'll leave the back straight behind them. So a pretty messy start to this race, and Alice Tithnay, who missed the break, has now powered through here to take the lead. This horse was left many lengths at the start, but is on the home turn just about in front over Jamran, who's a close second. Wakud is in third, and then Merbik, who's never been too far off the pace. Then towards the outside is National Gallery. It was Yardar who lost the rider further back in the race as they now head into the home straight. The others being headed off by Tudor, and then Imperial Ace is trying to stay on down the wide outside. But look at this Wakud going well here. Wakud with about 200 metres to run, set alight now by Nawaf Al-Mudiani, and it's going to take an act of God now to get this one beaten. There is a loose horse in fairly close proximity, but the gap between Wakud and closest pursuer is a growing one. And up towards the line, Jamran making no impression on Wakud, who runs out an easy winner. Jamran it is for second, tight for third between down the outside Tudor, who was picking up well, and Merbik over towards the inside. So definitely a race that, with regards to the early stages, it's going to be well worth watching the replay back. But Wakud, in the end, what was an eventful start, but it was a very uneventful finish. And in the hands of Nawaf Al-Mudiani, really has powered clear. You can see the loose Yardar over towards the inside, not causing any problems late in the piece. Horse seemingly fine, and I saw the rider Mohammed Aldaham get up on his feet as well, so hopefully all is okay there. But plenty of early drama, but Wakud in the end has run out a facile winner in a time of 1 minute 26.4 seconds and has scored by 4 3/4 lengths. Jamran is home in second, and getting up in the final bound for third was Tudor. An eventful contest. The guys will have a little look back at this in just a few moments.
Yes, we have an absolute hose-up job here as Wakood lands the 0-85 handicap race 3 for Jimmy Jerkins and Naif Al-Mudiani. A very, very dominant performance in an absolutely action-packed contest. There were drama from the outset all the way down, but this horse Wakood, who was wearing the blinkers here, the blinkers have come off now. Good-looking individual, this son of Dabawi, has absolutely done the business and done it well. Never looked in doubt, absolutely cantering around the home turn as well. We'll have a good look when Naif gets off, and then we will grab a word with Jimmy as well afterwards, because this is a Jimmy Jerkins who will be pretty happy with the success here. He had a good result in the baseball last night with the Yankees beating the Dodgers in game 1 of the World Series on a walk-off home run in overtime. Oh, did they get beat? Oh, see, now I'm getting told they got beat. Did they get beat? Unbelievable. They got beat by the walk-off home run. Shohei Ohtani doing the business there. Let's go and grab the winning jockey as well and find out if he's got anything to say regarding that right there. Yeah, Nawaf Al-Mudiani here, our winning jockey, just weighing in. Well done, Nawaf. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Very good performance there. And now I'm going to just grab Jimmy. We're going to have to do a run. I'm going to get my cameraman to chase me. He's got to follow me now. He's still got to follow me. If he's following me, we're going to have to wait for him to follow me. I'm going to wave at my cameraman because he's not moving. And he's got to... He's got to come. He's got to get my cameraman here. My cameraman's following the jockey because he's doing exactly what my producer said. And now we're not going to get the trainer. We'll get Jimmy next time. Talk about baseball and horses. But no worries, guys. Back to you in the studio.
You know, don't do too much of that.
Yeah, we'll be leaving the baseball today after that little hiccup there, Callum. Oh, it's unfortunate we can't hear from Jimmy, but I'm sure he'll get a winner or two later on. So hopefully we can hear from him then. We didn't like Wakood.
No, we didn't, but he's a very interesting horse. It's interesting to talk about his history. The other interesting thing is that we've had horses running in consecutive days here. Lochderg last night and Wakood today, who both ran in the Ballysack Stakes a few years ago. The Derby trial at Leopardstown won by Bolshoi Bally. Is that a favourite for the Derby, Bolshoi Bally?
I think he did.
Yeah.
I think he did. Briefly, we'll see them from the start here. Making sure you see the horse green and white, orange saddlecloth, currently in 5th or 6th. 3 from the left-hand side. That is Yadar. He unships Mohammed Al-Daham. Hopefully Mohammed's okay. Mohammed is fine. Just had confirmation. Watch now.
Oh, it just
took a full step.
There's no staying on this time.
Yadar, unfortunately, we can't see what happens next. Oh, here we go. Bottom of the screen. Alex Marino's holding the reins of Yadar. The horse is not even riding in the race to make sure that he gets the inside passage. Unfortunately, Yadar in the next few strides then tightens him up and it's game over for my selection. Atomic Impact, who actually ran home 5th.
Yeah, Atomic Impact's done very well, having been badly hampered by the loose horse there, and he's gone on to win the race, really loose. It's nice to see Yadar back to form, if you like. But yeah, that was a nasty incident there. He took a false step, and there was absolutely nothing the jockey could do. You talk about soft on seats, but you're going at that sort of speed in a horse. When the head disappears in front of you, there's nowhere you can go.
Exactly. It was firstly, I want to confirm that Yadar is absolutely A-OK, as well as Mohammed Al-Daham. I saw him walk past us after being checked by the vet, and he looked absolutely fine. Of course, you would expect that, given the horse didn't fall himself, but you've got to check these horses over. Wakood kind of got the ideal run off the home turn and kick clear. It was a good ride from Al-Mudiani. He was much the best.
Doesn't rally when the loose horse comes past him. That's disappointing, though, isn't it? He may have won the race, but he's looked a bit soft in the finish.
He's the winner, but not the moral winner.
Yeah, that's very much tongue-in-cheek, it has to be said. But yeah, it's very interesting that, again, looking at imported horses here, but going back to a race from 2021 in Ireland, we've had 2 horses that have run in that group contest that have run here in Riyadh in consecutive days. And Wakood, who was an expensive purchase to come here, has put his head in front. He ran for Dermot Weld when he was trained in Ireland, and ran in the Shadwell colours. Yeah. Surprisingly, Dermot has a reputation of if they look a little disappointing, he's quick to put headgear on them, more so than a lot of trainers. I'm surprised to find that Dermot never tried the headgear. That might have been a Shadwell thing, though, mightn't it?
Maybe.
I can't think of too many horses in Shadwell colours who wear blinkers or a visor.
No, me neither.
But it's certainly normal enough for horses that Dermot trains for to try a visor of blinkers to see if that could be the key to them. But not this horse, and maybe that is the key, because we always known he's been talented. This trip looked short for him on everything we've known about him. You know, he was running running over a mile as a 2-year-old, over a mile and a quarter straight away as a 3-year-old. He was a Derby prospect, but dropping back to 7 furlongs with a pair of blinkers on, or a visor rather, has seemed to work the oracle here. And it'd be interesting to see if he can now kick on from that, because, as I said, he's got a lot of natural talent.
Very quick word on the second and third here. Jamran was second, was up with the speed throughout, and the third was Tudor, who kind of ran to the form that we've seen from that horse in Taif.
Yeah, Tudor is very fit and ran his race. We were slightly concerned whether he could show the same form here at Riyadh that he had in Taif, but he's run another solid race. And Jamran, yeah, I made the point that he won back-to-back 6 furlong handicaps here late last season, but has run poorly at Taif, but he bounced back here, and he's now below his last winning mark. So that was a sign that maybe he can hit the winning trail shortly.
Definitely keep an eye out for Atomic Impact as well, who finished 5th and was the horse that was most inconvenienced by that horse being unseated, Yadar. Over to the Asia Cup next. We get a cup action early on the card. Race number 4, we get to see the return of Tabor Fail. Who will she face, Gareth?
There's a full field of 20, Tom, and number 1 is Adat, the mount of Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Number 2 is Anud Al Gadar with Adal Al Faradi. Number 3 is Butulat under Salman Al Rashid. Number 4 is Faizat Sarah, Mohammed Suleiman taking the ride. Number 5 is Fozza Later with Abdullah Al Khamis. Number 6 is Hazam, Fahed Al Faradi on board. Over the page to find number 7, Jasmine, the mount of Abdullah Al Odib, with number 8, Laj Al Thati with Abdullah Alofi on board. Number 9 is Lama Al Zulfi with Ali Al Mutib. Number 10 is Monte Kabar, the mount of Ayad Al Tarisi. Number 11 is Korbar with Alexis Marino. Number 12 is Shajwa with Ahmed Al Shra taking the ride. Over the page to number 13, Shayman with Abdullah Al Kredis. 14, Tarabot, Mohammed Al Nassar. 15, Tarahar with Mohammed Saeed. Number 16, Wardat Always with Fala Al Dahazi taking the ride. 17 is Wasam Al Riyadh with Khalid Al Mamoni. Number 18 is Sweet Mohammed Al Ubail. 19, the return of Tabor Fail with Rayan Al Tuaish taking the ride, and a short price favourite as well with 20, Tejar Tom with Yusuf Al Hussein on board. A full field of 20 then for the Asia Cup, and here's Callum to glance his eyes over them in the paddock.
Thanks very much, Gareth. Yeah, let's take a look at horse number 1, who is an absolute beast. Adat here, representing the White Stable, a horse who's won her last 2 starts, and she is quite simply gorgeous. She is everything I like on paper with a racehorse. She's massively big. She's really scopy. She's strong. You'd think that she'd be showing a little bit more fitness having had those 2 starts, but she's not particularly looking right or all fit, but she's a gorgeous individual, and straight away she's one that I'd be putting automatically on my shortlist, because my goodness, she is good looking. Let's go back and look at horse number 11 here. We'll cut back across our parade ring here. He's going to come through this side just behind me. He's going to come through in a little bit of time. Horse number 11, a gorgeous dapple grey in this field, and one of the horses I'm really looking forward to seeing. A completely different type on paper. This is Korbar, a horse I remember from last season. And Korbar's good looking, but much lighter framed. She's very effeminate. He is very effeminate. Very light, but he's gelded, and you can see the difference between these geldings and these colts and stallions, because they're just a little bit lighter. Still keen enough in the parade ring, there's no doubt about it that he's taking a keen grip, but take it from me, he's a gorgeous looking type. Light framed, leggy, will still come on fitness wise. Sorry, I've got that totally wrong there. She will come on fitness wise here, and she will step forward really nicely from this effort. For me, she's nice, but she's not as nice as the one. Let's look at the one that Tom's after, horse number 19, Tabor Fail, an absolute superstar as a 2-year-old. She comes here now in her first run of the season. She has to navigate stall 17, but I had a quick chat with the owners of the White Stable, and they're looking forward to seeing her go. She is an absolute queen and a gorgeous individual. She hasn't stepped forward much physically. She's not the biggest. She won't blow you away like Adat, her stablemate, did, and she's certainly not going to be the pick for me. I'm going with her stablemate, but she's a good-looking individual, and she's got all the form on paper. Third in a Group 1 last time out. Really one to follow, lads. Looking forward to this one.
Cheers, Callum. There's the team of the White Stable right now, talking through the plans for this race. You can see Rayan Al Tuaish there, who's going to partner Tabor Fail. This is an interesting contest. Obviously, it's a cup race, but there is a big disparity between those at the top of the market and further down. The 2 White Stable horses dominate the betting right now. Tabor Fail, even money in the international market. let's talk about her first. She's still a 3-year-old. She breaks from stall 17, which is not ideal. She comes back off a layoff. However, last year she was 4 from 5. She won the Taif Cup. She came here and then landed the Princess Setan Bint Farhad Al Dama Cup, and then lost her unbeaten record in the Group 1 in her final start.
Yeah, and that was one of the races of the season, the most controversial race of the season as well. A really exciting contest, in the King Abdulaziz Cup, where she probably did a bit too much on the front end. They went at strong pace there. There were lots of representatives from the white stable as well, and Taiba Fail was effectively the first string, but I thought she went a bit too fast on the front end, and she ended up fading a little bit in the straight and finishing. Was she 5th past the post in the end? She was. We had a disqualification there. The winner was demoted to 2nd.
Yep.
The 3rd was disqualified, and I think she's been promoted from 5th to 4th. But yeah, she had looked more impressive in that Princess Setat Cup in her previous start. She was off quite a while between the 2 races. She didn't race in between. That was one race was reasonably early in the Riyadh season, and she came back for the big one. So they've looked after her. She looked an absolute superstar in Taif, and then she was only raced twice here afterwards. I'd love to see her going on. I'm definitely concerned about the draw. I know you think she's a bit of a mortal lock here. And obviously in a race like this, the draw is less important because there's a big class differential between the very best horses in this race and some of these would struggle to win maiden races,
yes,
to be honest. But and most of them are honest, handicappers or horses who might win the occasional open race at the right level. But Taiba Fail is a 107 rated filly, with prospects of going right to the very top. So you'd like to think that she'll be able to loop them, which is bound to use a little bit of energy in doing that. And it means that Aedat, who's race fit and coming from stall 4, will have a chance of getting a victory there, even if Aedat is maybe 7 pounds to 10 pounds inferior on paper.
Yeah, let's talk about Aedat. I do want to briefly say Taiba Fail is probably one of the most exciting young horses in training, but you never know if a 2-year-old's going to improve into their 3-year-old campaign. So that's the one.
She was very well
mark.
grown last year, and that's
Yes.
you're never quite sure with horses like that whether if they grow any more, they could be superstars. Sometimes they just stay the same size, and others catch up with them a little
Exactly. What I think as a neutral in here, you probably do want Taiba Fail to win, just purely because she can go on to bigger and better things and be one of the best thoroughbred fillies in the country. But she's still got to go and get the job done. Her stablemate Aedat, you briefly spoke about there, race fit, draws a lot better in stall 4, probably likely to be part of the pace as well. I just thought the best form for this filly is obviously come in Taif. So is she going to replicate that here?
That is a slight question mark, but she was very impressive there last time out, winning the King Khalid Racetrack Championship over this trip. Had previously won an open contest there, but yeah, she won. She beat good horses. She beat Alfeza Leia and Off the Map last time out by 7 3/4 lengths and more. And while I do have a slight concern about the track at Taif suiting her better, Taif is ridden differently this year than last year. I think that's an important thing to point out. There were complaints from some of the trainers that the track was very deep. I say some of the trainers. Jimmy Jerkins thought the track was too deep, and it is definitely riding a little bit faster this year compared to last year. So it may be that surface-wise, it's more akin to Riyadh these days. In terms of the bends, it is tighter than this track at Riyadh, and that will suit some horses. The long striders tend to be better suited by this track. But I'd give Aedat a chance to show that she can repeat that form this time out. I don't want to see Taiba Fail get beaten either, but I'm inclined to just go against you here on value grounds, but B on grounds that we're in a competition.
Yes.
And that if we're agreeing with ourselves all the way through the rest of the card, then that's going to be very boring.
Absolutely. The current standings, by the way, if anyone is interested in the Inter-Studio /with Callum competition, it's currently 8 to Rory, 7 to me, myself, and 6 to Callum on the week. So hopefully we can all get that into double figures by the end of the day today. So you are with horse number 1, Aedat?
Yes.
Callum's also with Aedat. I'm going to be with Taiba Fail. I think she's definitely the horse to beat, and hopefully she can justify a short price. There's Aedat going down, looking really nice, going down to post, and hopefully we can see a bit of footage from her.
Yeah, I suspect we're about to see the King Khalid Racetrack Championship from last month. Here we go. That's Off the Map, leading in the black colours on the inside. Aedat is coming round to tackle him now, and she soon puts him to bed, and he struggles to hold on to second place. The fast finisher there in the yellow and green colours is Alfeza Leia, and both of those horses were capable of smart form here in Riyadh last season. So far, and it's not. Here, Edat's beaten them. She's not beaten them by being a better type horse than them. She's beaten them absolutely on merit. Neither of them are going to say, well, we would turn this form around at a different track, I think. But, you know, you do make the point that her best form is there so far.
Yeah, she has to prove that she can do it in Riyadh as well, but she has the fitness, unlike Tabor Fail, who is returning off a long break. This was the race you were talking about last year, controversial contest.
The horse in the white face is first past the post, but gets thrown out in the end. Tabor Fail led until deep in the street. He's in a big field race, and all these horses have won good contests coming into it. She just ties up at this stage and doesn't run to the level she had on her previous starts. Really not the best footage we could get of Tabor Fail, given how impressive she'd been in all her previous starts. You see the winner just allows the runner-up to get within half a length. That was Theydan, who got the race in the stewards' room.
Yes, a good piece of footage for Tabor Fail, but not her best ever effort. Really, really quick word before we confirm selections. The two red stable horses in here, Ainud Algarda gets Adel Alfredi on board, number 2, and also Shajwa, horse number 12. They're both single-digit figures in the market right now.
Yeah, I mean, Ainud Algarda was a 6-furlong winner in March in a 0-80 contest. That's just massively removed from this, and she seems very short at around 8-1 on that basis. She has run well recently, but yeah, she's coming from a much lower class of race.
Yeah, I think Ainud Algarda is going to be part of the speed under Adele. Maybe she'll push Adat and Tabor Fail in the early stages. Shajwa, horse number 12, has run some nice places behind Jabarella and Hala, but rarely wins. So
yeah, second to Hala is obviously a nice run, and we like Hala a lot. But yeah, hits the frame a lot.
So it's Adat for Rory, horse number 1. It's Tabor Fail, horse number 19 for myself. Callum, are you with Adat still?
Yeah, guys, I'm going to join Rory here with Adat. Absolutely gorgeous individual. She is just a beast amongst these looks-wise. Typical premium tap, if you say so. I think it's worth talking about the 3-year-olds in this race. Sweet, Tabor Fail and Tejda Hom. Physically, they are not too far behind their older rivals here, so I wouldn't be concerned if you were with any of those 3-year-olds. Tejda Hom had good back form. But yeah, Adat for me. Gareth, who do you like in this one?
Yeah, I thought Adat looked $1 million down at the start, and yeah, really gleaming in her coat, and as you were saying, has got a little bit of fitness on her side, unlike Tabor Fail, who makes her comeback following that defeat at the back end of last season. About half of the field are loaded. Adat there just under the camera spot, the green cap. Abdullah Al Fayrouz on board, and yeah, looking really well down at the start. We're racing over 1,400 metres again this time for this Asia Cup. Now, one of them's just been dismounted for stalls entry. That's Sweet. Mohammed Al Obeil has just jumped off, and they'll be loading her forward into stall 11 shortly. Just looking a little bit uncooperative at the moment. There's Tabor Fail, the red cap, and looks well enough for this comeback run. It was just Adat, same ownership, maybe just outshone her somewhat from a visual perspective, as Sweet at the moment is looking anything but, and not necessarily playing ball here with regards to the loading process. I can tell you that on the international betting front, Tabor Fail around about even money with Adat at 5-2, and it's 8-1 bar the pair, as stalls handlers aplenty now assist Sweet towards heading into the stalls, and in she goes in the end absolutely fine, which is good news. Fields drop off a little bit after this 20-runner affair, and next to head into the stalls, Tara Bot, who's one of the greys in the race, Muhannad Al-Nassar taking the ride, the 7 going in, Jasmine slots forward, and Shajwa spot the white cap here on the Red Prince Faisal colours, and this one due to head into stall 5, so fairly close towards the inside, and wears red headgear as well, which will make Shajwa nice and easy to spot in the race itself. Tabor Fail goes in, stall 17, so a wide draw to overcome. Tejda Hom is still out of line as well, so is Adat, and so is Ainud Algarda, who will be one of the very last ones to go in. So this is race 4 at Riyadh today. It's the Asia Cup. 150,000 Saudi Riyals on offer. 75,000 of those going to the winner. So a pretty valuable contest here, and Adat will slot forward. And we're now just waiting on Ainud Algarda to head forward into stall 12 right in the middle. And we're just about set to go. The Asia Cup. Stand by. Runners stand in stall 12. Ainud Algarda just a little bit restless. Starter happy though and lets them go, and missing the break somewhat was Shajwa right at the back end of the field, and chased along Faizat Serra towards the outside. Another one towards the back is Wardat Always, but taking them along through the early stages, the bottom one, Tejtahom, got a flyer and leads up by a couple of lengths. Adat nicely positioned, the green cap, and out wider Tabar Fail. The red cap is not too far off the pace either, with Shayman also lying up fairly handily. They're a couple in front of Tara Bot, and then Ainud Algarda up towards the outside with Wazam Al Riyadh as they're making the run back for home. Sweet is running next, and then Shajwa trying to catch up a little bit over towards the inside. They look to have got a pretty good gallop here, and as they're making the run back on into the home straight with about 500 metres still to go from this point, and at the moment Adat looks a big danger, perhaps the main danger to Tejtahom as they corner. Tabar Fail is now being pushed along back in third, trying hard to get out after them as they swing on into the home straight, and from here they've got just over 200 metres to run, and sent for the line now is Adat. Adat quickens on by 3 to 4 lengths. The late run of Shajwa, given the start that she had, is pretty impressive, running down along the inside. Finishing off well is Korbar down the outer as well. They're going to battle out the minors, but they've got a lot of ground to make up on Adat, who made a break for it on the home turn, looked well beforehand, and paced to match her looks. Adat wins the Asia Cup, beating into second position Korbar. Shajwa a big run back in behind them, and they were chased home by maybe Fozza later, who was putting in some good late work down the outside. Adat and Abdullah Al Fayrouz really taken the field apart there. Lovely looking individual this, and it's another winner, I think, for Callum, who was very keen on Adat in the paddock beforehand, and Rory was keen as well. So well done to the guys there, and yeah, this was an impressive win, wasn't it, Adat? Always nicely positioned, which wasn't quite the case for one or two of those in behind who have run very creditably in the circumstances. But it's this daughter of Premium Tap who's run out a clear winner. And in a time of 1 minute 26.12 seconds, it was 3 1/4 lengths back to Korbar, who chased her home. And Shajwa, good run given the start that she had back in third place, and Fozza later in fourth. Adat, though, a comfortable winner of race 4, the Asia Cup.
Abdullah Al Farouz has guided Adat to victory here in the Asia Cup, and this is a filly of really talented proportions. Not only did she look an absolute queen in the parade ring, she looked even better on the track, taking advantage of that low draw, always tracking Tejtahom, who set the early fractions, and breezing on by like the proverbial good thing. The White Stable have a very, very good filly on their hands in the shape of Adat, who has taken that strong form in Taif here to Riyadh. Now, you could say she had fitness on her side, and certainly that will be playing into her part, but look at her. She still doesn't look red hot fit. She's such a big girl. She doesn't quite look all the way fit yet, so no doubt I think she's got a little bit more to give, and she is certainly one to follow on what's already been a very good Saturday here in Riyadh at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Abdullah Al Farouz is our winning rider. He is weighing in now, giving us a big smile, seeing those beautiful pearly whites. Very jealous of the teeth there with Abdullah Al Farouz there. Congratulations, Abdullah, well done.
I didn't speak. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time. Congratulations, well done. Well done, everyone. Thank you very much. The whole team are here celebrating the win of Adat in the Asia Cup.
Another one on the board for Callum. That's 3 from 4 so far today. Very well done, Mr. Helliwell. And another for yourself, Rory. You are pulling clear in the broadcasting race right now to get all the winners for the week.
It's all about momentum, isn't it, as they say?
It is. You do tend to start cards relatively hot. You did so yesterday as well. You going to continue it today?
No, I'll probably tail off a little bit towards the end. So you're the guy who likes the classic contest. So
this was a good performance from Adat here. 3-1 in the international market. You were bang spot on basically that this horse was fit, was going to be forwardly placed, and then fended them off. Tabar Fail didn't break exceptionally well, but neither did Adat, to be honest. Tejtahom took them along. The two White Stable horses sat in second and third. Tabar Fail came under pressure early on the bend, whereas Adat travelled
she
nicely.
does want to lead, and that's the one issue with her being so much better than her opponents most of last season was she was always able to get into an easy lead. So she's never learned how to relax behind the pace, and that might be an issue. In saying that, this will be a learning experience for her that she's had to sit in behind, but I don't think she ever quite switched off, did she?
No.
So she didn't save anything for the finish, and she got very tired off the home bend, but hopefully they can find her a slightly easier spot next time. I say that. Aside from the winner, this wasn't a tough spot. She's not going to be hard enough to place outside of Open and Cup Company. But we'd love to see her go on because we love to see horses who impress, thrive and do well. And we take no pleasure in seeing horses fail to train on. So next time, hopefully, she's back to something like her best. And the positive, I suppose, is that the White Stable runners are coming on much more for a run than they normally do.
Yeah, they're seemingly taking their first outing and having a blow in the middle part of the race and then finishing off okay, but it's not with that full force. That was fit from Taif, and as you see in the fitness in the latter stage, just hit the line powerfully. I thought Corber ran well to finish second in here under Alex Moreno.
Yeah, got a good mention from Callum in the flesh as well. She's been off since March as well, so you'd have thought Corba will come forward for the run. She looked very well. She looks like she's she's a 5-year-old, but she looks like she's in very good health at the moment. So she shouldn't be long before she wins either. She's finished, I wouldn't say quite full of running, but I like the way she stuck her head down and galloped to the line.
The horse on the wide outside, just at the top of the screen, jockey's head is obscured right now. That was Hezam, horse number 6, Farhad Al-Faridi on board. That horse made up notable late ground, maybe one to take out of this race for the future. You don't tend to make up so much ground in races like this.
Hezam did okay last season after running poorly in this race. She was well down the field in it last year, and then she did pretty well, so she could do okay.
We can see connections here celebrating after the win with Adat in the Asia Cup, and there is the Asia Cup. Another fantastic trophy on offer here at King Abdulaziz Racetrack.
You'd be very happy to see that on your sideboard, wouldn't you?
You would, especially for the White Stable, who have plenty of them.
They certainly do.
Yeah, we can confirm that. It was a really nice race. Disappointing from Tabar Fail, but aside from that, I think the horses with the form kind of came to the fore. Horse number 12, Sajwa, ran pretty well for the Red Stable, just didn't have that final kick.
It wasn't a bad performance at all from Shajwa, who's always there or thereabouts. but doesn't win that often. But a good forecast mixer, as they say back home.
Absolutely. We failed to mention Jasmine pre-race because we didn't have enough time, but it was good to see her back on the track. It's the first time this year we've seen Jasmine, and she's one of those horses that kind of stole our hearts last season.
Yeah, she's not a superstar, but we saw her an awful lot, and she does sort of sneak her way into your affections, doesn't she?
She does. One last question about Aedat. Would you like to see Aedat in a proper, like end of card cup race now moving forward? Do you reckon she's that progressive?
I think she's going to be rated 104, 105 after this. So yeah, she's putting herself in there. It may well be that she's just going through a very good period at the moment. She's coming off 2 wins in Taif. We know it's not a track issue now with her, but she wants to strike by the iron's hot. Whether she's in this kind of form come February is another matter altogether. But while she is, and she's going from strength to strength, then there's no reason why we shouldn't give her a chance at an even bigger prize. And
quickly, Tabar fail next time. Would you sit on the fence? Do you want to see how she performs?
I probably would. I mean, again, it depends what the makeup of the race is, but I'd be inclined to sit on the fence because there are a couple of negatives there. But there were a couple of question marks going into it. I was reluctant to be with her there from stall 17, an awful layoff, given the way the white stable runners have been shaping this season. It should be a different case, a different set of circumstances next time for her. If she gets in a race where she should dominate and she's unable to do so, I'd start getting worried.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a little bit disappointing from Tabar Fail today, but we have said, and we've mentioned plenty of times, white stable horses have been coming on for their first run of the season. Okay, it's on to the Arabian horses next. We have a fillies open over the 1400 metres, race number 5 on the card. We've got a couple of good horses in here as well, with Jade de Faust heading the market, rated 120. Gareth, who will Jade de Faust face?
Yeah, a slightly smaller field than what we've had so far today, but Jade de Faust currently the market leader on the international betting front. But number 1, Divine de Violet, the mount of Ayad Al Tarisi. 2 is Jade de Faust. Abdel Ella Al Hussein looks for a double. Number 3 is Maha Al Kaladir with Adel Al Faradi. Number 4 is Preciosa Al Ashai with Alexis Marino. Number 5, Rakod Al Ansari with Abdullah Al Khamis. Number 6 is Radar Al Kaladia. Abdullah Alofi takes the ride. Scratch number 7. Number 8 is Tuhamiat Al Kaladia with Thab Al Timiat on board. And scratch numbers 9 and 10. We've got 7 runners here in the paddock with Callum.
Thanks very much, Gareth. Yes, horses just coming into the parade ring here for this Arabian Fillies Open contest. I thought the first horse we'd have a look at is horse number 5, Rakud Al Ansari, a horse who I know lots of our fans will remember from last season, and then we'll have a good look at some of the others because we're still waiting for a few of these latecomers to come into the parade ring. So let's start with horse number 5. This horse in front of us with the tongue sticking out, having a good old head wobble, but she looks calm as you like in the prelims. And remember, she's had plenty of runs already, and you can see that in her constitution. She is fit, she is shining in her coat. Remember when we talked about Chipotle in one of our earlier races looking a bit dull? It's the complete opposite for Rakud Al Ansari, who is certainly a form line in this contest and a very good filly in her own right, led up by the 2 gentlemen who seem very confident leading her. Let's go straight across and look at horse number 2, because this is Jade de Faust as well. We're going to go right across the parade ring over to horse number 2 and see this dashing grey Jade de Faust, because I know this is the international market favourite and certainly a horse that I know a lot of people are very, very keen on. Horse number 2 coming past me now. Now she's a gorgeous grey individual, and she's a really nice moving type as well. And I really like her just the way she goes about it. She's another one. She doesn't look particularly fit at all. The problem with her is that she's a light grey. They never look fit, so you never ever have to worry about horses like this looking red hot and ready to go like we've seen previously. She just has the ability, and she was very impressive last time. But lads, I know there are some concerns with her because the great form of the way the race worked out last time, sort of a bit of a pace collapse that she took advantage of, but she's certainly got no paddock negatives for me today.
Yeah, it's good that she looks very nice in the paddock. Jade de Faust, she's rated 120, one of the highest rated horses, well, in the Arabian scene over here, but also on the card. She's 6-4 in the international market. Obviously, she's the horse to beat on figures. Firstly, do you think that official rating is just? Do you think it's legit? Secondly, will she handle this trip today?
Yes, I think they're both significant questions. She did improve all through last season, but she was 80 rated this time last year. And she didn't look up to the very best races until she ran in the sprint championship here late in the season and finished second to Turkey Al Khaladia. That was her best effort of the season. She really enjoyed a strongly run race at 6 furlongs, and that suited her. And she runs on strongly late on, so that saw her take her form to a new level. And she didn't look particularly impressive earlier in the season, and at times, to be perfectly honest. But she took the sprint championship last time out, beating Rakud Al Ansari, who had beaten her prior to that. She was overturning the tables. Again, she was really well suited by a strongly run 6 furlongs. And that seems to be the key to her. She definitely is improving, so that's part of it. But I think the 120, when you consider, the very best horses are rated sort of 125 here, I think they would all give her £5 very easily.
Yeah, me too. I think that rating is way too high. Let's briefly talk about the horse we can see in shot then. Davine de Violette's big price, 50-1. No hoper?
Was runner-up last time out, but that was in weaker company and does look a no-hoper at this sort of level, yeah.
There is Jade de Faust, who we've already spoken about. We may as well run through these as we're looking at them in the paddock, as it's a small field. We'll move on to horse number 3, which we'll see in just a second, and that is Maytha Al Khaladia. Adel Al-Faradi on board, the biggest danger to Jade de Faust.
Yeah, I mean, Maytha Al Khaladia won the Prince Abdulaziz bin Jalari Cup and the Jcsa Cup here in February and March. Still looks to be on the up and up. I think there's more to come from Maytha Al Khaladia this season, so she does look a danger.
Back to you, Callum.
Thanks, guys. Here's with connections of Preciosa Alashai. You've had a winner already this week. Very impressive. Can this one do the same?
Yes, of course. She's amazing filly. She's in great shape, like the horse we present yesterday. I believe she can perform very well. But at this race, I can see other good horses. So it's a big challenge. She's first race of the season for her. But, if she performs what she can do, we have many chances to win.
And you've got Alex on board. Obviously, he won a cup race yesterday, so jockey full of confidence.
Yes, Mr. Kalaf and Mr. Matab like this jockey because he's a very good jockey and he likes to win. He's a champion, so he makes the difference over the horse.
Hopefully, he can make the difference with her. Best of luck.
Okay, thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Let's talk about Preciosa Al-Ashai then, 10-1 in the international market. Good word there from Connections, and Alex Marino obviously got a nice talking up there, just talking up. Won here last November off the long break, followed up in December in an Open. I think this trip's probably the bare minimum for Preciosa Al-Ashai.
Yeah, but she is a dual course and distance winner. I mean, she ran over a mile and a half last time out when she was second to Al Hareth at the end of the season. I think it was the last or second last day of the season. But the fact she's won twice over course and distance means you're not massively worried about that. But yeah, she stays much further, so you do have real speedballs in here, particularly Jade de Faust. Not that she'll be going from the front, of course, but she's a 6 furlong performer, and Preciosa does stay a little bit further. I'm inclined. Listen, I was impressed with the winner the other day, who appeared to have very little chance on paper. It was a difficult horse to weigh up, though. But the horses are all coming to the track fit, so you're not worried about a layoff. And the stables runners this season have, or actually in the last officially. Checking by the owner, we're definitely missing runners here. Khalaf Al-Shamari, the owner, 3 of the last 4 have won.
Right.
And one of those will be a very little chance on paper.
Yes.
So what we're hearing is that this is a stable who's very confident they get the horses absolutely 100% on the day, and every time a horse runs in these colours, it's running to win. And that's something to bear in mind. Now, obviously, in a race of this nature, you're up against horses who are higher rated than you anyway. But I thought, when I heard that first interview the other day, I thought, I'm definitely going to keep these on side this season.
Absolutely. Here's Jade de Faust going out to start, and we'll see footage of her, I presume, last time up at Type. Yes.
This is Fou de Pine, Fou de Pine, however you want to call them. I'm a Fou de Pine man. That's what the trainer calls them, and you've got to listen to the trainer. Led into the straight, but faded quite tamely. It's a bit disappointing given the reputation he had when I arrived here. And Jade de Faust, who scraped the paint all the way around, came through to clear away. I mean, this performance doesn't look like a horse who will have trouble with another furlong, does it?
No.
Because it's not like Jade de Faust blazed speed and then held on, was very strong at the finish. So Yeah, she's a hard one to weigh up because that rating of 120 doesn't really match up with some of her runs last season, but her two best performances look very impressive.
Here is Maytha Al-Khaladiya, the biggest danger to Jade Faust today, just in the middle there, the first string of the Al-Khaladiya stables.
Yeah, and this is the Jcsa Cup here in March, and Maytha Al-Khaladiya puts up a career best performance to win, does it going away at the line, and she's still fairly lightly raced. She's won 6 of her 10 starts, and I would have thought she's got more to come this season, so you've very much got to keep her on side.
She's also never run over a trip this short before. I think Adele Al-Faredi is going to be very aggressive inside of her and go forward, because there doesn't seem to be too many front runners in this small field.
Yes, an odd one, isn't it? Because you think about Jade Faust having the speed to get these in trouble, but Jade Faust does not use that speed early. Jade Faust is a horse, I think, who needs speed in other horses.
Agreed.
I actually think that if we have a slow pace here, it might count against Jade Faust. Whereas I think others will think, well, there isn't that much pace, I can nick this from the front. But I think if he goes to the front of Maytha Al-Khaladiya and tries to go really hard, then that might just play into the hands of Jade Faust. Whereas I think if he goes to the front and sort of sets a fairly sedate pace, that actually might suit him better.
I think that's very likely, setting a steady pace. Drawn in 10, well, obviously moving 3 inside with the non-runners. We could see Adele dictate on Maytha Al-Khaladiya, who will be my pick in here. First time up this year, you never really know if they're going to fire, but I think Maytha Al-Khaladiya is the most talented of these, despite official ratings suggesting otherwise. Are you a Jade Faust?
We haven't really had a go at Rakud Al-Ansari yet, have we?
No.
No, we saw the footage there of Rakud Al-Ansari being well beaten by Jade Faust, but that was in a race where the leaders went very hard and didn't see it out. Rakud Al-Ansari has finished in front of Jade Faust twice this season, and beat Jade Faust fairly easily in the prep race for that sprint championship. I think that could be the one to be on in this race. I think it's very hard to call between the front 3. But I'm actually going to give Rakud Al-Ansari a chance of turning the tables on Jade Faust. Would have been a shorter price than Jade Faust last time out, given the way races have panned out that season. And there's certainly no fluke about those runs either.
Rakud Al-Ansari is for Rory, that's number 5, currently 3-1 in the international market. Horse number 3, Maytha Al-Khaladiya for myself at 2-1 in the international market. Callum, where are you looking?
Thanks, guys. Just a little bit of housekeeping. After that incident we had earlier on, all the horses were fine. Just spoken to the vet. The 2 horses that clipped heels were both subsequently checked over by our vet on course, and everything was fine there. And Tom, some news on Tabar Fail. Spoke to the White Stables racing manager. He told me she needed that run, and they were really, really happy with her. She broke well. She got across. She just shaped like she needed the run. They're happy. All plans are still to go for these big fillies races with her. They're also super happy with Ada as well, so good to see both of those. I'm very simple. Rakud Al-Ansari with this. She looked the fittest in the parade ring, and she's the one that I highlighted right at the top, and I like her a lot in this one. Gareth, it's all yours.
Thank you, Callum. Runners shortly then will be heading into the stalls for this purebred Arabian contest. Fillies open race. There's Jade Faust, one of the greys, just going through shot, and followed round by Maytha Al-Khaladiya. Adele Al-Faredi on board, and another of the greys in front of us now, Preciosa Al-Ashai, with Alexis Marino taking the ride. So the loading up shouldn't take too long, heading into the stalls here, and they've all had some form of experience. Radar Al-Khaladiya is the least exposed member of the party. Some of these have had an awful lot of runs. Jade Faust heading forward now, along with Radar Al-Khaladiya, and final couple to go in will be Preciosa Al-Ashai and Maytha Al-Khaladiya as well. So the 7 runners this time, racing over 1,400 metres, and Davine de Violette just being assisted there briefly in stall 2, but they stand, I think, ready. And the starter lets them go off and racing then, and breaking out well in these early stages. Rakud Al-Ansari from stall 1, the yellow nose banded runner, down along the inside with up towards the outer Maytha Al-Khaladiya, and prominent also Preciosa Al-Ashai and Tahamiat Al-Khaladiya in that red coloured jacket chasing. Favourite Jada Faust is over to the inside in the dark blue colours. Radar Al-Khaladir is a little wider out, and Davine de Violette just a little out of her ground as they continue their forward progress going down the far side. As they do so, Rakud Al-Ansari holds a neck advantage over Maha Al-Khaladir racing in second. They are 2.5 lengths in front of Preciosa Al-Khaladir back in third. Now Jada Faust looking to take closer order up the rails. Tahamiat Al-Khaladir is wider out on the course, with Radar Al-Khaladir posted deepest, and a long break back to Davine de Violette, who's never been competitive. Making the run back into the home stretch, and Jada Faust has got 3 lengths to find on this leading pair. Rakud Al-Ansari looking to quicken again here, with Maha Al-Khaladir the big danger at the moment. Now Jada Faust angled off the fence to come with 1 run at them, but now strongly driven to get to them. And Maha Al-Khaladir takes over and looks strong. Inside the final 200 metres they go. Seems to have mastered Rakud Al-Ansari. It's fellow grey Jada Faust who's off in pursuit, but time is fast running out, and Maha Al-Khaladir is in no danger. In the hands of Adel Al-Faradi, Maha Al-Khaladir. The Al-Khaladirs, that's who you follow in these purebred Arabian races, has won it nicely, beating Jada Faust is home in second, and they were followed home by Rakud Al-Ansari and Preciosa Al-Ashai out wider. It's Maha Al-Khaladir who's gone on to land the prize in the hands of Adel Al-Faradi and comes home a comfortable winner. And just watching back the closing stages, the rider able to glance across at the screen to see that he was well in command here on Maha Al-Khaladir. Gets the better of Jada Faust. The guys were saying beforehand she could do with a pretty strong gallop to aim at here. She's run home fairly well in second, has beaten the others nicely, but just that bit stronger at the line. Maha Al-Khaladir was well positioned throughout, wins in a time of 1 minute 34.8 seconds. Jada Faust in second, some 4 3/4 lengths behind. Rakud Al-Ansari got third. It's a comfortable win then for Maha Al-Khaladir. Takes the Arabian Horses Fillies Open.
Adel Al-Faradi, Al-Khaladir Stables, come on, it's a combination that you can't ignore. And Mesa Al-Khaladir has won this Arabian Horses Fillies Open, and she's done it in good style. Well done, Tom Collins, back amongst the winners after the disappointment of Tabar fail. He's back, and he would never be counted out for long. They are going to do a substance test on this. The red ribbon has come out, but that shouldn't be a concern for this filly, who has done this very well. To be honest, if you were Tom Collins or following Tom Collins, you would have been comfortable all the way round, because Adele never looked in danger. The horse never looked in danger either. It was good performance all round from everybody involved, and certainly plenty of positives to take from that winning performance. And Adel Al-Faradi, when he's on a good one and in a really good rhythm, is just the epitome of smooth. He never panics. Him and Abdullah Alorfi share rides for this Al-Khaladir Stables as well, and they often do very well, and we'll see plenty more of these black and white colours throughout the rest of the day. And great to see connections. Congratulating Adele as well. We'll grab a quick word with Adele once he weighs in. Again, we'll make sure he gets weighed in first, because sometimes it takes a little while to get these guys weighed in. But this is the #1 jockey in Saudi Arabia, strengthening his lead at the top of the table. We'll grab him very quickly. Adele, well done, congratulations.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done to Adele Al-Faradi. Another victory this week for Adele. Didn't ride on Thursday, but had a couple of winners yesterday and was fantastic there on Maitha Al-Khalidiyah. Yeah, there was never really a moment's doubt, to be fair, throughout the race. He was super confident, looked under his arm, threw his legs, turning for home. It was just whether a case of Jcsa was going to come by, but we said she kind of needed that fast pace to chase, and she didn't necessarily get it today.
She did, yeah. It was the two in front sort of eyeballed each other for a while, and I was hoping that they would stay like that, and you know, no one would press the button, because that would play into the hands of Jcsa, who would want them to get racing early. She can finish very strongly, but she's got. I mean, she looked like she had a fair turn of foot last time out, but she did. They were getting slower in behind her, and she can maintain that gallop at a decent rate all the way through. But in a race where they don't go a headlong gallop, I think her abilities are a little bit dimmed. She's run a very solid race to be second here, and she clearly is a very smart performer.
She's not a 120, was she?
She's not really one. No. She went. I mean, up against the highest rated in the business. She's even with an alliance. She wouldn't be getting close to them, I don't think.
I think the 120 figure actually puts her as #1 of the fillies.
Yes.
But obviously we've just seen here.
Yeah, listen, I reckon it's one of those things that come the end of the season, when you get a full field race where they're going, even with the very best horses, if they did have a full field race where they went really hard, she would end up rising above herself and running her best race. Whereas I think a lot of these horses who look good in small fields, you put them in a 20-runner race where there's no quarter asked or none given. They tend to run a little bit below form, whereas she's always going to raise her game in those races. So I think she's going to maintain a reasonably high rating through the season, because there's going to be just one or two races where she looks very good.
Yeah, just having a look at the figures, the official ratings of Arabian horses last year, these figures unfortunately aren't completely up to date, but a mark of 120 would put her as the 7th best Arabian in the country and the top filly in the country. Just Tilal Al-Khalidiyah, Asfan Al-Khalidiyah, Najib Al-Zaman, they're definitely the top three.
Najib Al-Zaman is
he's looked good this year.
Yeah, he's looked very good this year. He almost sort of broke the stranglehold last year, didn't he? And I think he might another season behind him. He might, because actually last year in Taif, it took him a couple of runs to really find his form.
Yeah.
And then he was very impressive here early on. He got Asfan Al-Khalidiyah off the bridle.
He did.
But couldn't quite get the job done. Maybe this year he can do what's needed. But yeah, there's a very exciting sort of trio at the head of affairs there.
Yeah, and then you're looking at the Vizier and the other types of Al-Khalidiyah, Turkey Al-Khalidiyah, who we're going to see in the next race, similarly kind of rated around the 120, 110 mark. Yeah, take nothing away from the win. I thought she was very good. Thought Jada Faust ran well. Rakud Al-Ansari?
Little disappointing, but to be honest, this is a Taif horse.
Yeah.
Rakud Al-Ansari. I will put my hand on my heart and say that quite even for these Arabians, Rakud Al-Ansari lacks a little bit of scope. Is suited by nipping around a sharp bend, and had the race run to suit and had no answers late on. Has been beaten lesser horses than this in time. Obviously has beaten Jade Faust a couple of times, but mostly those races would have been set up for Rakud Al-Ansari. I give her a chance here early in the season to maybe spring a minor surprise, but she was put in her place today.
What about Preciosa Al-Ashai? I thought she ran well, probably to her market expectation.
Absolutely, yeah, and she was going on nicely at the finish. She will, again, you definitely want to respect this stable. I think they're going to have a high strike rate. So even if a horse rocks up in a handicap with very little form, I think you still know you're going to get a run from those horses.
Over to you, Callum. You've got an interview for us.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yes, Nazar Mutlaq here, the trainer of Maitha Al-Khalidiyah. Firstly, thank you for taking the time to talk.
Hi, thank you so much.
She's a very exciting filly, isn't she?
Yeah, Alhamdulillah, this first racing for her. Last year she win, and she go with me in Taif, and she just relax, and she does first win here in Riyadh. I'm happy for that.
You should be very happy. The way she won suggests she can do more.
Yeah, and she easy today, and she make me happy last week, and I make she got this racing. I'm scared, and Roko Dansari, another mare, but she go and easy for her. She win.
And a very big celebration as well.
That's good for me and make me watch for a race for Riyadh.
Lovely. Best of luck with her for the rest of the season.
Thank you so much. Appreciate about that.
Thank you. Gareth Topham, it's over to you.
Cheers, Callum. Yeah, the purebred Arabians coming up next as well with an Arabian horse open contest. And this one over 1,600 metres, a full field of 11. Number 1, Al Qasa with Ahmed Al Azari. 2, Al Harith, Fawaz Monas. 3 is Bayrak Al Azam with Harbal Timiat. Number 4 is Bin Al Tir with Abdullah Al Credis. Number 5 is Fuda Pine under Azil Al Zahani. 6 is Gudanfa Al Baha with Osama Al Sharani. Number 7 is Havidak Al Khaladir with Fahid Al Faradi. 8 is Saloom Al Khaladir, Naif Al Nazi. Number 9 is Shibal Guda with Rakan Al Abaid. 10 is Aimer Mohammed Al Daham, and 11 is Turkey Al Khaladir, Abdullah Alofi, booked for the ride. So 11 to contest what is already our 6th race of the card here at Riyadh today. We're nearly halfway through. Back to the guys in the studio with more.
Thank you very much, Gareth. We can see the horses here in the pre-parade ring. It's just starting to get dark here in Riyadh, hence why the lights are turned on, and you get that lovely image of the facilities here. We're situated very close to the pre-parade ring. It's one of the better pre-parade rings I think I've ever seen, to be fair.
It is a very impressive pre-parade ring. When the lights come on, actually, it's quite atmospheric as well.
It does.
Yeah, so normally we're waiting for the horses to come out to the big parade ring to get a view of them, but yes, it doesn't look too shabby, does it? Whereas most pre-parades, they're not meant to impress anyone.
No.
They're just there to do a job. But this is as you said, one of the more impressive looking ones in the world.
Exactly. Al Khaladir Stables just had the previous Arabian horse open winner. That was in the Fillies company. This one for the geldings and the colts and the entires. They have 3 chances from the 11 runners. I presume we're looking at Turkey Al Khaladir as their most logical winner?
Yeah, I mean, it's betting wise, it's 5 to, looking at it this morning, 5-2 Turkey Al Khaladir or thereabouts. Second in of theirs, Hafidak Al Khaladir, who we'll get to see in action in a few minutes, is around a 5-1 shot, and Saloom Al Khaladir is also in single figures. But yeah, Turkey Al Khaladir is the most obvious one.
We're going to hear from Lucas Gaitan, the trainer of Fuda Pine.
Fuda Pine.
Thanks very much, Tom. Yes, pleasure to be joined by Lucas Gaitan here. Great to see you now back in Riyadh.
Hey, great to see you back also. Yeah.
We're flying along here. You're flying along too. Fuda Pine here. What are we saying?
Well, he won a nice race in Taif in 1,200 meters. Then we tried to go to the Cup, but Alex that day he told me, look, he's not the same horse as probably last season. He doesn't have the same speed probably. So let's try more distance, and here we are trying in a mile.
Are you going to try and ride him a little bit more patiently, or is Alex still going to go quite hard in front?
Well, probably yes. Today, Asil Al-Sarhani will be riding the horse. We've been very lucky with him, so we are changing some rides. And, well, today we will see if he goes, of course. I will not try to pull the horse, so don't take the lead, but, well, we will see. If he can come a bit more quiet, probably better.
And I saw him walking down earlier on, and I've just seen him in the pre-parade. He's not very big, is he?
No, he's a medium horse, so well, he's medium but strong, and the good thing he has a great mind, which is very helpful with this kind of horses.
And it's not just purebred Arabians that you're training. You had some very good thoroughbreds last year. Have you got any exciting ones to look forward to this Riyadh season?
Well, till the moment, only in Riyadh we race a couple of Arab, and from next week we'll start taking the thoroughbreds to the track. Hopefully we will see a couple of good ones next week. So we'll see. We took this week we did some couple of gallops. They showed me they are ready. So quietly we'll put them in the races.
You're going to give me a name? Come on, give me one name.
No. we'll keep quiet. But from next week we will see them in the track.
Well, we look forward to seeing them next week. We look forward to seeing Fuda Pine today. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think I might have to go for Fuda Pine moving forward, not Fuda Pine.
Well, that's what Lucas says, and Callum says food of pine, but when he's interviewed Lucas,
Yeah.
he didn't want to say food of pine because he would have got corrected, wouldn't he?
Absolutely. Good luck to Food of Pine in this race, and to Lucas Gaitan for the rest of the season. As he said, he was being a bit coy about his thoroughbreds that we're going to see.
It doesn't really. You don't need a one to follow from Lucas because his strike rate
Yes,
was
yeah,
absolutely fantastic last season. If he brings them to the track, they're ready. And when he runs them, you get a really good run for your money. There are a lot of big stables here with a lot of horses, and they just need to run them. And obviously, some of them are running not quite fit, and some of them are running in races that might not suit simply because of it's a numbers game. Lucas has got a smaller stable, and he basically waits for the right races for the right horses, and therefore his strike rate is very good.
Yeah, he's well backed by Athbar Racing Stable as well. So all of his horses are regally bred, or sometimes they come from Europe or South America, but they always run well. Food of Pine is probably not in the top 3 here for me. I don't know about yourself.
What is he? Joint second favourite?
It's 5 to 1.
Sorry,
yeah.
third favourite. 5 to 1. Yeah. You heard. To be honest, that wasn't particularly promising. What Lucas said about him. Basically, he's not as good as he was last year. Maybe they've got to try something new. There's no point putting him in the same races and getting beaten. So let's see if he can stay a mile. He does not look like he will stay a mile. He needs to race in a different way.
Yeah.
As you saw him leading into the straight there on footage earlier on, and then fading out of things over a much shorter trip. So a mile seems unlikely unless he can just switch off completely, and then you're dealing with a different horse. You're basically building him up from scratch again. But I couldn't be involved at 5 to 1 here.
No, me neither. I think he'll probably go forward. Silal Sahani ridden aggressively, and I don't necessarily think he'll stay. We have Tharma Al Dahani standing by. He's going to talk about Sarema with Callum. False alarm, guys. We don't have Tharma Al Dahani anymore, unfortunately. Hopefully we can hear from him if Sarama goes close. What do you think about his chance?
You might as well touch on him, really, mightn't you? He's he's one of the market leaders. He's in at 5 to 1 as well. Second in run winners of 3, and in the King Khalid Racetrack Championship, a prep at Tythe this summer. But my worry with him is he just doesn't get his head in front. He's 2 from 22.
Yep.
He's got a lot of talent, but he's a horse who gets placed.
Now we have Tharma Al Dahani. Let's hear what he has to say.
Thank you very much, team. Apologies for that. That was totally my fault. But Tharma Al Dahani here, Sarema, nice horse.
Yeah. He's a good horse. He's in a good form. Last time he came second by a group horse, you know.
He's been a horse that we've seen plenty all the way throughout Taif and Riyadh last season and this season too. He keeps busy.
Yeah. He's a good horse, you know. He's a good horse. But last year, at the end of the season, he was a little sick. That means his form go down. But now I see he's going up again, you know.
How much time did he need to get over that sickness that he had?
Maybe 2 months. 2 months, and he started in Taif, only run 2 times, and it was a good races for him there.
Do you think he's still going to come forward from those runs in Taif as well?
Yeah, he should be better. Today he should be better, but the form of the races, the horses with him, they are really good horses.
I was about to say, this is a very, very tough race.
I'm happy if he come from the 3 horses in the front, yeah.
Hopefully you come first, second or third, but we prefer first.
I hope also.
Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you very much.
Lovely interview there with Tharma Al Dahani about Sarema. We both think he's a consistent horse, but probably find 1 or 2 too good here.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's got a good chance of getting placed because he's drawn in stall 1. He's got he can sit towards the inside, scrape pains, and stay on late in the day. And if they go very hard, then that will play to his strengths. He's got a similar sort of profile to Al Hareth, who will no doubt touch on shortly. Sarema was second to Talal Al Khalidia, as I said, in that King Khalid Racetrack Championship for purebred Arabians. And Talal Al Khalidia was also in front of Al Hareth in the big Prince Abdullah Al Faisal Cup earlier in the year. So they're tied together form-wise. They've also got similar profiles. They always do good late work. But they often come from a little bit too far back to get their heads in front.
Completely agree, and you predicted my link because I was going to move on to Al Hareth next, and I was going to say they're similar types of horses. Al Hareth is an Arabian I have been with a fair few times when I've been here and when I've been watching at home. I've thought this horse would run well. He always does run well, but he always finds 1 or 2 too good. If you could play this horse each way, if he was 5 to 1 plus, he'd be in each way. That's nothing, but he's 3 to 1.
The better the race, the more you want to back him each way.
Yes.
If you stick all the best horses around and had an absolute burn-up, you'd love to be on Al Hareth to run 3 horses late in the day.
Yeah, the faster the race.
He looks perfectly genuine. I mean, you see him running 3 horses. It's not. he's never really making cheap late gains either. He is making significant headway late on, and he seems to want to get in there, but he just lacks the crucial pace where he needs it to get involved. So that's, yeah, as you said, he's bound to run well, but you'd rather have him in a better race where you get a bigger price than backing him at 3-1 in a race like this, even though on paper he seems to have a better chance.
We just saw Lucas Gaetan and the Athbar Racing team there talking to Asil Al-Sahani ahead of Fudupine in this spot. There is Thab Al-Timyat, who's going to ride Bayrak Al-Hizam. Callum, who are the paddock eye catchers, please?
Thank you very much, guys. The horse that's caught my eye is horse number 7, Hadfek Allah Al Khaladia. Certainly the fittest of the Al Khaladia runners that I've seen so far. Looks in really, really good shape. Third last time out, which was an improvement to what we've seen before. It's walking around really strongly. Just look at the strengths in behind. There's some real power in those hindquarters. Keen as mustard to get going as well. But certainly the one in this paddock who has caught my eye and will be my paddock eye catcher.
Horse number 7, Hafedak Al Khaladia for Callum then in this race. Briefly touch on that horse, 5-1 in the international market, 1 from 9 so far. Good run behind Najib Al-Zaman last time.
Yeah, in very good form at the moment. Najib Al-Zaman is my favourite purebred Arabian on the go, and a very good third to him in the King Khalid Racetrack Championship last time out. His best form has come in Taif so far. Again, we've mentioned that with 1 or 2 horses. I wouldn't be dogmatic about that, given that both the Taif track and this track have changed a little bit since last season, but that would be a slight concern. But yet, listen, comes here looking very well, in a good vein of form, and again, you know, should be better positioned than 1 or 2 others of the same sort of price. So would probably be my second choice in the race.
Okay, we'll briefly talk about the other Al Khaladia before we get back to the international market leader. Horse number 8, Saloom Al Khaladia, Naif Al-Anazi on board. I think this horse is probably going to be run as a pacemaker in here. Looks the third string of the Al Khaladia stables. Is a very speedy animal for the mile as well. Only 3 from 22. Doesn't necessarily have the rating to win. Just looks like a typical pace setter from this yard.
Hasn't won since December 2022, which is a worry. Did run very well when third to Durga Mathba in the Obeya qualifier last year, but ran badly in the Obeya itself, and again in the Prince Abdullah Al Faisal Prep. So he doesn't seem to be in the form to win a race like this. He's rated 106, he's a good horse. But you might be, whenever you've got multiple Al Khaladia horses, one of them is in there to do a job, and it looks like it's him.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they'll send the 8. I'll be very surprised if Saloom Al Khaladia isn't leading in the early stages. So Gareth Topham, you can prepare that as your first call when they break. Okay, back to the market leader then. The horse that I will definitely be siding with, we'll get your selection when they're down at the start. Turkey Al Khaladia. 18 runs, 5 wins, a rating of 111, ridden by Abdullah Al-Alfi, drawn out wide, which isn't necessarily a negative in a small field, especially full of Arabian horses. The reason why I like this horse is not only because I just think he's the best in the field anyway, but if you look at his form figures in Arabian open races without Asfan Al Khaladia in the field, because he has faced him a few times and lost every single time, the form figures read 1-1-2, 1-3. The third came behind Rakud Al Ansari last time, but that was in a sprint, so put a line straight through that. He was ridden inefficiently to soften up Najib Al-Zaman previous. I don't really see a negative here.
He's either been bumping into one of the best 2 the horses that we see on a regular basis here, or the other. And 3 times he's run into Najib Al-Zaman this season in Taif. You can argue on his time form this year that maybe he's not quite as good as he was last year, but I think the races he's been in and the way that those have panned out haven't necessarily suited him. And if you go back to what he did last season, he slammed Jade de Faust in the Sprint Championship here in March. This trip is very much in his favour as well. He's not an out-and-out sprinter. He is effective at 6 furlongs, but a mile suits him at least as well. And I just think he's got a bit too much class for these, even though the ratings tell you that he's got nothing in hand. I think he does. I think he's got a few points in hand.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. That is Turkey Al Khaladia right there. You saw Abdullah Al-Alfi in the yellow cap. If you're looking at the race card, all the Al Khaladia stables horses are in the first colours, but obviously they have to wear different caps, so we can identify them. Yellow cap for Turkey Al Khaladia. The official rating suggests that Al Khareth is the top. The best horse in this race with 113, then Fudupine, Turkey Al Khaladia at 111. We have seen, especially in the last race with Jade de Faust, that some ratings can be a little off. with these Arabian horses. They're hard to judge, don't always run the same race twice. I agree with you that Turkey Al Kaladia is the best. Would you say that Turkey Al Kaladia is better than 111, or would you say Al Hareth is worse than 113?
Well, listen, it depends where you start from. If you haven't seen purebred Arabian ratings in the first place, and you're looking at thoroughbreds with these sort of ratings, you go, there's no way this is as good as and pick any 115 rated horse from the UK or from the States or whatever. It's just a different set of ratings, but it does tend to get a little bit. There's a concertina effect with the ratings when horses prove themselves good enough to run in cup races. I would argue, though, that on the basis that the very best horses have the correct ratings, I'd say Turkey Al Kaladia is better than 111.
I would also agree with that. The very best Arabians are rated 129 and 128. So we're dealing with very good horses here, just not the tip-top cream of the crop. Let's have a word about some of the others then, some of the longer shots in here. It's quite hard to make cases for most of them, but we'll start with horse number 3, Bayrak Al Hazam. We saw Tharbil Timyat in the paddock right now. Oh, before we do that, we'll see some footage.
Well, we're also seeing Bayrak Al Hazam in this race.
Well,
that's
we
quite
are.
handy. So this is our favourite horse in the lead here, and we see Hafadak Ala Al Kaladia running on into third in the race. Stable companion comes wide of him to get him for second, and on the wide outside in the red sleeves, that's Bayrak Al Hazam, who runs on at the one pace to finish. Where was he in the end? About 8th, I think. Whereas Al Hareth is the horse making ground on the rails in the green sleeves. He's finished 5th in the end. So I think Al Hareth confirms that form. He also got, if you watch the replay very closely, he got hampered as he was coming with this run inside the final furlong. But this is Sir Amer in action again. We see him with the green cap and the green sleeves, typically making late headway. Never really looked like getting on terms with Tilal Al Kaladia here, but runs on best of the others to finish second, typical of his run style. And again, you rate him based on the horses that he's beaten here and who they've run up against, but he's absolutely no match at all for the winner, who wouldn't be the very best of the Al Kaladia horses either.
Well, I don't know about that.
Okay, right. He's pretty close to them. So.
Yeah, he's the top rated Arabian here with 129, and he looked very good in Dubai last year. So it's a tricky race to assess. There are a couple we haven't talked about. Al Khassa's 40-1, Bin Al Ter 33-1, Gudanfer Al Bar 66-1. All of those seem to have a lot to do. Shibal Gouda 16-1, probably too tough an ask as well.
Shibal Gouda is a really honest, solid handicapper. But I think that you end up, if you run in handicaps and you're reliable and you perform and you win the occasional one, you're more likely to climb through the ratings. But you win a 0 to 95 handicap, you don't belong in the same company as the Tilal Al Khaldias of this world, and you just end up sort of on a false rating as a result. It makes sense with the horses you're running against in handicaps. It doesn't make sense against the very best horses.
I think we're siding with the same horse here for the first time today.
I think we are, yeah.
Turkey Al Kaladia. For both Rory and myself in this spot, horse number 11. Make sure you can find the horse. Yellow cap, they're all grey animals out there, so it's pretty hard to determine. I mean, Fruda Pine is like a steel grey.
But he is a grey. I don't think Bayrak Al Hazam is a grey, is he?
Oh, that could be a good point. The producer is in the mud here.
We'll see when they're all lined up behind the stall. It's like the grey horse handicap in Newmarket.
It is. Just a confirmation, Turkey Al Kaladia is the pick for myself and for Rory. Callum is with horse number 7. Hafedak Ala Al Kaladia. Callum, any more words on this race?
Boys, I think you're absolutely right with your selection. Abdullah Al-Orfi is your jockey as well, and if there's a man that can handle pressure, it is Abdullah Al-Orfi, because he rides all these good purebred Arabians for the Al Kaladia stables, and they are looking to double up, having already won the first race with the trainer as well. So very confident with that selection of yours, guys. I think it's going to be very hard to beat. I am, though, going to go with the horse that really took my eye out in the paddock, who is horse number 7 in this field, which is Hafedak Ala Al Kaladia, and that is going to be the pick for me. You can just see a few getting tack adjustments in the middle of the circle here, but with plenty of grey horses to go forward, it'll be a tough job for Gareth, but it's all yours.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, plenty of greys here, and yeah, it's only really Bayrak Al Zaham and Gudanfer Al Baha that aren't grey. So yeah, plenty of white about this race as runners are slotting into the stalls. They're going in pretty quickly, actually, but we are dealing with generally experienced horses here. Saloum Al Khaladiya goes in. Just run you through the caps again for the Al Khaladiya horses. So Hafidak Ala Al Khaladiya, the black cap, Saloum Al Khaladiya, the white cap, and Turkey Al Khaladiya, who both Tom and Rory liked sporting the yellow cap. Abdullah Alofi taking the ride. Three of them out of line. Hafidak Ala Al Khaladiya, along with Al Haref and also Turkey Al Khaladiya, as the final few head in. Officially, they're all grey down at the start, and the final couple due to head on in. And we shall see how they get on. A reminder here, 1,600 metres the journey ahead of them. So they start just in that little chute beyond the entrance to the back straight. They'll link up with the course proper very quickly indeed. And we've got three out of line. Alcasa, not sure whether he went in, he's been backed out, but just having a late saddle adjustment made. Ahmed Al-Azari due back into the saddle shortly. And Alcasa standing nice and calmly here at the start. Not always the most comfortable, this for the horses when they doing this so late on as well, when they're geared up and ready to just get going. But as you can see, Alcasa taking it all in nicely, as he might actually. He's the oldest in this race by some way. And final bit of tightening, and then we'll be ready to go with Alcasa. So say Ahmed Al-Azari taking the ride. The others out of line, Al Haref, here he is, number 2, and also Turkey Al Khaladiya, the yellow cap, due to slot forward, drawn a bit wider out in stall 11. Turkey Al Khaladiya, the international market race favourite here at 2-1 or thereabouts. And this is Alcasa with Ahmed Al-Azari now back in the saddle and due to head into stall 9. We'll complete the lineup for this 6th race, Arabian Horse Open contest. And they're away, off and racing. They came out in a lovely line as well, and one of the first ones to push forward will be Saloum Al Khaladiya, and races on into a couple of lengths advantage as they settle themselves down. The other Al Khaladiya, or one of them, Turkey Al Khaladiya, the yellow cap, prominent as well, and then Alcasa a bit wider out. And that one keeping company with Fuda Pine over towards the inside, the darkest of the greys in this, and by some way as well. Then up towards the outside is Aimer, that one's deepest of all, with Al Haref also in green sleeves as they head towards the end of the back straight. Shibble Gooder following with Hafidak Ala Al Khaladiya. And then Bin Al-Ter, who's right towards the back end of the field. Gudanfar Al-Bahar as well, and also Bayrak Al-Zaham. So they're on the home turn, and we now have a leading line of 3, pierced in the middle by Fuda Pine, who's come there quite strongly here in the black jacket, to now try and serve it up to Saloum Al Khaladiya, with Turkey Al Khaladiya on the outside, moving very sweetly as well. And this trio have got a bit of a break on the other runners, headed around the home turn by Alcasa, and then comes Hafidak Ala Al Khaladiya, but it's Turkey Al Khaladiya, the studio pick, who's raced on into the lead here and might have already put this beyond doubt. Still a fair way to go, a couple of furlongs, but Turkey Al Khaladiya races away by 3-4 over Fuda Pine, who races in second, but is going to be challenged for that spot by the running on Hafidak Ala Al Khaladiya down the outside. Racing into the final 200 metres, it is Turkey Al Khaladiya in a clear lead, has got 5 lengths on Hafidak Ala Al Khaladiya in second, and then Al Haref, who's putting in some good late work down the outside, will probably get into third late on. But it's Turkey Al Khaladiya's race, and has won it well. Second position goes to Hafidak Al Khaladiya, and Al Haref probably just getting third over Saloum Al Khaladiya along the inside. But Turkey Al Khaladiya has won it in the hands of Abdullah Alofi, and the studio really are on fire this week, aren't they? Another winner for them, and Turkey Al Khaladiya, who went off as a favourite on the international betting markets and has won this with considerable ease, just pushed out in the closing stages and in a time of 1 minute 50.11 seconds. Turkey Al Khaladiya home ahead, and it was fellow Al Khaladiya, Hafidak Ala Al Khaladiya, has come home for the second spot, but no closer than 3 lengths off the winner at the line. Al Haref got up to finish in third, And they were followed home by Saloum Al Khalidiyah in 4th place. Again, an Al Khalidiyah dominance in our purebred Arabian race, and it's Turkey Al Khalidiyah who at this time proves much too strong.
The boys are back with another winner, and they tip up Turkey Al Khalidiyah, who in the international market with a 2-1 favourite and has done it in very easy style. We mentioned before Abdullah Al-Orfi. Pressure, what pressure? That man eats pressure for breakfast, lunch and dinner. Abdullah Al-Orfi is your winning rider, and he's always so dangerous in the purebred Arabian contest as well, and hopefully he will be able to grab a quick word with him after he dismounts Turkey Al Khalidiyah, who did this in very easy fashion. It was a 1-2 for the team as well, as I managed to give you the second as well. Nowhere near, could not match the winner. Abdullah Al-Orfi doing very, very well in the saddle as well. Now Mutlaq, the trainer, getting the double. We'll grab a word with him afterwards. We're going to get you just a second. You stay right there. Abdullah Al-Orfi weighing in as well. And this is the man who rides all the best purebred Arabians, and pressure is what he lives under, because some of these horses that he's riding are really, really highly expected to win, and they do it very well. Abdullah, well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for riding. Well done. Gentlemen, we will get the trainer after he does his interview for the Arabic channel, but come back to me. I'll have the trainer.
Thank you very much, Callum. A winner on the board again for both of us, and round of applause for Rory Delagi. That's 10 up for the week. Well done.
Thank you very much. Hopefully we can be applauding 10 up every week for someone in the studio. It's nice to be able to be on the ball to some degree with this. We're understanding the racing to some degree, I think.
Exactly, yeah. And these Arabian horse races, obviously we don't get much coverage of this back home in England, Ireland, if you're watching it from over there or anywhere around the globe, really. Arabian horses, there's not as many races as there are for thoroughbreds, so it's harder to get a grasp on them. But once you do, they're fun to watch.
They are, and you do get very familiar with the horses who are running in them. We see from the start that Turkey Al Khalidiyah on the outside gets a really nice break. He got half a length up on the horse inside, and that meant that he was able to cross over without any interruption at all. And it was a big help that Fudapine was not asked to go forward immediately. Now, he wants to go forward. You can see that. He's straining at the reins, and he's normally a leader, and he's wondering what's going on, that he's being held up there. But that allows Turkey Al Khalidiyah to get right across, and then Fudapine comes up between horses. As expected, as you said specifically before the race, Saloum Al Khalidiyah was used as a pacemaker to help ensure that everything went smoothly in this race. And Turkey Al Khalidiyah, if you're with him, you were very, very happy at this stage. You suspected that Fudapine, although he travelled strongly at this stage, wouldn't stay the mile trip, and you again suspected that Saloum Al Khalidiyah. Again, he's only rated £4 or £5 lower than the favourite. you got the impression that, based on his recent form, he was being used as a pacemaker and probably needed the run. So you thought they would both begin to weaken at this stage. That's exactly what happens just at this point. Saloum Al Khalidiyah on the rail drops away. Fudapene, to his credit, does try to stick on for another furlong or so, but we're still on the crown of the bend and he's under pressure, so we know he's not going to last home because he's a horse who does most of his racing on the bridle anyway. Pulls wide of the leader at this stage in the hope of getting a second run out of him, but as you can see, he's fading badly at this stage, and Turkey Al Khalidiyah just goes further away. The finishes are beginning to come into picture now. Hafadak Al Khalidiyah runs on into second place, and then just coming into shot at the bottom of the picture there is the usual late run from Al Harith. Now people will sometimes say, well, why didn't the jockey ask him to go there quicker?
Yeah.
With these horses, you have to make your run when the horse is capable of making the run, and Al Harith is off the bridle all the way. You see him being pushed along there. That's the way he runs. He can't go fast earlier on. They'd love to get there and lead in his races, but he doesn't have the speed to lead. What he does is he just maintains his gallop better than most other horses, which is why he ends up making ground late on, and he often hits the frame. Doesn't win too often though.
No, he ran his usual race, Al Harith. He kind of plugs on. He's a talented horse, but yeah, winning is very tough for him. He has to run in a pretty weak open to get his head in front, and even then he needs pace up front to chase. Sir Amrat, a little bit disappointing back in the field for Thamar Adahani.
Yeah, we heard from Thamar that Sir Amrat hadn't been well earlier in the year, and he was essentially off doing nothing for 2 months because of sickness. Came back to run well. Last time out, finished second in No Minutes of 3. Also was second in the King Khalid Racetrack Championship Prep, but he couldn't carry his form over here. It'd be interesting to see what happens now with Sir Emma.
Callum, you had the second there, Hafedak Al Khalidiyah. We got the forecast between us. How do you feel about the race?
Thank you, Tom. Yes, Nathan Mutluk joins me again. A quick fire double. Well done.
Thank you so much. Worth about that.
Good to see this horse get back in front. Has been beaten a few times, but now back in the winner's enclosure.
Yeah, he's won 2 times and Taif, and he's come second. And now today he's go win in the miles, and he has good time today. He's happy in Riyadh more than Taif.
So a Riyadh horse rather than a Taif horse. Abdullah Al-Orfi, what a rider.
Yes, Abdullah, he's rider every time, and he's happy with him. And he's see him next week, and he say, my horse different than Taif. He can go race this week, and he's go win. I say, okay.
Will we see Turkey Al Khalidiyah soon?
No, maybe after 2 weeks. We see a program what you have for racing, you know.
Well done, congratulations. Well, not 1 winner, 2 winners today. Good stuff.
I'm happy. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Gareth. It's all yours.
Cheers, Callum. We're moving on to the Eastern Governance Region Cup, which, I beg your pardon, we're moving on to a handicap event. Jumping ahead of time there. Number 1, Mahalik and Mohamed Al Nassar. Number 2 is Honky Tonk Man with Nawaf Al-Mudiani taking the ride. Number 3, Al Dassi Mohamed Al Daham. Number 4 is Groom Ahmed Al Ajmi taking the ride. Number 5 is Mai Dubawi, the mount of Alexis Marino. 6 is Beehive, Mohamed Al Ubail. Number 7 over the page is Mseo with Adel Al Faradi looking for a double. Number 8 is Rovaniemi with Abdullah Al Saeed. Number 9 is Tabashir with Abdullah Al Saidi taking the ride. Scratch the 10, that one doesn't go. 11 is Star of Lassiz with Khalid Al Mamoni, and 12 Dignity Joy with Yasser Al Bakawi on board. So they're going without number 10, and that leaves us with a field of 11 for what is a 0 to 100 handicap event. And we'll have a little look ahead to this up and coming 7th race with the guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Gareth. This is a tricky race. 11 to 4 the field right now. Honky Tonk Man being right up there in the market with Msea. Out of those two, I mean, give us an analysis on both if you wish, but out of those two, which one would you prefer?
I've written Respect next to one of them. Do you think that sways it?
That's big for you.
I've written Respect down next to Msea. Has won 3 over 6 furlongs in Taif. And I loved the way Msea rallied to beat a good handicapper in William Tell last time out, showing that he's in very, very good form and probably still improving. I loved the way he did that, and I thought although his tasks are getting a little bit harder, I thought he was still worth siding with.
Yeah, it's an interesting runner, Jcsa. I thought he was a sharp improver. He's got loads of early speed as well, so maybe goes forward in here. He's drawn 9.
He's drawn 9, but he's got the speed. You know, again, we'd love to see horses drawn a little bit lower as a general rule, but Turkey Al-Khalidi you saw in the last race. If you've got the speed and you've got the class, then a drawn 9 is not necessarily a drawback. Although we did say yesterday, what we were trying to do more is not find the horse first and then try to make
Correct.
it, try to say, well, no, the draw shouldn't be a problem because you've committed yourself to the horse. 9 is wider than ideal, but not all of these want to go forward. A fair few of them do. Beehive and Stall 7 will. There will be plenty of early pace here, but I wouldn't say that if Jcsa doesn't get to the front, that will scupper his chances. And he will, as we saw last time out, will come back when headed as well. So I'd be hopeful that he'll run a big race here. But as you said, it's a tricky handicap. I'd like to say it's a really exciting handicap.
It is.
It's not an easy one to find the winner of, but it's going to be fun to watch.
What about Honky Tonk Man? Then we briefly mentioned him. Jimmy Jerkins already had a winner today. Hopefully Callum can catch up with Jimmy because we weren't able to get him earlier. Honky Tonk Man is one of our team's favourite horses here. He's a 4-time winner, good second last time in the competitive type of that.
Yeah, he's another horse that doesn't win as often as he might, but there's nothing wrong with his attitude. And he was in front of Mahalik when second to Bakil in a 6-furlong open on the last weekend of the season at Taif. Typically, Mahalik travelled better in that race and just backed out of things very late on. Honky Tonk Man was off the bridle beforehand, but stayed on strongly at the finish. And sometimes horses who get placed a lot, often people go, well, obviously doesn't want to win a race, but there's often the most game horses in training. They look like they're never going to win at any stage, and they just keep plugging away, and they pick up the pieces later on. And yeah, they don't win very many, but they're actually working hard to get those places rather than throwing away victory. Mahalik gets placed a fair bit. I wouldn't crab his attitude, but he does tend to stop close home in his races. That's just his run style. He travels really well on the bridle. When he comes off the bridle, he often doesn't find an awful lot, and you expect more of him. But I think he gives generously on the bridle. You just don't notice it. Whereas Honky Tonk Man is a horse, he tends to be off the bridle and finds, and Jcsa finds off the bridle as well. But there's loads of horses in here who've got winning form in good class handicaps, and if it's their day, they could pop up.
What about Groom finding off the bridle? Last year, we didn't even have to see him come off the bridle in one victory here.
No, indeed. Yeah, one of the most remarkable victories of the season was Groom winning in a very tight photo without his jockey ever asking him at any point to improve his position. They sort of cut through the field on his own steam, it seems. Either the coolest ride you've ever seen or just a remarkable piece of luck that he got his head in front. We'll put it down to jockeyship at this stage. He's very, very busy. He ran 20 times last season. He keeps coming back for more. He was a wee bit disappointing on his final start, but that's unsurprising given what a busy campaign he had. He's missed Taif. I suppose there's a chance that he'll need a run or two to get back into the swing of things, but he was very, very tough last season. And again, I'm sure he's going to pay his way this time.
Al Dassim, horse number 3, used to be with George Bowie, was a very good horse early in his career, especially 2-year-old, 3-year-old campaigns. But most of those victories came on turf. Now, he hasn't been as potent since he's come over on these shores, but also he's been running on dirt, which I don't really think he handles.
No, he will have opportunities on turf before too long. It's really good news that we're getting more turf opportunities here in Riyadh. He ran very well 2 starts back. He had Mahalik behind, went second to William Tell. Mahalik, again, looked like he was going to win that race and ended up fading into 5th. But he showed early speed last time, but he backed out very quickly in the race that Bakil won, where Mahalik wasn't too far away and where Honky Tonk Man was second. So that was a disappointing effort. But he stopped so quickly in that race that it couldn't really be his running.
No, I just saw an image there for horse number 9, Tabashir. Big price in the market, 25 to 1. Lovely look. I'm doing Callum's job here. As you can see him running through the paddock with his cameraman. It's like an action movie film. But yeah, I thought the 9 looked an absolute picture. He's got a lot to find.
He'd be better running across the other corner, wouldn't he? And then even more time to see the
Well,
horse.
He would.
Yeah, looks big, looks well. He's a hard one to fancy on paper. He's 25 to 1 because he's £9 wrong, but by my reckoning of the weights, he's got a rating of 75. He's carrying 54 kilos. So is the horse above him, Rovaniemi, who's rated 84. And this thing, the 54 kilos is the bottom weight here.
Yeah.
This is a very hot handicap, and those with lower ratings are having to race from higher weights than they should do.
Callum, over to you. Are you improved for that run you've just done?
Come on massively for the run there, lads. Always back next time. I am absolutely primed for my next event. Let's have a look at arguably my favourite horse in training and the most frustrating horse in training. It is Mahalik, who's an absolute dude. He looks impeccable shape, but you have to have him with a buyer's beware on him, because he likes to shape like he's going to go and win, and then he will run very, very poorly late on. This trip should suit him. He looks great. He certainly is one of my shortlisted horses. Another one comes straight behind. This is number 2, Honky Tonk Man. Really short back, powerful individual, built for this 1,200 metre trip, walks incredibly well. He's not walking brilliantly right now because he's just drifting all over the place, but he's a good walker, as you can see now. Watch that stride, he walks all the way through. He's absolutely lovely, and he looks primed and ready. Maybe not quite as well in his coat as the previous horse we looked at, but certainly well worth putting on the shortlist. The other horse we'll look at is horse number 7, who is the eye catcher. And I can't believe it's not Mahalik. We are going to have to say this is our paddock eye catcher. This is Jcsa, who looks absolutely impeccable. I could not take my eyes off this horse in the parade ring. He's spotted my cameraman now, he's going to show off a bit. But look at him, he is absolutely wonderful. Ignore the walleye, and we'll just look past that quietly. But he looks fit as a fiddle, a little bit warm between the legs, but that's not a concern to me. He's walked out perfectly, he's strong, he's powerful, he's fit, he's gleaming. He's not as short backed as the horse we previously looked at, but I've got no concern to me. We know he finds under pressure, we know he's a trier. He certainly looks great in the parade ring as well. I'm keen on Jcsa's chance, and he will be my paddock eye catcher. Jcsa, horse number 7, is their paddock eye catcher for Callum. I absolutely love him. He looks gorgeous.
Callum loves Jcsa. To be fair, there's some really nice looking horses in this race. Are you put off that Callum likes your pick?
Well, it's not ideal, is it? But I'll try not to be put off. I like the look of him as well. He's a dark bay who looks really good under the lights. You know, those dark bays do tend to, as long as they've got a summer coat on them. So he's always going to catch the eye. And I'm not, with experienced horses, as long as they look well on themselves, that's the most important thing. It's not the best looker in the parade ring who's going to be the one to be with in these races all the time, because they've established their level of form already.
Yeah, he's an 11-4 shot. Well, at least he was. I don't know the up-to-date market, but he was 11-4 shot. I've just heard a great piece of news. We've got Jimmy Jerkins.
Jimmy Jerkins, tremendous stuff.
Thank you, team. Yes, Jimmy Jerkins with me now. Jimmy, you've had a winner previously, and Honky Tonk Man could make it 2 for the day.
Yeah, I wish he was drawn a little more closer to the inside, but you know, at least it's only 12 instead of 18. You know, I always thought 7 furlongs was his best distance. It was last season, but he just got beat twice going 6, and he didn't run any good going 7 in Taif. But I think those were extenuating circumstances. I still think he's a little better at 7. You know, he likes to sit, he likes to lay up close just off the pace. He doesn't like to be in a real big hurry at his first quarter. He likes to really kick it in the second quarter. That's where last year he did a lot of his damage was putting horses away in the middle of the race. But I don't know, it's just up to Nawaf. You know, there's plenty of speed, which there usually is going 6 furlongs, and hopefully he can tuck in behind him and get through, or come around and get the money. We'll see.
He had a really impressive winner early on in the card in that handicap. Just looked like he was chucked in off a mark of 85.
Yeah, he had been a big disappointment last year. Probably the only one that I could really had me scratching my head. He ran very good in an open race, out of the box first time out going 3rd, and then he never lifted a hoof about 4 or 5 times after that, and he really had us scratching our head. We did a little procedure on his throat during the off season, and then you know, because he ran so poorly, his rating dropped to 85, and then, you know, I said, well, let's take advantage of it. He was fresh and worked very fast and very good, and then drew a good post, and he ran to it.
Yeah, he certainly did. Certainly what I imagine will improve in the future. And finally, Grocer Jack as well, coming on really late in the card, a horse we know and love very much on this channel.
Yeah, again, though, he's turf. You know, we're just trying to, you know, he's been training for a long time. It seems to be a shame to just keep him in the barn. So we're going to get him, I put the blinkers on him just on the dirt. I thought he might pay a little more attention with him on the dirt. I wouldn't. He certainly doesn't need him on the turf. He shows plenty of lick by himself. Matter of fact, you have to slow him down. You know, Nawaf did a great job at that last year. But we're just hoping that the blinkers might keep him a little more in focused and you know, like I said, he's a big question mark. He's doing great, but you know, dirt's not his thing. You know, he certainly proved that more than once. So, but we're getting him going outside of Scotland Yard, who's unbelievably tough. I think it's a very, you know, I think it's sort of ordinary after that. So hopefully he'll be able to, he'll come out, show some speed, and keep on going.
Yeah, I see you must be excited that the turf is coming back December the 7th this year, so you're going to get more opportunities on the turf rather than you had last season.
Yeah, it looks like it, you know, and they have an open race for him up. I don't think it's the first week, but I think it's the second week. So, but it'd be good to get a race under his belt. Of course, you know, we're not, as they say back home, we're not giving him one. We're always out there trying, but you know, I just don't know what to expect, to be honest with you. He ran very well the first time going the mile. He was second on the dirt. He was second to a pretty decent horse named Wonder Elzam, and then after that his race before the turf. His 2 turf races were bang up, but this race on the dirt right before the turf was terrible. And then we ran him on the dirt after the turf was over, and he ran terrible again. So
there's a theme coming here.
I guess you'd have to surmise that he's not really a dirt horse.
Well, thank you very much. Best of luck with this one, and best of luck with Grosser Jack.
Great, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Another fascinating interview there with Jimmy Jerkins, who has Grosser Jack later. This is his runner in this race number 7 today, and it is Honky Tonk Man. Red Silks off Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz. Just see there with the caption on the outside, big noseband. Comes with a run, doesn't switch lead at this point in the race, but does get past Mahalik, who eventually
Yeah, I heard the call of this, and so, yeah, I said Mahalik looks perfectly poised to pounce off the bend. The first 2 got away from the field, but Mahalik needs to have put his race to bed at that stage to win, and he just fades late in the day, just holds on for 3rd. He had a similar race early in the season where he again looked like winning and drifted back to 5th, but this is Messiah on the rail in the dark green colours with the green cap. Looks beaten here. The second has come to take it off Messiah, and has gone a length and a half clear, but to his credit, he really digs in and he finds more, gets back alongside. A little flash to the tail there, but it doesn't stop him trying. He looks like he's angry and he wants to get back and win the race. They're not pulling clear of the 3rd and 4th. That's the one thing you have to bear in mind with that. So the second was weakening.
Agreed.
But it still shows a really good attitude to re-challenge, and he's clearly in the form of his life at the moment.
Lovely looker as well, going down to post beautifully under Adel Al-Faredi, who we talked about yesterday. He's not booked on horses who don't have a chance. He gets on Sayer here, who has good form, improving type, and deserves to be towards the top of the betting. There is Groom, down at the start, another lovely looker.
He looks big and well, but I think he's maybe a little bit too big, and he'll benefit from this run, Groom.
Yeah, Beehive is just in behind. Mohamed Al-Hubail takes the ride today instead of Naif Al-Anazi, who usually gets on board. He'll be part of the speed. Honky Tonk Man, you can see in the red silks. And then just behind is the lovely looking Tabashir, who I'll be keeping an eye on. Not my selection in the race, but I just thought he looked a picture. Should we talk about the 2 right at the bottom? We haven't mentioned either of those so far. They're both very big prices in the international market.
I can tell you what I've written next to them.
Go on then.
Okay, I'll do this in the form of a joke. I put a red line through the first one and 2 red lines through the second one. You can ask me why.
Why?
Well, the first one's got no chance at all, and the second one's got no chance at all.
Fantastic. To be fair, I have written down Star of Aziz needs to be found an easier spot, and Dignity Joy massively outclassed. We are differing here. There's one victory between us on the week. We have 6 races left, so I need to somehow get one back on you. I'm going to be with Mahalik. I understand that he's a weak finisher. He's better on this track than Taif, and hopefully he gets a nice position from his inside stall.
And you know, Callum called him his favourite horse, and then basically was really mean about him for 2 minutes. He does win races. He wins plenty of races.
Yeah.
It's just he often looks like he's going to go clear away and win by 10 lengths in his races.
Exactly.
And he doesn't go away at the finish.
High cruising speed is such a big thing here in Riyadh, because if you can get up into the vanguard coming into the home turn, you've got a great chance of winning, even if you don't finish off super powerfully. So I'm with Mahalik. You are with?
I'm with Messiah.
Okay, and so is Callum. So Rory and Callum both on horse number 7 at Messiah. I am with Mahalik, horse number 1. Gareth, over to you.
Yeah, I think I'd be with Messiah as well. This horse showed a really good attitude in that race that we saw on the VT a few moments ago, and that sort of determination in a finish in an open race like this will certainly stand him in good stead. And he's one of the joint favourites here on the international betting front at 11-4 alongside Honky Tonk Man. They're both drawn fairly wide, 9 for Jcsa and 12 the stalls position for Honky Tonk Man. Jimmy Jerkins, Nawaf Al-Mudiari, both looking for a double on the card. And there is Jcsa in shot, just getting a little bit warm between his back legs, but all in all looks really well down at the start. Runners then are loading. We've got a handful still out of line. This is My Dubawi in shot and about to head forward into stall number 8. Jcsa due into 9. And also out is Mahalik. Stall 2 will be along the inside. Rovniemi out of line as well, stall 3 for that one, and Honky Tonk Man due widest of all here into stall 12. Jimmy was saying to Callum a few moments ago he'd rather the horse not be posted quite as wide, but it could have been worse. This could have been an 18 or 20 runner race, which a wide draw would really mean a bit of a disadvantage. But stall 12, not too bad, is it really? As the final few head in, racing over 1,200 metres this time, so the bend comes up fairly quickly. And in goes Jcsa, and out of line as well is Rovniemi. And then we'll be set to go for the 7th of 12 here at Riyadh today. Just about ready, lined up. Starter holds the field and lets them go. They're off and racing. Ridden to go prominent. Beehive in the black and blue colours is now crossing over with Mahalik along the inside, who broke well. Jcsa not too far away in a darker green coloured jacket. Rovniemi over towards the inside of Al Dassim, and deeper out on the track is Honky Tonk Man in the red. That one now racing ahead of Star of Latziza, and My Dubawi is over towards the inside. Groom is well back in the ruck along with Tabashir and also Dignity Joy as they race left-handed back towards the entrance to the home straight. Beehive on the outside of Mahalik are the leading 2. They're a couple of lengths away from Al Dassim, the green sleeves and cap, who at this stage travels better than Jcsa, who's ridden along. And then Honky Tonk Man towards the outside, the winner likely to come from one of these 5, you'd guess, because they're quite some way ahead of the others, headed off by My Dubawi, who's trying to stay on. It's Mahalik with 200 metres left to go. Can he finish it off? Mahalik by a couple of lengths over Beehive. Honky Tonk Man down the outside. Groom is running on very strongly down along the rails from a mile back. Mahalik is starting to get the wobbles. Jcsa back for more in the dark green colours. Mahalik tying up. Jcsa coming through to nab it on the line. Jcsa gets up in a blanket finish. Very close for second. Groom along the inside of... out wider on the track, we had Mahalik, who was just getting that little bit tired in the closing stages. And it's Jcsa who's come through strongest of all to win, and it's a double on the card for Adel Al-Faradi. Honky Tonk Man was on the wide outside. Al Dassim was in the mix as well. And Beehive never gave up. What a thrilling finish. The guys in the studio beforehand were saying this wasn't necessarily the easiest race to perhaps place a bet on, but to watch it was going to be a thrill. And that's exactly what it's turned out to be. Jcsa the winner, and in a time of 1 minute 13.53 seconds. Beehive is the one who's through for second, beaten a neck in that black and blue coloured jacket. Then Mahalik on the outside, who, as the guys were saying beforehand, just can at times struggle to finish it off, having travelled so well. And Groom, who stayed on, a real eye-catcher down along the inner, was back in 4th place. A shake of the hands there, the 2 leading riders across the line, and it's Jcsa, who you probably wouldn't have picked out at the entrance to the home straight, but that attitude really has seen him through once again. Jcsa, a double for Adel Al-Faradi in a thriller.
tough as nails. Messiah is as hard as nail, and Mahalik is as soft as my pillow at the hotel room that I'm staying in, because that is the difference between the first and the fourth in this race. This horse is tough as teak. He looked in trouble all the way home, but Adel Al-Faradi kept niggling and niggling for more, and he got the desired response. Congratulations to everyone involved in this horse. Messiah has won when it all looked in danger a long way out, and that was arguably the most thrilling race of the week. What a horse, what a finish, what a rider, what a race. I can't wait to have a good look at him. We said in the prelims, he looked just really, really well. Look at his coat was shining up. We'll see it when the saddle comes off here, and just get a really good look at him when the saddle comes off and just see how much he's shining. He's breathing in and out. This has been a hard race for him. He was flat to the boards for a long, long way, but Messiah comes out on top. Really good performance and a very good ride from Adel Al-Faradi. We'll wait for him to weigh in, and then we will grab a very quick word with our winning jockey. He's probably the man to follow here, as we've said all week. And once he gets rolling, he's very hard to stop. I'll go and grab him now. Congratulations, Adel.
Thank you, my bro.
Very close finish, so close.
Yes. Good horse.
Good horse.
Alhamdulillah.
Good rider, well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Callum. Well done for getting a word there from Adel Al-Faradi, who, again, has been seen to great effect in the saddle. At what part of this race did you think you had the winner?
About a yard from the line, I think. But this is, I mean, we said you knew what to expect with Mahalik. But the thing about it, we say that he tends to weaken in the last furlong of his races. He weakens incredibly late on. We've seen races where you think, oh, he might weaken a furlong, and he goes 3 lengths clear. Well, he almost didn't get third in the race. He's managed to hold on a photo for third. It's just the last 20 or 30 yards of a race where he just seems to empty completely. And sometimes he's so far clear that he just looks like he could go round again. But in a race where he needs to hold on, there's nothing there. But it's not ungenuineness.
No.
Because he wins races. It just seems to completely empty. And the petrol runs dry.
He's a horse that doesn't like going through the red, basically.
No,
as soon
exactly.
as he gets into red, it's
And some horses, they don't find an awful lot off the bridle, but they kind of keep going at the same pace.
Yeah.
He doesn't. He just almost stops.
You can see right here the eventual winner, Messiah, who was put up by Rory and Callum again. Very well done. I haven't said well done.
Yeah, he's
yet.
off the bridle here, isn't he? Being pushed along.
Looks like he's going to finish fifth.
He's had a reminder. He doesn't want to get stuck in a pocket here, but he's going as fast as he possibly can. And Honky Tonk Man appears on the outside as well.
Beehive's going backwards in the blue. He eventually finishes second.
Beehive finishes second. He looks beaten here. The two who come from behind, the effort of getting to the leaders begins to tell now, and they're just able to run on the spot. And Mahalik's got the race won, doesn't he?
Hold on, Groom is just coming up the inside. He's going to go very close in the photo. I have a slight issue with the rider, Mahalik, and I understand this is what he does.
Yeah.
I know that he's a very weak finisher. At this point, Mohamed Al Nasser's got him in a good spot. He had to go pretty hard early. He could have just sat off Beehive, which would have probably been more ideal, but then you'd have to give up the rail. So this is fine, okay?
Yeah.
Mahalik at this point has the race won. He kicks, which he doesn't always do. Sometimes weakens.
He can,
immediately,
he can quicken and steal a couple of things.
This is where I start to have the issue.
Yeah.
The jockey pulls the whip through to his left hand here.
Yeah.
He starts to hang across the track. He continues to use it in the left hand, continues to use it. I feel like if you switch the whip, not only can you keep him in a straight line and perhaps keep up a little bit more momentum, but also maybe the horse will respond a little bit better.
Yeah, this is true. And you want him to do something to change his legs or to do anything that will help him get a little bit of momentum at the end of the race. But this is the payoff when you want to claim off a horse. You get the benefit of the weight you're claiming off it, but you don't have the know-how that you'd have with the very top jockeys. Groom, we just saw on the replay there, he's finished like a train. He's just missed. He's been beaten.
He's at last at this stage.
Half a length at this stage. We knew he'd be a little bit. Well, we suspected he'd be a little bit rusty after a long time off the track, given he was running almost every other week last season. And he gradually begins his work his way into contention from here. But he's actually out of our shot. His head's in our shot, and everything else is out while the race is taking place in front of him. He absolutely flew from the home turn. But again, it's worth pointing out that the nature of this race meant that the front two went very hard early on. That's the way they tend to race. Mahalik can settle just behind the lead. That's not a problem. Whereas the horse who finished second in the end, he really wants to go forward, and he's a pretty one-dimensional runner. So all 5 of the horses in our shot just begin to struggle in the final furlong because they've gone hard for a long time in the race. And that helps Groom eventually, even though he was 20 lengths behind them at one stage, to begin to reel them in the dying strides. And again, you know, we talk about horses quickening up at the end of races. We know that even though this is a reasonably short trip and these are good horses, that they are actually slowing down, with the possible exception of Groom. But even in the last furlong, he's probably not going as fast as he was in the first furlong of the straight.
Heartbreak for me with Mahalik. You can see him in shot right now. I don't love the whip action, not the whip action, the fact he kept the whip in his left hand, I have to admit. You can see the horses hanging across, all the others duck inside because they don't want to get in the way.
If you're an inexperienced jockey, though, on a horse like this, it must be terrifying.
Sure, you can feel
to feel him emptying underneath you, and you think the race is being taken away from you.
Absolutely.
So I wouldn't be too harsh on it. But you're right, he should have switched his whip. It may have made no difference at all. But you needed to do something at that stage. But yeah, I have sympathy with them because sitting in Mahalik must feel absolutely amazing 99% of the time, and then just that last 50 yards, suddenly it feels like you're in a car that's literally run out of petrol.
Yeah, I've gone from hero to zero there as I was looking to peg one back on you.
Indeed,
but what you've done is you've increased your advantage.
I know it was bad enough he was going to get beaten, and then for the horse to win the race, to have been to be Masher was a double blow, wasn't it?
Yeah, 4 wins in a row though for Jcsa. Adele Al-Faradi again, just in great light. Quick word on Honky Tonk Man and Al Dassim moving forward. I think Honky Tonk Man shaped pretty well. Maybe when he's drawn inside next time, we'll see better from him. And Al Dassim, turf later in the campaign. That was a nice little blowout.
It was, yeah. It wasn't a bad run at all from him. Honky Tonk Man, maybe a little disappointing that when you think how the race set up, you thought he would have almost by default found himself in front. But he's got into that challenging position. They're beginning to paddle alongside him, and he wasn't able to get the job done, which is a tad disappointing. But he's run a solid race. Again, he's a horse who hits the frame a lot more than he wins. But he will continue to give connections, a good run for the money through the year.
Exactly. Jimmy Jerkins, the trainer there of Honky Tonk Man. He's got Grocer Jack coming up in the next race. It's a very good open over 1 mile, 1 furlong, 1,800 metres. Gareth, talk us through the runners and riders, please.
Plenty of eyes will be on the one horse here. Scotland Yard, Adel Al-Faradi seeks a treble on the card. Number 2 is Alucal with Alexis Marino. Number 3 is Alman, now the mount of Rakan Al Obeid, with number 4 Grocer Jack, Nawaf Al-Mudiani. 5 is Indiana B with Abdul Ella Al Hussein chasing a double. Number 6, Dr. Hisham with Muhammad Al Nassar. 7 is High Connection with Berto Ramos. Number 8 is Sunningdale, Mohammed Suleiman taking the ride. Number 9, Swinton Noon, the mount of Khalid Al Mamoni. Number 10, Taking Names, Ahmed Al Azari. Number 11 is Tattered Flag, Mohammed Al Daham. Number 12 is Arabic Welcome, Abdullah Al Saidi. Over the page to 13, Galbraith and Ahmed Al Tayar. 14, Gambe Veloci, Mohammed Al Ajmi. Number 15 is Pride of Priory, Fahid Al Faradi. 16 is Union Strength, Azil Al Zahani. And number 17 is Montena, the mount of Ali Al Mutib. We have a full field of 17 as we head back to Tom and Rory in the studio.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Good race this. Very good race. Scotland Yard obviously being the high quality horse in the field, looking to return to something like his best. This kind of trip is perfect for him. He won his first 3 starts over here, so we kind of know that he goes well fresh. He's 13th in the 2023 Saudi Cup. Good run in the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques, behind Power in Numbers. Gets a Adel Al-Faradi. What's not to like?
There is not an awful lot not to like. If you want me to force myself to throw in a query there, it's that in 2023 he won the King Faisal Cup and he won the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques, 2 of the big races for horses in his bracket, and last year he was beaten in both races. So you could argue that he maybe slipped a little bit form-wise last year and he's getting a year older. He did certainly run an awful lot better in the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques than he did in the King Faisal Cup. So it wasn't like he was running a similar race in both races. He seemed to start a little bit behind the cue ball, or behind the 8 ball rather, last year, and wasn't able to show his very best form. But yeah, you could be slightly worried about that. My view is that he didn't really have a perfect prep last season. He ended up making his seasonal reappearance quite late in the season, comparatively speaking. And then he wasn't at his very best, and it was a bit of a rush to get him into the custodian of the two holy mosques. And he ran very well to be second to power in numbers. This season he's arriving a little bit earlier, so it suggests that he's further forward than he would be.
Callum, there's Scotland Yard. What do you think of him?
Thanks, team. This is a gorgeous individual. I have concerns about his fitness. He's certainly not red hot fit to go, but just look at him in his coat. He is a clearly classy individual with a very, very good resume. He's also got a ring bid on, which suggests he might take a bit of a pull in his races, but if they can get him to settle, he'll be very dangerous. And remember, Adel Al-Faradi on board is a big, big tick. Let's go back one horse more. Let's go back and look at horse number 2 here in this race. This is Alukal in shot. This is the one that really caught my eye. If I had to give a paddock eye catcher, it would be horse number 2, Alukal. Totally different type here. Fitness, red hot fit. Really, really good looking individual as well. And certainly the one that I'm going to make my paddock eye catcher. Then we're going to go back to horse number 4. This is Grosser Jack, the horse that looks to love the turf. But wow, look at him in the parade ring. Really good looking individual here. He's got a longer back than most. He's got beautiful hindquarters. Another one who is absolutely shining in his coat and walking out really, really well. There's a couple of really good looking horses in this open contest, and I can't wait to see how it turns out. But lads, Alukal, horse number 2, is going to be my paddock eye catcher. I'd say Grosser Jack is carrying just a wee bit of condition.
Interesting. Thank you very much, Callum. Alukal is Callum's eye catcher. He's second in the market. He's 3-1. Alex Moreno rides. This gelding was bred by Sir Robert Ogden. He's a very talented horse. He won the UK Cup last year. My query is that I think he's arguably better on turf than he is dirt.
Well, that's the case with both him and Grosser Jack, and indeed they were first and second in one of the best pre-Saudi Cup turf races here, the Prince Khalid Abdullah Cup. Grosser Jack won that last season. Alukal was a very good second in it. And yeah, he's definitely a little bit better. They're rated 105, Scotland Yard's rated 109, and that suggests that they don't have much to find with him. And you do suspect that Scotland Yard won't be 100% fit for this comeback because he's got a long season ahead of him. And in normal circumstances, you go, there's 205 rated horses who will take advantage if he's not fit. But those 105 ratings are effectively turf ratings, aren't they? We spoke to Jimmy Jerkins earlier on, and he said with Grosser Jack, he's a turf horse. You know, and he's run the occasional good races on dirt, but he has run the occasional stinker as well.
Callum, over to you again.
Thank you again, team. Sorry to keep dragging you back for some more interesting horses, but the bottom horse here, Montana, caught my eye. Absolutely gorgeous face on Montana. Really just pretty individual. Nice back end. Look, I'm not going to lie, a little bit weak up front and not showing huge signs of fitness, but it's always hard to get these greys looking fit. I was just caught the eye by Montana. I couldn't say whether Montana's got a great chance or not, but for me, one of the better looking individuals in this field, and I couldn't take my eyes off this one when he walked into the parade ring.
Thank you. Yeah, Montana, a very talented horse, finished behind Pretty Flag and Jabberalla last year in a couple of cup races, 10-1 in the international market. Yeah,
listen, her last win was in a not a 75 handicap, and that's going back to November last year. But yeah, she has run a couple of her best races in cup competition behind Jabberalla, as you said, in the Prince Badr Cup, and she was also second in the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture Cup, which was won by Pretty Flag last season. We saw Pretty Flag run extremely well subsequently. So I think she's got place claims, Montana, but the fact that she's, her last win was in a lot 75 handicap makes it hard to believe she's going to win this Red Hot Open race. That's a good use of Red Hot, by the way.
That is a very good use. Back to Callum, what do you make of that usage of Red Hot?
I don't quite know what to say after that there, team. Don't worry about that. I tell you who does have plenty to say. Alex Moreno, a cup-winning jockey from yesterday. He's back again today. You ride Alukal, Alex. I think this horse looks lovely in the parade.
Well, he's looking beautiful today, but I think the Scotland Yard is a strong horse to beat, but we will try, our best.
Have you got any tactic to try and beat Scotland Yard, or do you just ride your race?
Well, I will ride my horse like actually how he like. So we will see after the race,
And how does he like to be ridden? How does Alex believe Alukal likes to be ridden?
Well, he likes to become 4th, 5th, 6th, behind base until he warm up. After he will go.
And do you get to ride this horse in the mornings? Do you get to exercise him?
No, never.
You don't ride in the mornings, do you?
I don't like.
You like to sleep in bed, stay in, you party animal. Well, just best of luck here.
Thank you, boy.
I love the way you answered that.
Thank you very much. Fantastic answer from Alex Moreno there. Looking forward to his ride on Alical.
I think Callum knew the answer to that question halfway through asking it, didn't he? Yeah, some of the jockeys will ride work. The work here is done at what, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Very early.
Because of the heat. It's not so bad. Obviously, at this time of year, it gets cool earlier. In time where it's sort of 37 during the day, you have to exercise the horses when it's cool, and that tends to be after midnight. That's just the way of things here. But there are a load of work riders to do that. Not many of the professional jockeys turn up at that time of the day and then ride again later in the day. And some would be more keen than others, and I get the impression that Alex would be one of those who'd be very much tucked up in bed at that stage.
Absolutely. I know one person who definitely isn't, and that's Nath Al-Nazi, who always puts on his Instagram that he's working horses early in the morning. Follow Nath if you want to keep on track with some of these horses working out. We've had a brief discussion about Grosser Jack. I just want to talk about it a little bit more. Obviously, we've said he's a turf horse. He's had plenty of starts. We know him from his days with William Haggis over in the UK. He previously trained in Germany, bred there as well, by Dr. Christopher Bergler. Do you reckon he can steal a place?
Oh dear.
I did all of that just for that gag.
He was an interesting one because he was bought out of a German yard to join William Haggis, and he ended up being much better than they thought he was going to. I remember him absolutely bolting up at Newbury one day when unfancied. You don't get many unfancied black type winners from the Haggis yard. And he's turned into a very, very good horse. Interestingly, you'd sort of expect him to need this run as well, but he was second. His best dirt run last season came on his reappearance, where he ran pretty well. And then he's gone backwards from that because he just doesn't enjoy the surface. Of course, he's wearing the headgear here, the visor. We heard Jimmy Jerkin say that earlier. I just thought it might help him concentrate and think about how he's acting on the surface. So whether that makes a difference to him, we don't know. If he runs really badly here, don't be put off for that for the future, because he is fundamentally a turf horse. Some of them will run okay on dirt; they just run a few pounds below their form, and some of them just like, why am I on this surface? The green stuff's for me, and they end up running disappointingly. But they don't take much out of themselves in doing so. So Grosser Jack gets finished last here, and you still want to back him when he returns to turf.
Absolutely. The other red stable horse is horse number 3, Alman, 10-1 in the international market. I thought this would probably be better seen in handicaps, 0 to 100, rather than an open like this.
Well, he was beaten by Mahalik a couple of runs ago, which isn't a bad piece of form, but obviously we see that Mahalik is very beatable in that kind of contest. He was well held in the King Khalid Racetrack Championship on his most recent run. Arguably his best form is over shorter trips as well. He was placed in a 6-furlong open going back to January. I thought 10-1 seemed a pretty skinny price about Alman, all things considered.
Horses 5 and 6, Indiana B and Dr. Hisham, 33-1, 20-1 respectively. Start with Indiana B, very free-going type when formerly trained in the UK.
Yeah, and hasn't really been running particularly well recently. It does still have a rating of 75. I'm not sure I particularly fancy Indiana B at the moment off a mark of 75, even in a handicap. Rarely completely disgraced, but doesn't leave a lot for himself in the finish of races, and I think this is too tough. Similarly with Dr. Hisham, he's a 20-1 shot. He's not a rank outsider, but his win came over this trip in a maiden in March, and although he's I think he's a good prospect for later in the season. Again, he's the kind of horse I'd love to see in a handicap with his mark of 71, because I think he's going to progress this season. But this is a big step up from maiden company, particularly those maidens you see in March. Obviously, the later in the season you get, the weaker they tend to be. I thought he was actually, I spotted him in his previous run, and he just looks very raw, and I think he will improve an awful lot this season. Hopefully not in this race, because I'd like to be able to be with him at some stage when he runs in a race that suits him.
Thank you very much for everyone who is contacting us on YouTube right now in the comments section. We are seeing them. We just don't have the time at the moment to get back to you. But thank you very much. Here is Scotland Yard in action last year, finishing second.
Yeah, this was in the custodian of the two holy mosques. The winner is is it Para Numbers winning this day?
Yes.
Yeah, and this is a good performance from him. Slightly disappointing he didn't put the race to bed because it looked like he was coming to win it and just got worried out of it. But again, the impression I had last season was he was never 100% fit.
Did you see Al Mamoon Gate absolutely
Al Mamoon Gate flying home, and Al Mamoon Gate has been in very good form in the entire this season. Again, one of my favourite horses, but a little bit of a monkey as well.
On to Alec Al now. He's only got the one earpiece in from what we can see there, but hopefully that won't cause any trouble.
It's not an earpiece, obviously.
No, you know,
they're not sending information to the horse during the race, but yeah, an earplug to help keep him calm. But I don't think one earplug would actually do a good job.
No,
so that's actually, although it seems like a very minor thing, I think obviously he's meant to have two, and one of them seems to have fallen out.
Yes.
I think it could, if the horse needs earplugs, I think one would be worse than none.
I think this is Consensus de Vega who wins this race by a wide margin. I may be wrong there.
It looks like Consensus de Vega, certainly the right colours for it.
Yeah, Alucal finishes fourth there, pretty one pace in the straight.
Yeah, running on well in the end. You just see him crossing the line in the maroon and gold colours. Not the best race to give an indication of his chances here, but it's all we have really, and it shows that he's. It shows that he tends to do goodly at working his races.
Very quick word on a couple of the long shots. Emphasis on very, before we get back to one of the more interesting horses you haven't talked about so far.
Yep.
Horse number 8, Sunningdale, horse number 9, Swinton Noon, and horse number 10 taking names.
Yeah, Sunningdale did come back, had been out of form for a while, did come back to form and finishing 5th in a non-winners of 2 last week. So does have fitness on his side and could be ready to go forward again. It just seemed like a race that was too tough for him here. Who was the next one you wanted
8,
to
9, 10.
Oh, 8, 9, 10. Oh, right, there you go. That's always easy enough, isn't it? Swinton Noon, I thought was very easy to swerve in its current vein of form. Has dropped to a mark of 68, which could be dangerous in handicaps at some stage, but just a row of duck eggs at the moment, and very easy to be against Swinton Noon at the moment.
Let's talk about some of the horses on the other page as well. Tattered Flag, Arabic Welcome. All of these just look like they're out of their depth.
Yeah, and they're all sort of 33s or bigger in that section. Taking names, that's really, he's a son of Arabic, like the horse we just talked about, Almor Mumgate. He looked like he might be half decent, but he's been massively disappointing here, and he just seems to be going the wrong way taking names. So that's a bit of a shame.
There are 2 more horses we'll briefly touch on before giving selections. Horse number 15, Pride of the Priory, 14-1, used to be with William Haggis.
Yes, like Grosser Jack and ex-William Haggis horse, who did very well in 2022, winning handicaps over 11 furlongs and a mile and a half, including one at Ascot. Was 3rd in the Ripon Bell Ringer this season for people who like those northern handicaps. And I thought he ran pretty well, went 5th behind Craft and Silk on his debut here. He should do better. This is a tough enough ask, but a good drawn stall one. It wouldn't be a surprise if Pride of Priory was the one horse to sort of shock us here and get amongst them.
And finally, horse number 7, probably the most interesting horse in this race from a we don't know what this horse is capable of perspective. Formerly trained by Bob Baffert and Todd Pletcher, will be part of the pacing here with Berto Ramos taking the ride from a wide gate. On US form, I don't think he's good enough, but you never know when a horse is going to improve when they come over here.
Yeah, he had very good form in the US as a 3-year-old. He hasn't really progressed again. He won the Los Alamitos Derby, and he's just an interesting one to look at. We can't really guess how he's going to run, but he is intriguing.
Yeah, he'll be up with the speed in the early stages, that's for sure. Okay, where are we looking? I'm definitely with Scotland Yard. I know Callum's with Alucal. Yourself?
I was half tempted by Pride of Priory to spring a shock.
Go on.
But as
Let me push you in that direction.
You'd like to push me in that direction, wouldn't you? But while I know Scotland Yard won't be absolutely fit for this, I think he'd be good enough to win.
Oh, that's a sad moment for me. I thought I was going to get one back. Okay, Scotland Yard for myself and Rory. Callum is with Alucal. Gareth, have you got an opinion on this race? Very good contest.
Yeah, it is a good contest, isn't it? And I wouldn't be surprised to see High Connection run a big race here with Berto Ramos on board. Will be coming out of stall 12 and currently around about 13-2 as well on the international betting market. But yeah, it's a pretty open-looking heat. For all that we've got on the international betting front, a short price favourite in Scotland Yard. Will Scotland Yard be fully tuned ahead of this outing? Well, Adel Al-Faradi taking the ride, and he's seeking a 3rd winner here today. And all the money for this Scotland Yard now 10-11 favourite as the runners are beginning to head into the stalls. This is the last of the sort of really big fields on the Riyadh card today. 17 lining up here. And as they head forward under the lights, first couple to head on in, the likes of Galbraith and also Arabic Welcome. There's a couple of the slightly bigger priced runners here. The 6 horse in shot, that's Dr. Hisham with Muhammad Al Nassar taking the ride. And as they continue to slot forward, Alokal, one of the fancied horses, going into stall 10, will be right down the centre here. Heading next forward will be, by the looks of it, we've got heading into the stalls Grosser Jack, drawn in 15, so fairly wide here, as we say, a 17 runner field. Green Jacket there of Taking Names. Ahmed Al-Azhari taking the ride. That one due to head forward into stall 2, will be right along the inside. And as I say, we're up to 1,800 metres this time. So once again, they start in that little chute over near the entrance to the back straight. And we've got just over half the field loaded up. Montana, who Callum liked in the parade room beforehand, about to head forward here. Ali Al-Mutib taking the ride, and indeed, lovely looking grey mare. And probably just needs to up her game a little bit to get competitive here. But 11-1 on the international betting market, that's probably a fair enough sort of assessment of her chances. Still out of line is Sunningdale. And there's a couple of others as well. Scotland Yard, I think, is lingering out the back. And if you're on the short price favourite here, Scotland Yard will be coming out of stall 7. This is Taking Names, heading in. Final couple. High Connection going in as well. We're just about ready then for this open contest. Best of luck here with all your fancies. Set to go, race 8, Riyadh. Gates back, and they're away. And one of the first ones to, one of the slowest was Pride of Priory. That one towards the back end of the field early on, but one of the fastest out, Taking Names from stall 2, out like a bullet, and will tow them through the early strides of the race, with also lying up handily, Arabic Welcome towards the outside. And then Alman, the red jacket, white cap, and positioned a little deeper out as they continue their progress going down the side. Scotland Yard, white sleeves, blue cap, and from wider out, Grosser Jack in red headgear. Indiana B is over towards the inside, then the catching up Pride of Priory, who's managed to undertake quite a few of them actually, with now up towards the outside, Gambi Veloce, and well back as well, Dr. Hisham Galbraith as well, as they make the run towards the end of the far straight. And as they do so, Taking Names in the green colours, challenged on the outside by Alman, and they're probably getting racing a fair way from home here, a fair enough way out. Scotland Yard just observing the two of them at the moment. Adel Al-Faradi not panicking and happy to bide his time as Alman goes on into a 3 to 4 length lead and seems to have got the better of Taking Names, but we'll be looking for some deep closers. Scotland Yard is now sent off in pursuit of the clear leader, and there's still over 400 metres left to travel. The leading 3 are still in advance of Indiana B, who at this stage is in 4th. They are well strung out here, and Scotland Yard is now beginning to grind down Alman, who went too soon, and Scotland Yard kicks on and goes clear very quickly, already 5, 6, 7 lengths ahead, and is going to be well, the most impressive winner of the day. Scotland Yard, Adel Al-Faradi, he's got ice running through his veins, he doesn't panic, very cool ride, beautifully produced, treble on the day for him. Scotland Yard has bolted up and has won by any number of lengths from Taking Names, who's home in 2nd place. They were followed home by Alman, and then Indiana B, High Connection down the outside. It looked a fairly open heat, but ultimately this was sent off at a short price, Scotland Yard, and he's killed them. Scotland Yard, in the end, affording to ease down for a very cosy victory. We'll wait to see on what the number of lengths was. It must be into double digits, I'd say, there, Scotland Yard. And it's a treble on the card for Adel Al-Faradi, enjoying a fine Saturday. Scotland Yard wins in a time of 1 minute 52.12 seconds. What was second? Daylight. Looking at these images across the line, 16 lengths. 16 lengths back to Taking Names in 2nd place, and Alman was back in 3rd. The two front runners look to get going a long way out. Scotland Yard just sat off them, picked them up, and has run riot up the Riyadh home straight. Takes this open contest with pure authority.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've seen a good horse. I think we've seen a very good horse in the shape of Scotland Yard, who justifies short price favouritism with a dominant performance in this open contest, opening up his Riyadh season in good style. Looking forward to seeing how he gets on in the future here, because this was over the Saudi Cup trip, and it would not be a surprise if he lined up in a race like the Saudi Cup at the end of the season. Talk about ice in your veins though. Adel Al-Faradi on board. Many jockeys would have panicked when you saw how far the leader had shot clear on the turn, but when he waited and eventually squeezed this horse on, they went miles clear and did it in really impressive fashion. Adel Al-Faradi doing the business in the saddle, and this horse doing it on the racetrack. Again, what really is exciting about this is this horse is not red hot fit yet. Not even in the slightest. There's plenty more to build from this performance, and I'm looking forward to see how he gets on in the future as well. A very good training performance, a very good ride, and a very, very good horse. We said in the prelims he looked classy. My only concern was his fitness, but his fitness certainly is not a concern today. Nicola Bachelard is doing the training of this horse as well, and well worth mentioning, he is a very good trainer, a trainer who never wants to speak to me before racing, but hopefully we can grab a quick word of him now after racing, and we'll make sure all the photos get done. We'll grab a very quick word with Adele, and then we'll go straight to the trainer if all works out. If the trainer does run away, we won't do that, but hopefully he stayed very still. Well worth mentioning again, this horse is going to come on from this run, no doubt, and there will be a plan, no doubt either, which will work out going forward. But firstly, let's grab our winning jockey here, Adel Al-Faradi, who has done it again. And done it in very good style. I mean, the patience that he's shown there when under real pressure early on was really, really eye-catching. Adel, he's very good.
Thank you. Good horse, champion Scotland Yard, King Amir Saud bin Salman, well done. Nicholas, well done. Inshallah, ثاني مرة inshallah.
Hopefully we'll see more of him in the future. Let's go and grab Nicholas now, actually, before he runs away. I've seen him. He's waving no, but he doesn't realise he's working with Callum Helliwell here. He may think he can get away, but no one can get away. 2 minutes? We'll go back to the studio and we'll get Nicholas in 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good job, Callum, again getting the word from Adele. And hopefully we can get Nicola as well, because Scotland Yard is one of the best horses here in Saudi Arabia. He's proved today that he's right back at his best yet again. He has kicked clear and won decisively at the line.
Yeah, obviously, listen. You can look the form of the horses who finished second and third are fairly lowly rated, but he's moved through this race very sweetly. They went a strong pace, which caught a lot of half-decent horses out early on, but it didn't catch him out. And when I saw him in his first race last season, I was disappointed with how he travelled. But this time he was right back on his game, and he's run very, very well.
Over to you, Callum.
Thanks, team. Winning trainer Nicholas Bachelard joins me now. Nicholas, a very impressive performance there.
Yeah, first race back for him this year. We know he picked an open race, so hopefully, he can move forward from this. Not sure where we'll go, but at least it was a good performance today for him.
I looked at him in the parade ring and thought he can come on fitness-wise from this. He didn't look red raw fit.
I thought he was fit enough to run anyway, and he showed it today. So, I'm not sure how much he has. How much room he has for improvement, but it was a good performance for him today.
And what would be the route going forward?
I'm not sure. We'll speak to His Highness and he'll decide where we go from here.
And would the Saudi Cup be an end target, or are there other races that would be an option for him?
I'm not sure. Like I said, we'll speak to His Highness and he'll decide. I'm sure it will be on the radar if we can get there, but it's a long season and many more races to go.
And have you got anything else we can look forward to for maybe next week going forward?
No, not really. We ran our good horses last week and this week. We got lucky and unlucky, but hopefully it'll be a good season for us.
And a quick word on Adel Al-Faradi as well. Ice in that man's veins.
Yeah, he's a very good jockey. He's one of the best here, and he'll be maybe one of our go-to men with Alex. That horse is not an easy horse. Our blacksmith does a good job with him, the whole team. So it was good to see him win today.
Thank you very much for taking the time to join us. Well done, great horse.
Thank you.
Went there from our winning horse, and great to hear from the winning trainer as well.
Very good job, Callum. Thank you very much. We can see it from the start here. One horse absolutely planted. That was Pride of Priory. It wasn't actually. Pride of Priory was inside, completely missed it. Don't actually know who planted. Any idea? They were out of shot right now.
No, sorry, I missed that night.
Yeah, I did too. But most of the horses in the race broke well. You can see Scotland Yard currently fourth in the early stages. Didn't go with Taking Names, who ran a weird race. I mean, very fast gallop, looked to fade.
Dropped right and then
picked
ran
up
on.
again.
Ran on really strongly again at the finish.
Yeah.
This is a very talented horse taking names, but I don't think taking names, as I said when we discussed the pre-race, he's by Arrogate. There aren't too many of those in action here. They are talented. They tend to be a little bit tricky as well. His form figures, what, 9.0060 coming into this, got a rating of 77. He's much better than that in terms of his ability, but he doesn't always show it. And what he's done is he's been headed here and he's backed out of things, not because he can't go on, but because he's sulked. And then he's realised late in the race that he can run on again past horses, and he's done that.
This is a key part of the race here.
Yeah, I thought it was really helpful for us, and again for the shape of the race, that the horses eventually finished third. Alman has kicked on in front and gone very soon, and that's helped to drag Scotland Yard into the race. And everyone connected to the winner couldn't have been happy with the way this played out. It just pulls him into the race, gives him something to chase, and then when he gets past after they've turned for home, he can just saunter away to victory. It's a lovely setup. Clearly the winner, it's a bit of a rush of blood to the head, I think, from the rider on the second. There's Nawaf Al-Muriani, wasn't it? I write over the jockeys' names on my card.
No jockey.
Okay, but he's clearly had a rush of blood to the head and gone for home very soon and wasn't going to see it out. Was second best on the day. That was a good run from Alman, but would have been better still if he'd sort of rated him and not gone for home when he did. But you see that they built up a big lead over the rest of them before that point, and some of them start running on. You just see in about fifth place the last horse we talked about, High Connection, who's the American import, beginning to try to make inroads, but he was taken off his feet as well and just plugs on late.
Three horses I want to briefly mention. Firstly, talking about Alman just then, I think he ran a huge race. I understand it was inefficient riding and eventually finished third when he was clearly second best. That being said, next time in a slightly weaker race where there's no Scotland Yard, I would be very much keen on him. Secondly, Grosser Jack ran well to a point and then just faded out of contention. On turf, he'll be absolutely fine and much better than today. Thirdly, Dr. Hisham, and I'm going to spoil it for you here.
Yeah.
Dr. Hisham, who you said you'd be interested in next time in a slightly weaker race, he was slowly away. He was out the back taking kickback, and in the latter part of the race, he made a huge move coming from the home turn into the straight. He's absolutely a horse you want to keep on side of.
I find myself liking a lot of the horses in these colours. Owners or trainers tend to go for a similar kind of horse, and most of the horses you see in these colours are big slabs of horses, and they tend to need experience. They tend to be fairly raw. And Dr. Hisham, he's only had 4 runs now as a 4-year-old. Fifth on debut, on place next time out. Won his maiden at a time when the maidens tend to be fairly moderate over this course and distance. And he was given a rating of 71 for it. Now, I think that's a rating he can absolutely do loads of damage off. What I didn't want to see is him actually running above himself in an open race and going up 10 pounds and letting the cat out of the bag. So you have let the cat out of the bag a little bit there, but hopefully not too many people will be taking notes on that and will have forgotten what you said next time he runs. But yeah, he's definitely in my notebook, Dr. Hisham.
That was Scotland Yard winning open today. Maybe we'll see him in the Saudi Cup later in the season. He's a horse to keep on the right side of. Another horse to keep on the right side of potentially is who we're going to see in the next race. Derivo runs in race number 9 and open. Who will Derivo face?
Well, there are 11 others, Tom, here. We've got 12 to face the starter. And number 1 is Monsieur Jumbo with Mohamed Aldaham on board. Number 2 is Eagle's Flight, Alexis Marino. Number 3, Go Fast Trail Land with Naif Al-Anazi. Number 4, Carabenio under Ali Al-Mamoni. Number 5, Derivo, Ahmed Al-Shra. Number 6 is Al-Fahab with Abdulaziz Al-Faradi on board. Over the page to number 7, Freshwater Cliffs, Khalid Al-Mamoni. 8 is Mudim, the mount of Muhammad Al-Nassar. Number 9, Vasilikos, Yusuf Al-Husin. Number 10 is Al-Mutib, the mount of Abdullah Al-Saidi. 11 is Mujir with Thab Al-Timyat, and 12, White Feathers 4, Ahmed Al-Azari. 12 runners then to contest this. Make that 11 now to contest our 9th race. We're just hearing that number 8, Mudhim, has been withdrawn late. A late withdrawal, the 8, leaves us with a field of 11 for the guys to cast their eyes over.
Thank you, Gareth. Late withdrawal there, horse number 8, Mudhim, as Gareth said. So discount that runner was 40 to 1 in the international market anyway, so probably wouldn't have played too big a part. This race is all about Derivo. Jimmy Jerkins could get a second winner on the board today. Bred by Juddmont, a really nice horse. I think it was trained by Sir Michael Stout in the UK. We've seen Derivo in plenty of good races over on these shores. He won the Jcsa Cup, second in the Grade 1 King Saud Cup last year, third behind Power of Numbers in the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques, second in that race for Scotland Yard.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen the form franked already. Third in the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques is extremely strong form for a race of this nature. Second, a bit unlucky, I thought, Derivo. Caught a bit of a tartar in Wooten Sun in the King Saud Cup. Wooten Sun was making his Saudi debut. I think it was a 25-1 shot. You know, he'd been a turf horse in the UK. He didn't even have much of a break. And we always said, oh, these horses will come over from the UK. They take time to acclimatise, and Wooten Sun's just got him bolted up in his debut. Derivo was sat in second place there. But yeah, his form is pretty good. A third to Wit XL in the Ocas Cup prep, and then fifth in the Ocas Cup. Behind Jack Redcloud, who we'll see in our closing race, who's a horse who's improving enormously at the moment. And Derivo, he should be running into form at the moment. His form from last season at this track is head and shoulders above his opposition.
Let's get to Callum.
Thank you, team. Let's have a look at the horse that really caught my eye initially. This is horse number 10, Al Matib, who is just an absolute ball of fitness and muscle and guile. Really like this horse. Took my eye out as he's walked into the parade ring. A perfectly balanced type. Let's move across and we'll go to horse number 5 because I'm sure Tom wants to get a good close look at Derivo. So that's what we'll do. We'll make our way across the paddock and Derivo will come into shot sooner rather than later. They're just having a little bit of a queue here. So we'll just make sure that everybody gets through. It's all getting a bit stacked up here. Everyone trying to get the perfect shot of the perfect horse. But horse number 5 is approaching us now with the tongue hanging out. This is Derivo. Tom, I've got concerns for me. I think he's carrying a bit of condition here, Derivo, to be perfectly honest. We'll get a good shot when he comes by. A couple of these horses just taking a little bit of time to come around. But here comes Derivo. Just relieving himself before we get going, but nothing to be concerned about. I think he's carrying a bit of condition. He's got a bit of a belly. I don't think he's really red hot fit. I think there's a lot more to come from him in time. For me, I would be looking elsewhere. Derivo, not for me, Tom. I'm going with number 10, Al Matib, who certainly caught my eye in the parade ring.
Al Matib for Callum in here, 28-1 in the international market. One victory from 22 starts. Rated just 72. We'd need to see a huge career best, surely, from this horse.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand if Callum's going on the fitness angle, but this horse finished behind Derivo last time out, not 5 weeks ago. So Derivo should be as fit as Al Matib is, and Derivo, we know, has got the class there. Al Matib was 12th to Jack Redcloud in the Ocas Cup last time out, and listen, he placed in opens at 2,000 metres and 2,400 metres here last season, so he does handle the track and he stays well, and he will find races. I just don't think a 72 rated horse, even at the top of his game, is going to win this race.
No, I agree with that. So we've talked a little bit about Derivo. Let's talk about the joint second favourites right now. Horse number 2, Eagles Flight. Alex Moreno rides. Son of Glen Eagles, 6-time winner. The recent form hasn't been great, and I also think he prefers 2,400 metres rather than 2,000.
Yes, he was second in the Prince Khalid Abdullah Cup on turf. He was 5th in the Neom turf, so he's got very good turf form, Eagles Flight, and he has been rated as high as 104 in the past, but he's been a little bit disappointing of late. He was 4th to Weight to XL in the Ocas Cup prep, and 5th to Al Marmoum Gate on the final day of the type season in the National Day Cup over 1.5 miles. But you know, he was running to a higher level last season, and he just doesn't seem to be absolutely flying at the moment. He is a course and distance winner, so maybe the return to Riyadh will see him back to form, but he does need to step up a little bit on recent efforts.
Let's get back to Callum.
Yes, team, thought I'd give you a look at horse number 2. I love it when you guys come up with something and I can try and give you a little bit of a closer visual on it. This is Eagles Flight coming towards us now. I'd be more excited about him than Derivo, to be perfectly honest. A good-looking individual, lovely and shiny in the coat, put together nicely. You'd argue that this horse is more built to... Built for these middle distance contests rather than speed. Still a little bit of condition, no doubt this horse will come on from the run, but for me, a lovely, well put together type, a very good top line. Yes, you'd say if you were really strict, you'd say he's a bit top heavy, whereas shoulder and withers are just a little bit stronger than his back end, and he's giving a little bit away in the middle, but his back end is strong enough. His front end is really exceptional. He's got a beautiful head on him. He's walking around like he owns the place. Certainly wouldn't be too many negatives for Eagles Flight.
Thank you, Callum. That was Eagles Flight. Let's talk about the other 5-1 joint favourite then, as we've already mentioned Eagles Flight. Horse number 9, Vasilikos. In here for owner Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz. 1 victory from 14 starts. Interesting runner, rated just 84, but I thought this horse was potentially better than that. Was in Meydan prior to this year?
Yeah, he was trained by Ahmed bin Harmash in Meydan. I think he was winless last season, but he's got plenty of ability. Again, a lot of these have run on races won by Jack Red Cloud, who's been dominant over these sort of middle distance contests in Taif. 6th behind him in the Ashafa Cup, 5th to Way to Excel on his previous start. So he's bubbling under. He should be fit enough. As you said, he's probably better than a mark of 84, and he's probably capable of running to higher levels than he has in his last couple of races. Riyadh should suit him. He's on a bit of a losing run, it has to be said. Yeah. But you know, when you've got horses who are sort of 90s-ish horses, here there are a lot of very tough races for others running. So they do tend to get placed more often than they win. It's just not that easy to find good spots for them unless you want to find races they can completely dominate. And Vasilikos has been in some very, very competitive races of late. So he's running with credit. Is he good enough to win? I'm not sure.
Okay, that's fair. I thought he was the biggest danger to Derivo personally, but even then I still think Derivo's a cut above these. Let's talk about a couple of others then. Bigger prices, the rest of the field in here. Horse number 1,
we've got to mention Mr. Jumbo. He had a terrific time last year. Did a lot of his racing in the UK at sprint trips early on, stayed a mile in the UK, but really found his niche when stepping up to a mile and a quarter, a mile and a half at Taif last season, and did very well there. He has not done so well of late. He's run twice over a mile in his last 3 starts, and that trip is too short for him. He's been disappointing, but his 1 run over a mile and a half, he didn't fare any better, which is disappointing. But he can run well if he gets back to his best form.
Here is Derivo in action. You can see Monsieur Jumbo Silks out in front in the lead here. Derivo in the red colours on the outside. Caption coming up now. White cap. Runs home okay for 3rd. They are strung out here.
They are well strung out, and Derivo, he's probably not at peak fitness in this race, and he's running on well enough to hit 3rd place. I don't think Taif is absolutely his cup of tea. I think he wants a more galloping track, and he's shown his very best form here in Riyadh. So that's a solid run. It doesn't suggest he's a 4-6 shot the way he's shaped in that race, does it? But we expect to see better from him now that he's running up to peak fitness and moving back to Riyadh.
I absolutely love the horse who beat him that day. He's one of my favourite horses in training over here, Weight to Excel, for Thama Al-Dahani. He's been a huge improver. So I think the form is relatively strong, but Derivo obviously was beaten a long way. Okay, what about horse number 3, Go Fast Trail Land? 15-2 in the market, so relatively well found, but hasn't won a race for 16 months.
No, I know, and he was, again, looking at what horses used to be rated, he was 105 at his peak. He's essentially regressed. Every now and again, he gets a race where he shows a glimmer of his old form. But if you sort of track his form, it's on a downward slope. 7th to Sail on Silver Bird earlier in the season, and he was behind the horse who finished 3rd in the handicap earlier on in another contest. He's running okay, but the fact is the races he's running okay in are becoming lesser races all the time, and he's back up into a pretty strong open here, and I don't think he's as good as he was. So I think he's if he finishes 4th, it'll be a good run from him.
The same could apply to horse number 12, White Feathers Fall, son of Zoffany, formerly trained by Mark Johnson over in the UK. These connections by horses from the UK who have some upside, but they also seem to be regressing at the time of purchase. So they have a lot of UK imports coming over here, but not many of them get the job done. They've got Calculation, who I think runs later, who used to be the Queen, for example. So White Feathers Fall
also comes from a family that tends to do well at 2 and 3
exactly.
and not 3
and
on.
And has a very high cruising speed, but doesn't find much off the bridle. Which is unlike...
they're similar. The Dam Leaf Galesh has produced multiple winners, but none of all of them would nearly get a squiggle from time form, and they don't tend to go on. He did show decent form in the UK. He's rated 75 these days. He's running respectably in handicaps, but again, he's the kind of horse who's having to find slightly weaker handicaps to show his form in, and now he's back into what is a fairly strong Open. Maybe it's not as strong as Open as we're talking about, because we're picking holes in quite a few horses here. So
I'd say it's strong but not deep.
yes, it's strong, but yes, at the top it's strong.
Yeah.
Maybe in the middle it gets a little bit squelchy.
Yeah, it's squelchy, yeah. There are a couple of other experts in here at long prices. Carabino, horse number 4, used to be with Smart Prescott. Freshwater Cliffs, horse number 7, I believe, used to be with Rafe Beckett, if I'm right. These two both have to improve. They do, and
the thing is, they're not improving. Carabino was a horse who won plenty of races early enough in his career. Is now a 7-year-old. He's not been running up to the form that he was showing last season in recent starts. Horses in these colours tend to run plenty often enough, even if they're not sparkling, and then you do get a chance of them bouncing back to form whenever there's an upturn in fortunes, but there's no sign of that with him at the moment. I think Carabino is a lighter former days. Freshwater Cliffs, there are races in Freshwater Cliffs this season, I think. Best Type run this season, won third in a 65 to 81 handicap. Again, so far this season, his form hasn't been good as last year. There is a chance that the switch from Type to Riyadh might bring about a revival at some stage, but this isn't the obvious race for him to come back to winning form.
No, the Al-Mamoni brothers ride those two, Ali Al-Mamoni on Carabino and Khalid Al-Mamoni on Freshwater Cliffs. There are only 2 horses we haven't discussed so far, so we may as well get a line on those as they're just down at the start. Al Thahab 33 to 1 under Abdulaziz Al Faradi, that's horse number 6, and also horse number 11 Mujir 50 to 1. Any chance at all they look overmatched in this field? No,
I mean, there is a possibility that something fairly lowly rated gets into the frame here, because we're being pretty pretty nasty about some of the horses who are short prices, so it's possible. But Al Thahab tends to struggle at this level and isn't running well at the moment. And Majir is the other one you mentioned, just running badly. And also, even if he's on a good day, still 12 will make things very difficult for him here.
Sounds like we're both going for Derivo.
Yeah, it's pretty much a default selection here. You can knock Derivo's form this season, but I like him an awful lot more than I like anything else in the race. I would love to see a better effort from Musher Jumbo. That would make me happy.
I'll tell you what, I'm not going to go for Derivo. I need to get a win. I think he'll win. I think he'll win, but look, I'm too...
You're going to go for Vasilikos, aren't you?
I am going to go for Vasilikos. Vasilikos, for me, I just think he's the only danger to Derivo in this field, and maybe Derivo just doesn't run up to that 101 rating. I mean, he doesn't need to anyway. I'm 2 behind you in the studio competition. We've only got 4 races left, so I need to try and find a winner.
I mean, the pair of them tied together reasonably closely on tie form. Yeah.
Exactly. Callum likes horse number 10, Al Mutib, at a very big price. Gareth, over to you. Please call home Vasilikos first.
I'll do my best. Runners are behind the stalls. They'll be loading up shortly. And Vasilikos just shortening into 9 to 2. Given your positivity there, Tom, behind Vasilikos. And yeah, Yusuf Al Hussein taking the ride and looks a real danger to Derivo, who's currently at 4 to 6 on the international betting market. So an odds-on favourite here. Jimmy Jerkins, of course, already among the winners today. And Ahmed Al-Shra will be taking the ride on Derivo. There's Carabeno, who used to be trained over here in the UK, and Ali Al-Mamoni taking the ride on this one this afternoon. But it might just be that Carabeno's best days are behind him as a racehorse here, a 33 to 1 outsider on the international betting market. So the runners are about to head into the stalls here. 2,000 metres, the journey in front of the field. They'll do the full length of the chute and the back straight here before the left-handed turn for home. And once again, the loading up process pretty smooth. Put some other jurisdictions to shame in this regard, don't they? They're very, very swift at getting the horses in. And Eagle's Flight is still out of line. Vasilikos is to head forward as well. And Go Fast Trialand about to head forward. And White Feathers Fall as well, another who was formerly trained over in the UK. So the final couple slotting into line, one of them just backing out a little bit there. That was Mujir, who's just being led out towards stall 12. Someone's missed off the number 1 with his stall's number. It was 12, not 2, because 2 is to be occupied by Go Fast Trialand. But there we are, we're loaded And we're off and racing, jumping away over the 2,000-metre distance this time, and breaking out smartly is Go Fast Trowland. Will be one of the first ones to bring them along. Vasilikos is not too far away, Carabenio on the right, and they're being followed out a little bit wider through the early stages by Eagle's Flight, and wider still is Mujir, as they shortly will link up with the course proper. They're being followed through by Musia Jumbo, who's in that yellow-coloured jacket, and Derivo in the red is over towards that one's inside. Freshwater Cliffs in the orange is working deeper out. And then out the back, Alpha Hab in company with Al Mutib, and last of all is White Feathers Fall, as we see them from bird's eye view briefly there, going down the far side of the track. And up ahead it is Go Fast Trowland and Naif Alanazi who has the lead. About a length or so to the good over Vasilikos in a nice position, and out a bit wider is Eagle's Flight in the green and Mujir working wider. The others now though just beginning to close in a little bit. The leaders are coming back a fraction. Carabenio along the inside of a sweetly moving favourite Derivo, and then niggled at his Musia Jumbo with Freshwater Cliffs on the outside, and then patiently ridden Al Mutib still towards the rear with Alpha Hab, and out a bit wider White Feathers Fall. Go Fast Trowland has always been in front, and Naif Alanazi and Go Fast Trowland are bringing them back towards home, and the final 400 metres a little peak behind. He'll see in second position Vasilikos, now trying to mount a challenge, but the eyes are drawn to Derivo in that red jacket on the outside, breezing into contention. The three of them have pulled a little way ahead of Carabenio back in fourth, who's run all right, but Derivo is now given the office with just over 200 metres to go, and Derivo quickens on into the lead and quickly puts daylight between himself and the long-time pace setter Go Fast Trowland, who's now going to engage in a good battle for the runners-up spot with Vasilikos. But it's all about Derivo. It'll be a double on the card for Jimmy Jerkins, and it's Ahmed Al-Shrar and Derivo coming clear to be Go Fast Trowland, who held on to the second, and they were followed home by Vasilikos in third and a break back to Carabenio in fourth. It's Derivo who runs out a relatively easy winner, it must be said, in the end. Ahmed Al-Shrar doing the steering, and a double for the ever-popular Jimmy Jerkins on the day, another winner in these famous red and white colours, as Derivo bolts up in a time of 2 minutes 7.29 seconds and strode well clear in the final 200 metres of the contest. Go Fast Trowland held on gamely for second, albeit 7 1/4 lengths behind the winner, and Vasilikos, who held every chance in the end, finished in third. Carabenio back in fourth, but left well behind. Another wide margin winner on today's card, another short price favourite going in. Derivo has landed the odds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Producer. We can see Derivo coming in now with a negative in the paddock for me, but all the class has come to the fore here. We're going to straight away grab a word with Jimmy Jerkins once we see this horse come in, because I'm really interested to hear what Jimmy has to say about this horse, because for me, he's a very he's like Charon, isn't he, over in the UK. Charon, a horse that he takes his racing really well, he looks after himself, and he never really comes into that full fitness that you tend to see with horses that catch the eye in the paddock. But Ahmed Al Sharif has done the business in the saddle as well, and you can see the kickback that he's had all the way around. This horse is covered, but he's done really, really well. And look at him physically. He's never going to blow you away physically at all. They're going to turn him around, just make sure he gets in the right position for the photo. We've got a bunch of camera people here, all looking to get the best shot. I don't want to stand in the way of anybody, because that's what I end up doing. We're gonna have a look and just wait for all the celebrations to die down. But this performance was hugely impressive and built on that last run, and I think that was very good. I think Connections will be over the moon with it. The horse seems fairly chuffed a bit with everything as well. So we will try and grab our jockey Ahmed Al Shah, who is just untacking them out now, and we'll get him after he weighs in typically, and see if we can catch Jimmy before he runs away, because he's a very sneaky man, is our Jimmy Jerkins. He likes to kind of be in vision and then do a runner as soon as he knows I've got in with the jockey. So I'll make sure I keep one eye on Jimmy, and I'll keep one eye on Ahmed. I'm going cross-eyed here in the winner's enclosure. And Ahmed just weighing in now, all successful, still watching. He's not moved yet, that's perfect. Ahmed, well done.
Thank you so much, thank you.
Very good horse, very easy win.
Yeah, you know, this horse like Caesar Riyadh. Alhamdulillah, thanks God.
Thank you to you, well done, enjoy it. Go away.
Thank you.
And we'll go and grab Jimmy now as well. Wait for the trainer to finish with the job. He's done very well with that ride, hasn't he?
Yeah. He's a good old boy, you know. It's going to be 9 in another month or so, and what is it? 2 months, yeah. But he's a little better in Riyadh than he is in Taif. Taif, the track, he really struggles. He can't really get any acceleration in it because it's so deep. And you know, he finished third, and he disappointed a little the last time in the Cup race. But I had a feeling he'd bounce back pretty good once he got back here.
He went down as one of my paddock negatives in the parade room, because he carries a little bit of condition on him, doesn't he? But again, he's not a young boy.
Yeah, he's by a sire that Dan Silly, who's a Danzig horse, and they all tend to be bulky looking. But yeah, I know he's deceiving to look at, but he's had plenty of work. He's had those races in Taif, and he's had plenty of work in the morning. So, but you're right. I look at him too, and I say, boy, how does this horse get fat on me? But.
And will he continue throughout the Riyadh season now? Has he got a plan in place?
Yeah, I don't know about a real diehard plan, because just like last year, we'll just look at all the races and see where we want to go. Believe it or not, he ran very well going 1800 last year against some really tough horses. So I don't know. We just have to see, play it by ear. You know, just take one race at a time, see how he comes out of this, and. Just look, you know, because the Red Sable, we have a lot of other horses too outside of my outfit. So you know, it takes a lot of things have to gel. So. But.
Hopefully they can gel with him. I've got to talk about Boltaway in the marathon. It'll be a tough old slog out there.
You know, I think he won the race in Taif. He beat an incredible field the first time out, and I was surprised to see all those good horses. You usually don't see that. Last year in Taif, you didn't see the good horses come out till we got back here, or one race in Taif, but they came out right away in Taif, and he won that race. I think he had a little edge in condition over the rest. I think the other horses, like Luganini and Jack Red Cloud, I think they were racing fit. You know, racing to get fit, and our horse, we really trained our horse hard for that first one, and he won it. But then it took its toll. He didn't. We probably ran him back too soon after that. It was a very hard effort for him to win. Probably should have gave him the whole month after that, but we ran him back in 2 weeks, which probably wasn't the smartest thing. But now he's back and should be a little fresher again, and he's trained well, and just take a shot.
Take a shot. Honky Tonk Man took a shot. He looked to be travelling really well into the race from that wide draw, emptied a little bit quickly.
Yeah, you know, he just can't. He likes to, like I said, that's why 7 furlongs seems to be better for him. He can come out, he's not the greatest breaker in the world, and then he has to run like crazy to catch up, and that tells on him late. Whereas 7 furlongs, he can get away with breaking a step slow. And I think that's why he seems to be so much better going 7. But yeah, the draw, like I was afraid, definitely hurt him. You know, if he could have been able, if he was able to come out of there and duck to the rail and save some ground, he might have come down there to get a nice check down there late. But chasing wide against fast horses is, you know, takes the heart out of a horse. And he just like inside the last 16th of a mile, he just packed it in.
And you are right about that middle section. He does really eat up the ground when you ask him just before that bend in for home.
Yeah, but when he does that, he wants to be on the lead or close to it. He wants to. he doesn't want to do that and still be 4 lengths behind. You know, he says, oh, this isn't working out.
And finally, we've got to get a word on Growth the Jack as well. Look, you're having a busy day today.
Yeah, we well, that's good. You know, it's better than can't win staying in the barn. As long as you feel they're doing good enough, you just come out here and give it a go.
Well, you're certainly giving it a go, and hopefully Bolterway can give you a last success in the lucky last.
Yeah, I hope so too. You know, there's an open race next week. We were kind of teetering on whether to go for the tough one or go wait for the open race next week. But I thought he was doing good, and he did beat these horses before, so maybe he can do it again.
Hopefully he can, and he's going in fresh. Good luck and well done.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Another fantastic interview with Jimmy Jerkins and obviously our roving reporter Callum Helliwell. The Revo, very impressive. There wasn't really a moment throughout the whole race where you thought his horse is not going to win. He made a good move going into the home turn, got on the shoulder of Vasilikos and Go Fast Trowland, who eventually finished 3rd and 2nd and kicked clear and won nicely.
Yeah, I mean, Vasilikos has ended up in a bumping match with Go Fast Trowland in the closing stages. He got tired. And you thought he was going to come through and get a clear second, your backup selection, as it were. But yeah, he's got tired and he's lugged quite badly to his left late in the day. But Durevo has won it comfortably. You said he made that big move. The key to that was he made a move without his jockey having to ask him. He's given him a little bit of go forward now, and you see him doing it on the bridle. That's what you want to see with horses coming into that turn. Jimmy Jerkins was talking about Honky Tonk Man making that move. But not necessarily being able to sustain it, and he wants to be able to get there and know the race is won. When he has to, battle again after that, it makes it tough. But when Draven moved up, he didn't take anything out of himself, and you knew that he was going to see the race out very strongly.
Exactly. 9 races down, 3 races to go. We've got a local Group 3 event coming up, the Ministry of Defence Cup. Gareth, who's in it, please?
Oh, well, we've got a field of 7 here, Tom, and they're headed by number 1, Beshta Al Hakem, the mount of Abdullah Al Khamis. Number 2, Fel Alexis Marino. Number 3, Fly Wing, Mohammed Aldaham. Number 4, Nassim Ali Red with Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 5, Ramadan with Azil Al Zahani. Number 6, Waqid, Abdullah Al Fayrouz. And number 7, Yoroa, Rayon Al Toesh taking the ride. Full field of 7 for race 10.
Thank you, Gareth. Yeah, 7 runners, smallish field. Obviously, we're used to the 20 runners talking about races over here, but an interesting field nonetheless. There are 6 of the 7 horses in here with a rating of 80 to 90 in that kind of band, and there's 1 horse rated higher. That is Waqid. He is the even money favourite in the international market for the White Stable. He's had the 7 outings, which makes him one of the most unexposed horses in the field. Do you think Waqid's the horse to beat?
Very much so. We'll see some footage of him later on, which you've seen already on the card.
Yes.
It's that King Abdulaziz Cup for the 3-year-olds, where Teba Fail was 5th. We'll see him finishing 3rd in that. He was subsequently disqualified, but he showed decent form last year. That was probably a standout effort for him. He was a winner. He was placed in other races, but yeah, the King Abdulaziz Cup is a Group 1 contest, a really, really competitive race. All the best 2-year-olds who could stay that sort of trip were in it, and that seems to be a standout piece of form here. In fact, you'd almost put him further clear in form terms, looking at the races that he ran in. And if he's back to that sort of form, he's got to be hard to beat. I suppose your potential negative is that the white stable runners haven't always been fully wound up for the returns. But and if he's not, if he's 10 pounds off his best, he's going to be vulnerable. But if he is close to the form he was in last year, he's going to be hard to beat.
Callum, have you had a look at Wakid in the prelims?
I'm having a look at all of them now, and the first we're taking a look at is Flywing, horse number 3. Big paddock negative for me, has got far too warm, is on edge, and this is a horse that likes to come from the back of the field, so you want it to be completely relaxed and chilled. It is not relaxed or chilled. Let's look at one that I do like though, horse number 5, Ramadan. This is a horse that's taking it all into stride. Ramadan looks really lovely and relaxed, great in the coat. Look at the fitness as well. This horse is ready to go. Now, there's no doubt about it that this is a very light type, very effeminate little gelding here. There's no doubt about it, but really, really in shape and looks fit and ready to do itself justice here. This is a race where you'd want 8 runners. Unfortunately, we've only got 7, so the each way play will be a bit tough, but certainly a paddock eye catcher for me. We'll look at horse number 6, Wakid, because I know everybody wants to talk about it. We will look at horse number 6, Mustafa. This is Wakid. Big, strong boy, but we're going to have a little bits of doubts about the fitness, aren't we? Because this is a horse coming off a bit of an absence, and we're slightly concerned. Big, tall, strong type. We saw Adak do the business earlier on, looking very similar, but for me, I like the one in behind. Let's look at horse number 7 now, Mustafa. We're going to go back one more. This is the one I really like. No experience, totally unknown quality, but my goodness, are we looking at a horse who is in great nick, looks superb. One of the best looking horses you'll see today, really fit enough as well. We've got a nice little poverty line going around the back. We're still carrying a bit of condition, there's no doubt. This horse will come on, but now look, you understand why they waited to Yora with 3 years old rather than going so soon, because this is a horse that's clearly taking time to grow into that long, leggy frame, but now he's beginning to come into himself. I'm very, very excited. This is going to be the paddock pick for me, horse number 7 for the white stable, but not the one everyone's after.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much. A good little line on a couple of horses in this race there. Flywing being the negative, did you agree?
Well, I can understand why Flywing is deemed a negative, but I seem to remember Flywing getting really above himself when winning on debut, and us saying, well, we're not sure if he's going to go the right way or something along those lines. He was both impressive and unimpressive. His demeanour wasn't impressive, but his performance was, and he was. He ended up being promoted to 3rd place in that King Abdulaziz Cup that was officially won by Daydan last season, and that was a career best. So he went forward with every run. He looked, again, he always looks on edge. So the fact that he was on edge today, he ran badly on his reappearance. He was well beaten. It'd be interesting to see if he actually turned up a type and looked calm in the paddock and then ran badly. You're actually keener on him when he does really get on his toes and get warm and look like he's in danger of boiling over, because that seems to be the way he was last season.
Callum, back to you.
Cheers, team. Got some of the white stable team with me here. Let's talk about Wakid to start with. Having his first run this season, how is he fitness-wise? Because we already saw Tabar fail, maybe needed that run.
Yeah, regarding Wakid, inshallah, first time to run this season, his trainer, he said he's okay, inshallah, and I think 6 horses in this race. I hope, inshallah, he will run good, inshallah, this race.
And the other horse, I really liked number 7, Yoroa. Just a really big, strong type. You understand why you waited until he was 3 to run.
Yeah, mashallah, Yoroa, he ran Taif, and he won maiden race, maybe 20 lengths in front of the horses. Today, it's, we'll see him today. Inshallah, he can do it, inshallah. And I hope, inshallah, he will be champion in the future.
Which one would you prefer right now if you had to make a choice? I know it's hard, but which one would you prefer?
The white color.
You're smart, you. If this horse number 7 runs a bad race today in this company, do we then look at open races or maybe try a different plan?
We'll see him after this race, then we'll decide. But inshallah, he's going to run a good race today, inshallah.
Thank you very much for taking the time, and best of luck to the entire team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great job again, Callum, in the paddock, getting those crucial interviews. This one being very crucial, considering the two white stable horses are at the top of the market. Seems like Yaroa may have a big future. That win in Taif was very impressive back in August, but this is a big step up in class.
Yes, interesting. 20 lengths we heard from Connections. It looked a massive margin. It's officially 7 3/4, but it looked an absolutely huge margin to me. And yeah, listen, it just goes in my book as could be anything, because we have seen a few white stable runners win by big margins in Taif, who then are put in cup company or group company, and just in the initial phase struggle because everything was really easy for them on debut, and suddenly they're in a race where they're against much better horses. They've got to race in a different way, and they haven't learned enough from debut to do that. Often, I mean, it's easy to criticise and say, well, they shouldn't do that. They should try to build them up steadily. It doesn't seem to affect them later on. You know, they then learn from the second start. They sort of build themselves back up, and if you find the right level for them, they'll win more races. But you know, sometimes horses are capable of going straight from a maiden into a group race. But it's a rarity. And Yaroa, all you can say is that was a really impressive performance, and it could be anything.
Exactly. So Yaroa could be anything. Wakid is the horse that we know has the proven talent, and hopefully we can see some footage of Wakid.
And this should be the King Abdulaziz Cup that we see, in which case, if it is, we'll see Flywing as well. So this is Teba Fiel in front, as we remember, and Wakid in the yellow cap and the blinkers runs on to finish in the frame. He gets promoted. He finishes third in the end, gets promoted to second. And that down the outside of the field, that's Flywing, who's absolutely flying from an impossible position, and he ends up being promoted into the money as well. So in a manner of speaking, the really taking horse here is Flywing, but he does a lot wrong in his races. And you see that Callum made him a paddock negative for sweating up badly beforehand.
Yes, exactly. That was a good race as well. Here we get another piece of footage of white stable horse.
Let's see if you think this is 7 3/4 lengths at the line. Maybe Yaroa is geared down a little bit later on, but he certainly does go a long way clear. I think he does get a little bit tired in the last 100 yards, and maybe you pretty much stop watching at this stage because it's all over. But the margin's big at this stage. The second horse actually does run on quite well late in the day, so it's 7 3/4 lengths there, and that's about right. But he did go 12 lengths clear of them, I think, early in the straight, and that looked the mark of a very promising horse. But again, I think if he ran that race here, he'd probably be just out of the frame.
Yes.
He needs to improve on it, but it was visually very impressive and suggests that he's a very good colt or gelding rather, and a decent prospect if he can build on that at the first chance.
Quick quiz question, as we were talking about winning margins there. What was the winning margin earlier for Scotland Yard, do you reckon?
I'm going to go 13 lengths.
16 length victory for Scotland Yard earlier in race 10. Okay, a couple more just to talk about before we hand over to Gareth to call them home in the Ministry of Defence Cup. Horse number 4, Nassim Al Araid, 9-2 in the market. This horse coming to his own this year with 3 victories in Taif, but only 13th in the Taif Cup.
Yeah, won an open and 70 to 86 handicap in Taif. Did finish third in the Flower Festival Cup, which can be a competitive race, can be a little bit like, it tends to throw up a good horse, but it doesn't tend to be an awfully deep contest. It certainly wasn't last year. But then, as you said, was down the field behind Salam Al Khair in the Taif Cup and needs to bounce back.
Ramadan is in here, is a maiden winner, third in the Al Hada Cup. Fel is outclassed, and Besht Al Hakem should be up with the speed early. I'm going to be with Wakid.
It doesn't say this marship, I don't think.
Sprinter, definitely. Yeah. I'm with Wakid. Who are you with?
I'm tempted to go with Flywing because Callum's got me a little bit riled about him, but I think the sensible thing to do is to go with Wakid, and if Flywing wins, I can still go. I told you he'd run well.
You're learning from my mistake in the previous race, aren't you? Very, very wise. Okay, so it's Wakid for myself and for Rory. I cannot remember who Callum went for. Yaroa for Callum, so both the white stable horses. Over to you, Gareth.
And we're down to the final few already for this local Group 3, the Ministry of Defence Cup. And still out of line, Besht Al Hakem and also Nassim Al Araid, along with Wakid and Yaroa. 2 white stable runners here shortly will be heading forward. 2 big players as well. Wakid at 10-11, jockey in the green cap, and Yaroa Brown Altoage wearing the red cap. 7 runners then. Final couple are about to head into line. Yaroa heading into stall 1 will be right along the inside. and Besht Al Hakem heading into stall 5 shortly with the aid of the blind, and we'll complete the lineup for our 10th race on the Riyadh card today. All of the others standing well as we just wait for Abdullah Al-Khamis and Besht Al Hakem to step forward. Just having a little think about things. And again, just shies a little, but almost there now, heading in the right direction. 7 runners then, and we're just about ready to go. 1,600 metres the journey in front of the field. Starters happy and lets them go. They're off and racing. Besht Al Hakem had a bit of a coming together with Ramadan, who's at the back end of the field as they link up quickly with the course proper and gallop through the first furlong or so, being led by Yaroa over towards the inside. Rayan Artois just taking a little look over his right shoulder. Perhaps he wants some company through these early stages, and now he's got it, courtesy of Nassim Al-Red up towards the outside in that red-coloured jacket. Flywing in that leading line as well. Fell in the blue, and deepest of all, Waqid. So it's a pretty hotly contested battle for early supremacy here. The only two who are having none of it, Besht Al Hakem and Ramadan, who are both slow to break away. So making the run left-handed out of the far straight. Yaroa along the inside of Nassim Al-Red are now the leading pair clearly as they stride a little way in advance of Flywing and Fell, and Waqid out a bit wider and has it to do from where he currently is and being ridden along as well as this Yaroa, who was a wide margin winner on debut, brings them back towards home, and he's got a lot of these cooked, it would appear. Making the run now back towards the final 400 metres, and Yaroa's going great guns. Second position now looking held is Nassim Al-Red, and then back in third is Ramadan, who's staying on best of the remainder, but they're heading down towards the 200 metre marker, and Yaroa shown the whip. It's hardly necessary, has got a 10-length advantage from in second position Nassim Al-Red, then down the outside Ramadan, but Yaroa has spread eagled the field and is going to come home by a wide margin. 2 out of 2 Yaroa looks a very, very smart horse. Second position Nassim Al-Red, back in third was Ramadan, and it was close for the Miners in behind those. Well, we've seen some impressive winners here today, and that has to be right up there. Yaroa pushing along a strong early pace here, which was hotly contested. There were several of them in that leading line throughout the first half mile or so of the race, but Yaroa has just broken them off one by one. Wins in a time of 1 minute 40.04 seconds, and again has scored by a wide margin, as was the case on debut last time out. Rayan Artois in the saddle, giving the horse a well-deserved pat down the neck. This was a Group 3, a local Group 3, and it's likely that after what was today a 15 1/4 length success, even bigger and better things are to come. He's got a real engine under the bonnet. Yaroa beats Nassim Al-Red, who's through for second, Ramadan in third. But it's a one-horse race for the Ministry of Defence Cup. It's Yaroa.
sometimes there aren't many words I have to use to describe a performance. There's one word I'll use for this: wow. Absolutely wow. Took my eye out in the parade ring, came here with no experience, and Rory said it plainly enough. We see this a lot with white stable horses who win on debut really impressively, but then flatter to deceive when they're stepped up in class next time. This horse did not flatter to deceive. This horse absolutely destroyed a field of very, very good horses. We're talking a proper performance here from a proper horse, and I mean, look at the size of him. We saw Adat earlier on, she was a big girl. This is a big, big boy, and look at the scenes here, everyone gathering around. The white stable team entirely gathering around this horse, who has done nothing but impress everybody here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. The team manager said to me before racing, this horse will not run a bad race, and he was absolutely right, because I shared concerns with everybody else that this horse may just struggle in this company after so little experience, but he's done everything that's asked of him and more. And the jockey aboard, the jockey aboard Abdulaziz Al Farouz has done. Oh, sorry, it's Riyadh Al Taraish on board here. Let me get that correct, as I'm reading the right breaches here. We've had a late jockey change there. But Rayan doing exceptionally well in the saddle. We'll grab a very quick word with Rayan once he weighs in as well. Rayan, well done. Very good horse.
You must speak English, sorry.
A little bit there, that's okay. He's very, very good, and we'll try and have a good look at this horse as well, because this is a proper performance, boy. A really, really good horse, and a really shockingly expensive performance.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yeah, brilliant performance from Yaroa. I think was definitely helped by the way the race panned out, but was still very impressive at the wire and just won by a wide margin. They went 5 in a line into the first bend. The market leader, Wakid, was on the outside of them. That wouldn't have been ideal. Wakid has been beaten a fair way, and he's obviously been very disappointing in this race, and Yaroa has done the opposite. He's been very impressive, but I think you have to take into consideration what happened in the early part of the race.
Yes, we would have guessed that Besh Alakam would have gone to the front, shown speed for 6 furlongs, and then faded out a bit. But that was the one horse who really didn't go forward. And I think one or two of the jockeys didn't realise that this was likely to happen. There's almost a bit of looking around, going, "Oh, I thought I was going to get to the front," and there's 5 of them literally within half a length going into that bend, and you knew immediately that even if Wakil was in decent form. Really, really difficult place to be in now. He's too far forward to sort of pull back behind runners at this stage, and he can't really commit himself to trying to pass them, and he just ends up getting hung out wide. That's not why he's got beaten, because he's been beaten an awfully long way. But had he been beaten like half a length, that would have been what had him beaten. But he actually ends up coming off the bridle here as the fronts 2 go clear, and as the race goes on, Yaroa just pulls further clear of Nassim Al-Araya in second. The others in behind haven't got a question. I thought it was very odd to see Flywing go forward, because he's a horse who used to come from right out of the back of the field last season, and he's not the kind of horse who actually would appreciate seeing daylight in his races, given that he is quite highly strung. He briefly gets into 3rd place, but then backs out of things. Yeah, so some disappointments in this contest, but the winner has posted a good time. You're hitting 140 here. You've got to be a very good performer.
Yes.
That's basically your rough benchmark to know whether horses are winning races on pure merit at this sort of level, or whether the race is sort of falling apart for them. So the fact that he's had to do most of the work on his own and has hit 140, he's been ridden to the line, it has to be said. He wasn't eased at all. So that, what he's done today is a measure of where he is at. Absolutely, at the moment. The question is whether he can keep stepping forward, or whether he's showing all he can do at this stage. He's still showing signs of greenness, but he's run extremely well and won this by a wide margin. So he's a horse to be excited about.
Over to you, Callum.
Thank you, team. Yes, and a very good performance should be matched by a very good ceremony, and that's what we're having today, as the Ministry of Defence Cup will be presented by His Excellency Major General Salman bin Alwad Al Habri. He is the Assistant Minister of Defence for Strategic Affairs as well, and that is a totally token suggestion there, as a man who should be awarding this very, very important trophy to what could be a very, very good horse. Lovely scenes to be seen here with the white stable. Rayanne's going to get involved as well, which is great to see too. One for the mantelpiece as well, and hopefully we'll get some trophy shots as well for the jockey. I'm just making sure I don't get in the way of any of the cameramen at all here. But a wonderful scene here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. And here we go, the man of the moment, the jockey who rode with utmost confidence, never say die attitude, joint celebration for everybody involved, and wonderful scenes throughout. This will all be on the mantelpiece. Get those trophies up in the air and go and celebrate, because you deserve it. All the success. This is a proper horse, and there's no doubt we'll be seeing him in proper races in the future. So many generations here. Lift up that trophy, young man. Lift it. There you go. That's the one. Make everybody at school jealous. We love to see it. Gentlemen back in the studio. Wonderful scenes here. Gareth, you will take us through the runners for our next race.
Yeah, local bred horses open coming up over the distance of 2,000 metres. Number 1 is Abo Sheikar, the mount of Alexis Marino. Number 2, Modbek, Rakan Al Obeid. Take out the 3. Number 4 is Izdajar, the mount of Abdullah Alofi. Number 5 is Mayhamar with Rayan Al Toesh. Number 6, Ashkana Adel Al Faredi. Number 7 is Barhez under Mohammed Al Daham. Over the page, number 8, Mabdok, the mount of Abdullah Al-Fayruz. Number 9 is Sultan Al-Anaya, Abdullah Al-Credis. Number 10 is Ainan Al-Maj, the mount of Osama Al-Sharani, with number 11, Moshe Bar, the mount of Abdullah Al-Saidi. And number 12 is Wajar, ridden by Amin Badroun. So they go without the 3. That leaves us with 11 to contest our penultimate race of the night. This local bred horse is open. Back to the guys in the studio.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, 11 horses in this contest. Local bred horses open, as Gareth has already said, over the 2,000 metres. Another interesting race. Obviously there's a big discrepancy in terms of talent between some of these. In open, sometimes you do get trainers putting horses in just either because there's no other spot or they're trying to grab some decent prize money. Abo Sheikar is obviously the horse to beat, a horse I really liked last year. He's only rated 98, whereas Mayhamar's rated 96, but there's a big disparity in the market. Abo Sheikar being even money, Mayhamar being 72.
Yeah, well, Abo Sheikar is more consistent than Mayhamar. I would say that's 1 plus. Mayhamar was a winner over this trip in open company just over a year ago in Taif. Good second in the Al Masif Cup prep, 3 starts back, not been quite as good since. But the best of Mayhamar's form justifies that rating in the 90s. 96 might be a couple of pounds too high. But yeah, Abo Sheikar just looks a little bit more reliable. The only issue I would have with Abo Sheikar is a course and distance winner, obviously. The custodian of the two holy mosques, there's a local version as well, which he won on his final outing. That's a very good performance and deserves to make him top rated here. Obviously, he's given a little bit of weight away. He's carrying 61 kilo here, and Mayhamar's carrying 59. So that's strictly makes Mayhamar the best horse at the weights. But I'd fancy Abo Sheikar if he's in the same form as he was for that final season to give the weight away. It's not a given that the horse is coming back from a break between the last Riyadh season and this one are going to be ready to go. So I wouldn't be in love with having a big involvement at even money here, but he's still the standout horse in the race.
Yeah, he is one of my favourite horses from last year. I think it's because when we were here, and I know this is going to sound like half the time, I don't mean it in this way, but when we were here, I think he was put into a handicap or something similar, and I liked him under Tariq Al Mansour, and he just travelled through the race like a dream. It was like a cup horse racing against maidens that couldn't find a win. That was the difference between him and his rivals. Obviously then he went on to record another couple of successes, and he was a big improver last season as a 4-year-old. It seems to have everything that you need over 2,000 metres. He stays the trip well, he's got loads of ability, he has tactical speed to get into a good position early. I don't really have a negative for him. The only negative for me is the draw. Now, the layoff obviously is a question, but it's not a negative for me. Hopefully Alex Moreno can get Abo Sheikar into a prominent position. Mayhamar, I'm not too convinced about. The last 2 runs have been thoroughly disappointing, and I think he's a better horse in Taif.
Yeah. The best effort has come in Taif, and there are poor runs in there that there aren't obvious excuses for.
Shirley has been in touch on YouTube. Thank you very much, Shirley, for watching us for the coverage, and a great job today by Jimmy. Derivo was a fantastic winner, as was Wakud early on, and it's fantastic to see Jimmy getting some chats with Callum in the prelims too. Over to Callum.
Thank you, team. Yeah, it's been great to hear people watching the YouTube feed, and hopefully they can keep watching as we see horse number 4, Izdijar, one of 2 real paddock eye catchers for me in this contest. A lovely, well put together type. And again, we mentioned this, the key thing, the things that I love about a horse is a nice short back and withers that match the hind quarters. That's what you want to see, a lovely top line, and that's exactly what this horse has. Has a bit of a long neck, sometimes you want a bit more of a short, powerful neck. Haven't quite got that with this 2,000 metre runner, but certainly not a massive negative for me. Plenty to find on ratings, and not exactly looking ridiculously red hot fit, but certainly one for the shortlist that I liked in the parade ring. Let's go back a couple of horses, Mustafa. We'll go all the way back to horse number 11 here. This is the one that was a massive eye catcher for me, but had an awful lot to find on ratings here. This is Mosaba. This is horse number 11 in these blue blinkers, walking towards us now. This gorgeous chestnut individual coming into shot beautifully as we talk now. This horse is what I say looks fit and ready to go. You see the hip pointer is on show. This horse has got plenty of muscle definition. A lovely walk. Watch the way these hooves come so close together. They walk straight through. Sometimes with these horses that are running on dirt, they walk terribly. Very staccato, very unattractive. This is completely different. Hips like Beyonce, swinging side to side. We absolutely love it. And horse number 11, Moshaba, is certainly the one that's going to be my paddock eye catcher in this contest.
Thank you, Callum. I'm learning as much as everyone else is at home from your descriptions of these horses in the paddock, so thank you very much. Back to a couple of horses we haven't talked about there. We've only mentioned the top 2 in the market at this stage. What about Modbeck? Horse number 2, 7-1, third favourite in the international market. I don't really know what to make of this horse, to be honest. He's been in good form.
He has been running well. He's very well suited by a test of stamina. His 2 recent wins have come in mile-and-a-half handicaps at Type, but he was second over this trip 2 starts back. Really ought to be competitive. Has a little bit to find on paper. You know, we got horses rated 98, 96 here. He's rated 81, so he's got over a stone to find. But race fitness will do him an awful lot of good, and also in races over this sort of distance, the fact that he's got extra stamina is a big plus.
Trip 2,400 metres, obviously his ideal trip, but 2,000 is absolutely fine for him. Horse number 4 is Izdijar for the Red Stable. Abdullah Alalfi on board. 2 wins from the 12 starts. Finished second finished behind Thekati, who was second. Izdijar finished 4th last time. The form wasn't overly frank yesterday.
No, it wasn't, but Izdijar ran a half-decent race, won a mile no winners of 2 in December, was 3rd in a fairly competitive handicap, and then 4th in that no winners of 4 behind Mashmut last time out. I like the way he was going on at the finish there, Izdijar. He will see this out thoroughly. He is fit. I think you get a decent run from him, but yeah, his rating of 76 again suggests that others need to falter if he's going to win this race.
Ashkana is horse number 6. Adele Alfredi gets on board, so you have to pay note whenever Adele's on. 6-1 in the international market. Cheap pieces on this horse, rated 84. Usually comes up short in open company, but I just see Adele Alfredi and my eyes drawn to it.
I think he hits the frame here, but the issue with Ashkana is the more competitive a race he's in, the better he tends to run. But he doesn't win very often. What is he? He's just 1 win from 40-odd starts, isn't he? But he does hit the frame in good races. He was 3rd in that Lexus handicap here in January, a very valuable handicap sponsored. And he's pretty consistent on the whole. He just doesn't get his head in front.
Over to you again, Callum.
Thanks, team. Yeah, Bender Handam is with me now, the trainer of Modbeck. He looks very well. Are you excited?
Inshallah, he's look very good with win. Inshallah,
win, hopefully.
We have 3 or 4 horses very good, but inshallah, my father horse is very good today. Inshallah, he's win. Inshallah.
Perfect. Well, hopefully you and your father can have a winner.
Inshallah, you told to me and my father congratulations after this race. Okay.
Hopefully, all fingers crossed. We hope to talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. What an interview there. Hopefully we can hear from Modbeck's connections after the race as well. Modbeck has got a chance, we've already discussed, and has that proven stamina. Okay, Rory, we're down to the last 6 horses on the race card and in this race, all of whom, in my opinion, have to improve a great deal to win. I suppose Sultan Al Anai at least has a rating that suggests that he could play a part, but even then he still has to improve to match the likes of Abu Sheikha and Mayhama. I've literally got written down in my notes that either these horses are outclassed or their handicap is running in an open.
I've gone as far as no right to be in this race for one of them.
Yeah, well, yes. Is that horse number 10?
Speaking, that is horse number 10, yes. Who isn't actually good enough to be running in maidens,
no.
Quite frankly.
What about horse number 12?
Horse number 12. Only its on debut and hard to fancy in open company. I mean, obviously
not run for 2 years.
Yes, exactly. That was an awfully long time ago. He's a 6-year-old now, and he's having a second start a long time after his first. Not easy to fancy some of these. Sultan Al Anaya isn't a massive price here, and he is fairly useful on his day. But he hasn't won since August 2022.
26 months.
Yeah, and he has plenty of runs. He does get in the money enough to justify keeping him in training, but his best run last season was third in that local Jockeys Challenge here the weekend of the Saudi Cup. Wins are very few and far between.
Yeah, focusing on horses 1 through 6 in the race card. Obviously, the 3's a non-runner. 1 through 6, they're the ones that should play a major part in the finish here. And if they don't, then we're going to see an upset. Here's Abu Sheikha in the back end of last year. I love that he was really close to the speed. He's got that tactical pace, and he just puts away his rivals. At this stage, you could be forgiven for thinking the two on the outside could swamp him.
Yes, but he shows a really willing attitude. Just drifts out towards them a little bit, but knuckles down nicely. If he was Mahalik, he'd finish 4th in this contest. Yeah. But despite them getting closer, he always pulls out a little bit more. And the margin was 3/4 of a length, 50 yards from home, and still 3/4 of a length at the line. That's a good thing to see in a horse you want to see battle.
Yeah, battling qualities. This is Mayhama, Rihanna Tuaish going down to start right now, looking lovely as well. And we can see him earlier in the campaign. Here we are. Here is Mayhama in the white stable silks, the white, the red and the green cap. You get the caption up to see the horse hit, and it looks like he's going to win at this part of the race. He kind of kicks clear off the home turn. He has a 3 or 4 lengths advantage, but succumbs to a deep closer.
Yeah, and in fairness, this was a strong contest though. You're right. I mean, he gets beaten quite a long way for a horse who looks like he's definitely going to win with a furlong to go, which is a worry. But the winner's a decent performer. That was the Al Masif Cup prep race, so it was a pretty deep contest, and Mayhama ran well. You'd like to see a horse with that rating see it out a little bit better to be perfect, but clear of the rest in a fairly deep contest. So I wouldn't be, compared to the rest of this field, I wouldn't want to be too harsh on that performance.
I'm not happy with just coming up with the winner of this race. I think we can get the forecast here.
Okay.
I'm really keen on Abu Sheikha. He's a horse I like anyway, but I think he's a clear standout. And I like Modbeck to finish second, to plug on past beaten rivals.
Yeah, but Modbeck has got fitness on his side. Is in the form of his life. The figures say he can't get that close, but I think he probably will. And I think you might get that great winning interview if he does win as well. So I think you will get a massive run from Modbeck. I'm inclined to agree with you.
Horse number 1, Abu Sheikha, for me to beat Modbeck.
I'll just go for the straight Abu Sheikha win, and I do hope he's fully wound up for this return.
Callum, over to you.
Thanks, team. It's still going to be horse number 11 for me in this race. It looks, like you said, it looks between the top 6. But if there was going to be an upset, I think it would be horse number 11 in this contest. Really looking forward to this. There's a few of these are really good connections in this field. There were lots of really positive vibes going on in the parade ring as the horses were going around looking nice and relaxed. And I was keen on a few of them. I do think Isdajar looks very, very good. Almost too well, as you guys have mentioned plenty of times before. It's sometimes you look at a horse that looks really, really good shape, but it's just a little bit tubby. But for me, horse number 11 is the one I'm going to go for. Mushabah is my selection, and Gareth Topham, hopefully you can call him home for the ultimate shock.
Yeah, 28-1 on the international betting markets, Callum Mushabah. Big price, but at evens, Abu Sheikha is a warm favourite here as the runners begin to head into the stalls at the 2,000 metre start. So 11 of them here, and Abu Sheikha, who indeed has in the past shown a really willing attitude at the end of his races, and 6 from 17 strike rate coming in from today. It just goes to show, doesn't it? You know, this horse has got a bit of a will to win. That's impressive by any means. And Abu Shaker at the top of the race card here looks to be a real big player. Alexis Moreno taking the ride as we're down to the final few to head into the stalls. Ashkana is still out of line, and so is Mayhama. There will be a couple of the last ones to slot forward for this local bred horses open race. And we are almost set to go. Best of luck here. Penultimate race on the card, couple of them anticipating the starts, but the gates crash back and away they go. Bit of a rough and tumble sort of beginning. Sultan Al Anaya along the inside, that yellow-coloured jacket was just swerving around a little bit. Pace looks pretty average at best through the early stages, with Barhez one of the first ones to show in those light blue sleeves. Light blue jacket of Mabdark is over along the inside, and favourite Abu Shaker in the orange-coloured jacket also banged there early, being followed closely by Ainan Al Majid, and wider out is Mayhama in a green cap as we see them from above. A couple of lengths back off those to find Moshe Bar, who's racing in front at this point of Modbek and Izdajar, who's well down the field, and also Sultan Al Anaya following a slightly awkward start. And as they continue their forward progress over in the back straight, and as they do so, the field stretched out by around about 12 lengths or so, with up ahead Barhez along the inside of Abu Shaker, and the latter now moving on into a clear lead, goes away by half a length. Close up is Mayhama on the outside. 2 to 3 lengths back off those is Moshebar, who's now improved into 4th place. That one just in front of Ainan Al Majid along the inside. Izdajar now stepping forward as they're making the left-handed run back towards the entrance to the home straight. All of the others with quite a bit to do, with Ashkana trying to pick up and is now in advance of Sultan Al Anaya. The others set for a big struggle. They include Modbek, but this Abu Shaker goes well and makes the final corner some 2 lengths in front of the driven along Mayhama, who's the closest pursuer. Izdajar back in 3rd as they're now down the straight, and with about 300 metres left to stride, it is Abu Shaker by 4 lengths from Mayhama in 2nd. Izdajar still putting in some decent late work along the inside is next, and then Moshebar in 4th, and Sultan Al Anaya down the wide outside. But again, it's going to be a wide margin winner here. Abu Shaker going to justify favouritism and do it in great style. Abu Shaker and Alexis Moreno getting home in front by around about 6 lengths. Through for 2nd place was Moshebar, and they were chased home by Izdajar along the inside of Sultan Al Anaya. But it's a clear-cut victor. Abu Shaker has run them ragged in the end, always nicely positioned, and in what wasn't the strongest of run heats, as in the end powered clear for a decisive victory. Well done to Callum with his each-way fancy, getting through into 2nd position in the end, Moshebar, without being any match for the winner. But Abu Shaker has crossed the line again, winning by a long way. It's been a bit of a theme of the afternoon, really. In a time of 2:09.18 seconds, Abu Shaker has come home well clear. We'll get the official distance through in just a moment. I thought it was around about half a dozen lengths or so, and I was right. 6 lengths back to Moshebar in 2nd place. What a judge. That's Callum, not me. Moshebar in 2nd, big price runner-up, and Izdajar was best of the remainder back in 3rd. Abu Shaker, though, has come home a clear-cut winner, as the odds suggested he might.
Alex Moreno on a favourite. You know the drill by now. Wins well. Abu Sheikha doing the business, and this is the winner of the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosque race and has gone and won again. A very talented local bred runner, and well done to Tom and Rory in the studio for putting him up in good fashion. And he's won under a very confident Alex Moreno, who was front ranked throughout, but as the challengers fell back and back and back, he kept pushing on forward. And this horse looks like he could go around again as well. You can see he's got the cross nose band on just to give Alex a little bit of control. It's not much control though. With this grey, it's still very much ready and raring to go. Look at this. He's a real athlete as you get a close look at him. Very, very well done. We'll grab a word with Alex after he weighs in as well, just to find out about this horse, because he's clearly talented, a gorgeous individual as well, and a very nice win. Confident is the way I would describe Alex's riding. The stewards are looking at the start of the race. It was a very messy start. I'll talk to the jockey and find out some more. Just making sure he's weighed in now. He's having a look. He's having an ask around. I think he's okay. Alex, we'll grab a word now. Talk to me firstly about the start of the race.
Well, the first break we missed it, but the second one we opened, we was well, you know. I don't know what's going on there, but we break one good in the second one.
And this horse looks really strong throughout the race, was always front ranked and just shaking off the challenges.
Yeah, he like to be in the front, you know. So just to keep some power for the last. That's what we do, and he was well.
Were you surprised with how much power he showed at the end? You won by 6 lengths.
Yeah, I thought I should save him more, but when I asked him, he just gave me all what he got, you know.
Very exciting, and that for you is another winner over these first 3 days of the Riyadh meeting. You've been flying since we've come here.
Well, I'm just happy to do that, you know.
Well done, riding full of confidence. Well done. Don't need to ride out any horses. You ride them at the finish. Well done.
Yeah, thank you, buddy.
Thank you. We will keep you updated in regards to the stewards when we find out some more. But that was Alex Moreno, our race-winning jockey.
Thank you, Callum. Let's have a look at the start of this race then. They are looking into it. There was no... Ooh, that was weird. Wait, can we see that again, gallery? I don't know if we can cue that up
One
again.
of them's anticipated at the start.
It's like they all went forward and then all went back.
But one of them's anticipated at the start, bumped into the stalls, rocked backwards. The stalls then look like they're opening, but don't.
Yeah,
so the other horses react. It's about...
Final couple of horses.
Final
couple of horses got to go in. And then we can watch it again. It was a very odd start. It looked like all of the horses moved back onto their hind legs, just as the starter was going to say ready, all clear. And then when the gates did open, none of the horses were ready. It was very odd. There was interference during the start. Here we go. Look, they all go back on their haunches. Well, the horse in the middle got the worst of it.
Yeah,
that was Ashkana.
Yeah, I think what has happened is one of those is anticipated at the start. And because they know when the gates open to go forwards, he's banged into the gates. It looks like they're going to open, so the horses start going forward. The gates aren't open, so they rock back again. And when they rock back, that's when the stalls actually have opened.
It didn't look like a full start.
It's not a full start. It's a race where you might want to say, if you had robust rules, you would say the horse who got a really bad break there will be treated as a non-runner. Yeah. But I don't know exactly how the rules are framed here. In the UK, we tend to write rules for specific situations that have happened before, rather than working out everything that might happen, which would allow the stewards to take action. So, for example, if a rule was written saying that if a jockey was standing in the stalls, not on board the horse would be deemed a non-runner. But there are scenarios where that horse might be deemed not given a fair start that weren't included. You basically had to have that situation, which happened with a race at Ascot where Jamie Spencer was riding the favourite, and he'd got off it briefly because it was restless in the stalls, and he was standing on the structure of the stalls when the race started. The horse started without him. They decided 2 years later to bring in a rule that if that happened again, the horse would be a non-runner. And then we had situations where horses, the jockey was on board the horse, but the jockey was attached to the stalls himself, and therefore couldn't leave the stalls, or the horse was attached to the blanket that we used, and they weren't covered by the rules. So you have to write another rule saying if a horse has been deemed to have not been given a fair start, it can be called a non-runner. You need to decide in the first place what kind of rules you want to have, and I think the rules here, because we're not doing things the same way as the UK, you're able to start from scratch here. The rules are probably more sensible.
Yeah, hopefully we can hear from the stewards with Callum, and if not, we'll be able to get back with an answer to that later in the show, hopefully, fingers crossed. Talking about the race itself, Abu Jcsa managed to get to the lead. Alex Moreno not messing around up front. I love this horse. I love the way he moves in his races, and he kicked clear off the home turn. Never really in any kind of danger. Another winner for yourself, another winner for me, and we should say, Callum Halliwell. What a selection for second.
28 to 1 second.
Yeah, Moshe Bar ran a really big race, much better than we've seen from this horse. I mean, I'd say in his whole career.
Yeah, he wasn't the least likely horse to run into the frame in the race, but he looked a real long shot to get placed, and he's run best of the others in second. But the winner's really likeable. He's not actually that flashy.
No.
He's come right away from them here, but you know perfectly well that if a horse had loomed up to him at some stage in the home straight, he'd have tried to pick up again, and he's got a smashing attitude. Everything about him is straightforward, so it's no surprise you like him.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of him. It's not necessarily because he always wins. He's obviously got a great winning sequence right now. It's just the way he goes about his business and how quickly he's improving. He's going to be rated in the hundreds now. He was 98 before today.
But again, you know, if you rate the race through the second horse,
well,
then
yes,
you maybe decide he hasn't had to improve. But the chances are the handicapper is going to say that he has taken a step forward again. This wasn't the custodian of the two holy mosques.
No, but when is a winner not punished? That's the thing.
Exactly.
Hopefully Abu Jcsa can be found in a really nice spot, another open maybe, and get the job done for Connections, because he's been a real credit for them so far. 47,500 Saudi Riyal to the winner here. So another big success, and he's come back in the similar kind of form to last year. Even money favourite as well. Quite a few winning favourites on the card today, including Derivo at 4-6 and Scotland Yard at 5-4. We have one race left today. It is the Eastern Governance Region Cup, 2,400 metres, the longest distance you'll see here in Riyadh for 3 odds plus. Older horses in this spot. Wide open race, but there are two at the top of the market. Gareth, can you run us through the runners and riders?
Indeed, the runners, just over a circuit of the track in front of the field, and number one is Bismillah Ali. Bismillah Ali going to be ridden by Khalid Al-Mamoni. Number two, Boltaway, the mount of Nawaf Al-Mudi Ani, with number three, Calculation, with Ahmed Al-Azari. 4 is Commander Hector, Naif Al-Anazi. 5 is French Claim, Yusuf Al-Hussein on board. Number 6, Horton of Youth, Azil Al-Zahani. Over the page to number 7, Jack Red Cloud, Adel Al-Faradi. Number 8, Luganini, Alexis Moreno. With number 9, Maker of Light, Abdullah Al-Saidi. Number 10, Play Actor, Abdullah Al-Credis. 11 is Thunder Squall with Berto Ramos, and 12, Saeed, Hamza Saad. A full field of 12 then to contest our final race of the night, the Eastern Governance Region Cup. Let's pick up more with Callum, who's in the parade.
Thanks, Gareth. Yes, the feature is upon us, and the first horse we'll look at is a last time out winner in the shape of French Claim, who looked fit enough to go and do the business. Again, lovely cheeky little white patch on French Claim just behind the saddle cloth. Just something that I quite like the look of. Not the biggest type. These are really power-packed individuals that are going to be slugging it out for a very long way. Let's go back a couple of horses to the talking horse, though. Jack Red Cloud, horse number 7 on your race cards in the green and yellow. Certainly isn't going to take your eye out in the parade ring. A small type, but really well in the coat. The light is shining off this individual. He looks fit enough to go and do the business. He's got a nice walk to him. Let's have a good look at this walk, because he sort of floats off the ground a bit. He doesn't spend much time on the ground. He's very light on his feet, and sometimes you like that, especially with a horse that's a stayer. These middle distance types, these really, you want them to be light on their feet and not power into the ground. We're not looking at sprinters here who are grabbing the ground and pulling it back. We want them to almost cushion the ground and scoot over it. We go back one more to Luganini as well. This is Alex's ride, looking for another winner today. To me, not doing as much in the parade ring as I'd like to see, not really shining up in that coat as we've seen previously. This is a chestnut as well, so you'd imagine this horse would be a little more, I don't know, shiny, good looking, getting a little bit warm in the hindquarters as well, and a bit warm on the neck too. Probably a paddock negative for me, Luganini, but I did like 7 and 5.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yeah, it's a good look over the horses for the featured race today, the Eastern Governance Region Cup. It's a wide open race in terms of talent level. You've got some horses that are capable of winning, some horses who need to improve but have still run to a good level, and some who are basically overmatched in this field. The market's come down on 2 horses, both 6-4 joint favourite. We'll start with Jack Red Cloud. Why not? Adele Alfaredi. Yesterday he was the guy in the spotlight in the cup race, winning on Bint Far. Can he be today as well?
He could well do so. Jack Red Cloud has really taken off recently. Comes here with a rating of 107. I'm not surprised by that. He was beaten early in the campaign. He was fourth to Luganini in the JCSA Cup. Prior to that, he and Luganini were both beaten by Boltaway. But they've come forward with the runs. Interesting, we got this from Jimmy Jerkins, basically saying that they were running their way into fitness, and that you can see that from their campaign. He then won the Ash Shafa Cup and the Okaz Cup last time out. Particularly impressive last time in beating a really good horse in Al Marmoum Gate by 8 lengths. And that ties in quite closely to our other joint favourite, Luganini, who also beat Al Marmoum Gate earlier in the season. That was in the JCSA Cup. He then was second to Al Marmoum Gate last time out at the end of the season at Taif in the National Day Cup, again over 1.5 miles. On that occasion, we saw Al Marmoum Gate at his very best. When he's good, he can really rattle home over a distance. And he won that race by 12.25 lengths, I believe. So yeah, I fell in love with Al Marmoum Gate when I saw him winning by wide margins at Taif last season. Luganini obviously has beaten him once this season. Jack Red Cloud has beaten him by further. I think Al Marmoum Gate has improved between those runs, so it's not a simple comparison between the two, hence the fact that they're joint favourites. But I thought Jack Red Cloud was enormously impressive last time out. He's got a very good pedigree as well, and he's now just showing what he's capable of. So I can't be against him in this race.
He's also drawn better than Luganini 3 compared to stall 11, so a much better spot. I'm very much with you. I feel like we're giving selections extremely early here, but I think Jack Red Cloud is the horse that we're both going to side with. He's the horse to beat in this race, and potentially, well, not potentially, definitely should be the outright favourite rather than a joint favourite.
Yeah, I would say so, and you can argue that Boltaway is a short enough price at 7-1 against them. Clearly, he's got that win over them, but you know, Jimmy Jerkins was very honest about the fact that he was hard trained for that race. And the others would have been working their way up to fitness for prizes later in the season.
Yeah, Boltaway may have already hit his peak and now finding his way
Shot
back
his
up.
bolt?
Yeah, you could say that. But he's a 7-time winner. Stewards have looked into the last race to start, and they've said everything is okay there. So no more to bring to you from race number 11. A couple of others to talk about before we see the jockeys get on board. Horse number 5, French Claim for Nicolas Bachelard, who had a winner earlier with Scotland Yard 4 owner Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz. French Claim 8-1, another French-bred horse in here, 4-time winner from 14 starts. Last time up was impressive, but it was just an open. It wasn't a cup race over this trip at Taif. The last 200 metres of that replay that I watched, he was paddling.
Yes.
So I'm worried about the distance.
Well, the distance shouldn't be a problem for French Claim because he was second in the Vintage Crop Stakes when he was trained in Ireland over 1.75 miles. So he does actually stay. Obviously, Vintage Crop Stakes on
Different
turf,
surface, yeah.
on a different surface, and you know, galloping for 1.5 miles on dirt takes an awful lot of stamina. That's why they don't tend to have races beyond the 1.5 miles. So he wasn't short of stamina on the flat, on the turf rather. But yes, he probably needed the line last time out. Prior to that, he was 6th to Luganini in the JCSA Cup. He is running himself into form, you could argue, but I think they would have liked him to have been in pretty good form in that JCSA Cup race where Luganini won. So I don't see him turning the tables. In the context of the race, he's still got a very good chance of finishing third, though.
Absolutely. His owner mate in here, horse number 11, Thunder Squall, also 8-1 in the market, so the traders can't separate these two Prince Saud bin Salman horses. Roberto Ramos rides this son of Dubawi. He's more unexposed than most in here. 65 to 81 handicap winner last time up. This is just much tougher.
Yes, his breeder's not mentioned there, but I think he comes from a Jim Bolger family. Placecock, the dam was bred and trained by Jim Bolger. It's nice to see those those lines coming through. But yeah, although a winner last time out and a useful enough sort, I just think several others have been running in better races, including French Claim. I think French Claim's got better chances than Thunder Squall on paper, and I would have him at a slightly bigger price.
We've mentioned all of those at single-figure odds, including the two favourites, Jack Red Cloud and Luganini. I'm with Jack Red Cloud in here. Hopefully Adele Alfaredi can get another Cup race win on the board. Yourself?
Yeah, I'm very much with Jack Red Cloud. I tried to think outside the box a little bit with this race, but I struggled with it. I didn't want to be going with favourites in the last 4 races, but I find it very difficult to drag myself away, and he looks very solid.
Callum, please say you're going with Jack Red Cloud to make it all 3 of us on this horse. You keep going against us today.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I did find a paddock eye catcher right at the end. It was horse number 11, Thunder Squall. Best looking horse in this field for the same connections that gave Wigberto that famous Saudi Cup win only a couple of years ago. So yeah, Thunder Squall for me, absolutely stunning in the parade ring. I'm such a shame I couldn't give you a picture of him, because yeah, we just had a bit of an issue there just trying to see him in the parade ring. He came in a little bit late, and I'm sorry I couldn't get you a shot of him, but my goodness, hopefully you'll see him as he comes down to the start here, because he is one of the most gorgeous. There he is absolutely gorgeous. He looks fit, he looks well, he looks comfortable within himself. He walks around like he owned the place. He's the size of a house, but he's not fat. He's really ready to go, carrying not a lick of condition, and he is my selection here. And remember, we saw Nicolas Bachelard win the last race. He's got French Claim in this, but he was very much involved with the saddling of this runner as well, and talking to Wigberto and giving him instructions. We've got some breaking news coming through to me at the moment. Race 11 has been declared void. We have some breaking news here that race 11 has been declared void. It is a no race. So race 11 has been declared void because it was a false start. That is race 11 declared void because of a false start. We were slightly concerned about the start, but it has now been confirmed as void. That means that Alex Moreno's win there will not count, but Alex is still in very good form and had the chance to win this lucky last. Gareth, can you take us through this final and all-important Cup race to round off the card?
Yeah, amazing news coming out of that previous contest, wasn't it? And yeah, maybe Alexis Moreno can gain a little bit of compensation here on Luganini, and obviously they're down at the start, so I doubt he's aware of what's just been announced. But anyway, Jack Red Cloud is the 11-10 market leader here on the international betting front, with Luganini 7-4 and 8-1 bar the pair, and the guys in the studio very keen on Jack Red Cloud over Luganini. And Jack Red Cloud is the horse that's come in for the late money. So the runners are at the post, and yeah, definitely an interesting concluding contest, isn't it, for the Eastern Governance Region Cup. And it was interesting that Callum thought that Thunder Squall really took the eye in the parade ring beforehand. Longest race on the card, and it's the longest distance that they race here in Saudi Arabia, with 2,400 metres, the starting point right down at the entrance to the home straight, and they will have well over a circuit of the course in front of them. There's the 9, Maker of Light with Abdullah Al Saidi taking the ride, and this one coming into today's race perhaps with a little bit to prove. Hasn't been in the greatest of form in recent times, and a 50-1 outsider as the loading up commences. 75,000 Saudi Riyals on offer to the winner here, 150,000 offered in win and place prize money, and a field of 12 heading into the stalls. In goes Yum Saeed, who is at number 12 here. Hamza Saad taking the ride, form just tailing off a little bit in recent times, will be looking to bounce back. In goes the 5, French Claim, in form, and next forward will be Boltaway, who's got the blind fitted for stalls entry. Nawaf Al-Mudiani taking the ride into stall 2, and once again, the lower the stall number, the closer to the inside running rail it is, and as has been the case pretty much all day here in Riyadh, the loading up going really quite smoothly, and we're already down to the final couple of runners here. Thunder Squall closest to us, and Maker of Light, who will be drawn in stall 1 right along the inside. Eastern Governance Region Cup, our final race of the night. Riyadh were set to go, and they're off and racing. Over 2,400 metres on this occasion. Bolt away in the red jacket down along the inside, together with Horton of Youth, and it's the latter who strides on into an early lead. So down they head to the winning post for the first time. Horton of Youth leading by a couple of lengths, with Jack Red Cloud in the green jacket nicely positioned along the inside of Thunder Squall, who takes a pull. And then Bismillah A up towards the outside of French Claim as they now race down past the winning line and on towards the turn. Boltaway now settling down in midfield, with out a little bit wider Commander Hector in orange and in green Luganini as they freewheel out towards the back straight. And then well down the field in these early stages, Yum Saeed, and also towards the back end of the field, Calculation in light green sleeves, and Play Actor, who's positioned a little deeper out on the course in red sleeves and cap. Maker of Light is over towards their inside. About to enter the back straight, and just pressing on a little more now is Horton of Youth in the hands of Azil Al-Zahani. To in second position, nicely poised up towards the outside, Thunder Squall, who's never been too far away. Running in third spot, Jack Red Cloud, green jacket, white cap, who in turn is a little way in advance of the fourth placed French Claim, who's over along the inside of Bismillah Elay. And then a length and a half back off those runs Luganini, next in running Bolt Away, just in front of the now niggled at Play Actor. The others with plenty on, headed off by Commander Hector and Maker of Light, who's over towards the inside. As they now turn out of the far straight, Yum Saeed is still towards the back end of the field as well. It's almost a line of three though up front. Horton of Youth now joined and passed by Jack Red Cloud, who's made his presence felt and moves through together with Thunder Squall on the outside. And as they head into the final 450 metres of the journey at this stage, it's looking like another result for the studio. And up ahead, kicking on here, it is Jack Red Cloud. Jack Red Cloud now in front by some 2 lengths over in second position Thunder Squall. They have quickly opened up a big gap over the others. Boltaway has stayed on into third. No more from Horton of Youth, but racing down into the final 200 metres of the journey. It's been a day in Riyadh of wide margin winners. This will be no exception. It's been a day in Riyadh of Adel Al Faradi in the winners' enclosure, and this will be no exception. 4 winners on the day for Adel, as Jack Red Cloud pulls right away to score handsomely in the finale. Second position, that will go to Thunder Squall. Back in third, Boltaway, and that one in turn well clear of Luganini, who was best of the rest in fourth. It's Adel Al Faradi's day, 4-timer for him, and Jack Red Cloud comes home a clear-cut winner. Another winning favourite, another wide margin scorer. And really from the 400-metre marker, it looked beyond doubt as he quickly swept aside his rivals. Thunder Squall, who got a real thumbs up from Callum in the paddock beforehand, has run a screamer back in second, in turn nicely clear of the third. But as we see the winner passing the line in a time of 2 minutes 36.26 seconds, Jack Red Cloud really is in a league of his own here tonight and beats Thunder Squall into second place. Boltaway was back in third, 10 1/4 lengths the winning margin, so again in double digits. It's Jack Red Cloud who's won the Eastern Governance Region Cup in great style.
Another victory for Adel Al-Furedi, 4 on the day. He won the cup race yesterday with Bintfar. He's won the cup race today as well with Jack Red Cloud. And it was a thoroughly impressive display as well, winning by 10 1/4 lengths over Thunder School back in second, Boltaway in third. A fantastic race. Forecast put up by the team, myself and Rory on Jack Red Cloud. Your fantastic selection with Thunder School in second as well. What did you make of the race? What did you make of Wiggy's ride?
Oh, well, firstly, back-to-back forecast for the entire
Yes,
team.
yeah.
Unbelievable work from everybody all round. I mean, you guys going for favourites, but Callum pulling out the big each-way players. But no, you're right. I wasn't too impressed with the rider from Wiggy there. He obviously got going very early. The horse was quite keen. Now, let's not get it twisted. He's not winning that race.
No.
But to allow a jockey of Adele's class the ability to just cut through like a knife through butter between the two horses, I thought that was poor from Wiggy there. He should have held his line and not allowed that other horse to come through. But whatever would have happened, Adele would have passed him in the straight anyway, so I can't take too much away. And he finished second, and Adele's got 4 winners. Wow.
Absolutely. I kind of missed that mid-race move from Adele, to be fair, because we were making our way up to the top of this grandstand here. When I looked, Horton of Youth was leading. Thunder School was on the outside, Rory. I presume Adele was back in third, but he made a nice move down the back, coming around the home turn, and that was kind of the winning seal on the race, let's say.
It was. It looked briefly like the front two could get away, but we know enough about Horton of Youth to know that he's an admirable performer. He ran well in cup races in Taif last season, but this is just a little bit beyond him. Nice to see him coming back to some kind of form, though, and setting the race up. Callum was keen on the was he second in the end? He didn't hold on for second.
Held on for Boltaway.
Boltaway ran on late in the day for third. I think that'll please Jimmy Jerkins as well as a return to form from him. But yeah, this winner is really going places. He was a maiden winner at Dundalk on his final start for Andy Oliver in Ireland, but he's really taken massive leaps forward here. His form improved all through the season at Taif, and to beat a horse like Al Marmoon Gate by a margin of 8 lengths shows how fast he's improving. Got up to a rating of 107 for that performance, and has probably gone further up in the ratings for this performance. He is really thriving at present, and is something of a staying superstar.
Yeah, 3 victories in a row for Jack Red Cloud. There was 3 victories in a row coming into today from Saya earlier, ridden by Adel Al-Furedi. That was one of your highlights of the day. Yeah,
just a great race to watch in terms of drama. We kind of knew what we might get with Mahalik in the race, but even then, they all seemed to struggle to get past, and they queued up. They couldn't really get by, but typically he's capitulated in the last 50 yards. And Jcsa, who looked almost the first horse beaten, was off the bridle before the home turn. We know he finds off the bridle, but to get back up to win that race in the last 50 yards was very pleasing for me, but it must have been heartbreaking for you, I'm afraid.
It was horrible, I have to admit. It's the worst 10 seconds I've had since I've been here in Riyadh, I have to say. That could have been a difference between the Studio Challenge in terms of winners as well. I know you ended up winning by 2 in the end, but you know, Mahalik could have changed it around. We've had a void race. Race 11 has been determined as void now.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah. It was just all about a false start. We knew that got called earlier, and it was one of those things where you look at it, and at first impression, it didn't look like a false start. It looked like it got called, the gates didn't open, then they went again. But you do have to admit,
well, you see, the thing is,
someone could have been disadvantaged.
It's not a false start.
Yeah.
It should have been called as a false start, and it wasn't. And that's the thing. Something went wrong at the start. The race was allowed to go off. No flag was raised, and a flag should have been raised, and that's why it's now void.
Yeah, I thought the race was absolutely fine. I thought we got the all clear, but it's been a void race, declared as a void race now. Abu Shaker, obviously the winner, won't be the winner, but I presume that will go down as a void race on the race card.
Let's not take anything away from Abu
No,
Shaker,
he was great.
Let's be honest,
In
that
fairness,
horse
I think
wins whether he gives him 6 lengths at the start.
Aside from the prize money, I think Connections will just be very happy to have got him off to winning start.
Yeah.
He thinks he's won the race. They know where they've got him. They'd like to have the prize money as well, to be perfectly honest. But he's set his season up very nicely now.
I'll tell you what wasn't a void race. Race number 8, where Scotland Yard came back to action. We saw him in the Saudi Cup back in 2023 when he was a little disappointing, finishing 13th. But this is a horse who is the joint 4th highest rated thoroughbred horse here in Saudi Arabia, and he came back with a bang today.
Yeah, we're watching it now, and what I love about this performance is that Adele doesn't panic to start with, because the leader does get first run. Rory made it very clear in the studio afterwards that this horse has sort of shot clear, but the rider has sort of shot his bolt early. And at Scotland Yard, giving away about 10 lengths, ends up winning by 16. It was a masterful performance.
Yeah, it was a really good performance. It's one, I don't think it necessarily takes him any higher in the ratings, but he was rated higher in the past, and there was a question last year whether he just slipped a tiny bit because he was beaten in 2 races that he'd won the previous season. But I think it was all about his preparation. He came late into the season. He probably wasn't fully fit for that reappearance run where he'd won the previous year. This year, connections have made sure to get him out quite early in the year. Probably wasn't absolutely 100% fit, but he was fit enough to do himself justice in this contest, and he ended up winning by a wide margin. You can point to the ratings of the second and third and say it wasn't much of a race. He just looked a happy horse from the get-go.
Quick question for you both then, starting with Rory. Do you think Scotland Yard could progress into a Saudi Cup horse again this year?
I think it's a possibility, and I think if you want to do that, I think last year they probably thought we need to be as fresh as possible for it, but actually you probably want to be as battle-hardened as possible for it, and that's the way to start at this stage. I'm not sure there are any hardened plans for his next contest, but yes, I think you can sort of feel your way into the Saudi Cup. If you have a tiny setback, you've got time to get over it, whereas if you decide to start your preparation a couple of months before the race, then anything that goes wrong will throw that off track.
What about yourself, Callum?
I don't want to bring a downer on the whole thing, but I was here for Saudi Cup weekend last year, or last season I should say. It's a big difference to what we're seeing now. Like there were horses who we'll talk about at Motterhead, horses that really shone and ran really well. Didan, all those really talented individuals, they got put in their place when some of these Americans, Europeans, and Japanese runners are all coming over, and you have to be another level above. And I think Scotland Yard is going to be a better horse at this Saudi Cup, hopefully coming up, because hopefully with an uninterrupted process. But it's a different ball game when we get to
and the Saudi Cup itself is becoming a stronger and stronger race as time goes on. So yes, we're not suggesting that this horse is banging the reckoning to win the race, but it's important for us to have local runners in the Saudi Cup, and therefore if he can go there and do himself justice and finish 6th or 7th, that'll be terrific. You know, he was down the field a couple of years ago. We'd love to see a horse trained here locally, making the frame, just getting the prize money there. That'll be really important now. And as the years go on, the quality of horses here goes up, and the depth of those quality horses also, because I'll be getting more and more horses capable of running of marks of 110 plus.
Absolutely. Another horse that hopefully we'll see in the upcoming weeks is Carmel Road, who should be another representative for Saudi Arabia in the Saudi Cup.
Yes.
Jimmy Jerkins had a fantastic day today. 2 winners. You spoke to him a couple of times. Derivo was the highlight, but also Wakud. Which one of the two did you prefer? Which one were you more impressed with today? Obviously, they both won by wide margins. Derivo is the naturally more talented horse, but Wakud has always shown ability. Today, he actually showed it on the track.
Wakud is a frightening prospect if they've got him right, because at a mark of 85, he looked absolutely chucked in. And I think he's got plenty more improvement in the tank. We know the handicapper is tough here, so he is going to go up a fair amount. But if they've got him right, because they didn't have him right last year, if they've got him right this year, wow, he could go right to the 100, I imagine.
Yeah, well, he could. I mean, he was there in the first place. You know, he would have been rated 100 plus in Ireland. He was deemed to be a Derby prospect for Dermot Weld. He ran in the Beresford Stakes as a 2-year-old. He ran in the Ballysack Stakes behind Bolshoi Ballet as a 3-year-old. So he would have been rated like 105, 110 back then. He just didn't go on with things. He became a little bit disappointing. He was sold for good money to come here, and he hasn't really developed as expected. But maybe this was a drop back to 7 furlongs today. He'd been running over 1.25 miles obviously before that, running at 1 mile last season. Maybe the key to him is actually just gunning him at 7 furlongs and letting him actually be ridden in a different way.
And what about Derivo then? We just mentioned him briefly, but this is a horse who's done amazingly well throughout his whole career. Sir Michael Stout Jumpmont, and now he's come to Jimmy Jerkins. Didn't really perform in Taif, but in Riyadh he seems a different horse.
Taif, not his track at all. We heard Jimmy Jerkins say that, but we know that from what we know of him in the UK and here, that he wants either turf. He's got a turf pedigree. His Dan Pavlovsk was a very useful mare, by Dan Silly as well. And the cuppy surface, as Jimmy called it last year, at Taif doesn't suit him. But he needs to run there. He needs to get himself fit, and he ran respectably, but didn't show the very best of his form. But we knew coming here that he'd be ready to go, and he's much happier on a surface that he can quicken on. That's what jockeys say about the dirt here in Riyadh compared to in Taif. In Taif, you just keep galloping. It's like the old Southall track, if you like. You're talking about all weather tracks in the UK. The fibre sand was a surface you just kept galloping on. You couldn't quicken on it. Whereas this dirt surface here, horses who can quicken appreciate this a lot more.
Quick word about Riyadh Angel, who won race 2 today.
Ooh,
Big fan of that horse.
Ah, this is a proper horse. This is a proper. Farwaz Wanas took me aside and said, listen, this is a champion horse. I saw his brother later on, who's one of the media guys here as well. He was very keen on this horse. They've only worked him a little bit in the mornings too. He said they've not even got into him yet. He's exciting for me. I think Riyadh Angel is certainly one you want to put on your list. We're all the way down towards the Saudi Cup and Saudi Derby. And Adel Al Faradi is now speaking English. Who would have thought it? Up the Duolingo. He's on it. We're winning.
Very, very well done for getting the interviews there. Great week for you, Rory. 15 winners on the week. 13 for myself, 9 from you as well, Callum, including a 40-1 winner on Thursday. So very well done, guys. Good week. Hopefully we go again next week, with another fantastic week full of tips. I'm sure we're going to see some brilliant horses as well here in King Abdulaziz Racetrack in Riyadh. Thank you for all your comments. See us again next Thursday.
مميزة أيضا للأول من العاصمة.